Part 1. A Nine-Pointed Star. Chapter 1. In the beginning, men were prey, and in the end, they would be prey again. Lilac Antinous couldn't wait that long. She had listened for the approaching pair from her corner, hidden behind barnacle-crusted crates, their wood stinking of old seawater. The dark shack hugged her while minutes crawled, as if in this forgotten pocket of Old Town, she would go forgotten too.
"You sure this is the place?"
a shrill voice asked, as a reedy chicken of a man, Flip, shoved open the shack's door.
"Don't see Vince."
A sturdy shadow followed. Had to be Marco.
"It's the place,"
he said, and then raised his voice.
"Barton, where'd you get—"
Lilac had never hurt anyone before, not on purpose, not the way she would today. Minutes scurried now, impatient. She couldn't let the men get their bearings straight, let their eyes adjust, let them realize there was no Vince Barton here like they thought. Pale outside light curled at the edges of their silhouettes as Lilac crept out, painting Flip in a ratty old suit and tattered derby. Beside him, Marco wore more practical clothes for the coming rainy season, a wool coat and thick brown fisherman's pants tucked into galoshes. He tugged a pocket watch from his coat, its chain clinking, and Flip leaned over to check it too. They were ordinary men, flesh and bone, mortal. Lilac swept in as quiet as poison and slammed a smooth stone into the back of each man's skull in turn. Marco went down first, Flip next. Too hard a blow, and they would never wake up. Lilac would have counted that as mercy. But there was no goddess of mercy, and Lilac had no time to waste on made-up gods when she needed the real thing. At least one of these men should hear and understand. Flip smelled off in a way Lilac couldn't put her finger on as she bound him in a discarded fishing net. Marco smelled sharp, like he'd been drinking, and that explained a few things. He would sober up once he woke. Lilac bound his wrists and ankles in thick rope. Everything in the shack once belonged to fishers, and when she finished tying the knots, she could only smell salt water. The beach rushed in from the back of her mind, the sun-struck sea twinkling in memory, but Lilac shook it away. She refused to dredge up the past, as if she had organized and prepared for nothing. Her plan would work. Life would go back to normal. No, better. Her life would know miracles again. She took deep breaths as her nerves reminded her how wrong this might have gone had she been slower or louder, or had either man carried a gun. Better to focus on the work ahead. She had never done this before, but she would have to do it again and again until her task was finished. Marco stirred, grumbled, and raised his head off the floor. He spotted Flip ahead of him, wrapped tight in the net, and tried to reach out. The ropes held firm. He started to fuss, and the bindings chewed at his wrists, a waste of blood. Lilac couldn't stall any longer. A solitary candle lit the patch of wood floor where Flip's net slumped against a wall. Marco struggled beside him. Lilac slipped into the light on tender steps, the floorboards rough on her bare feet. These days, a priestess of the old covenants was more likely to be a homeless beggar than sustenance for any long-gone, bloodthirsty god. Some were even thieves, smugglers, and black market merchants like these two men.
"Vince, that you?"
Marco asked.
"Why you dressed like them robes?"
A featureless black robe covered Lilac's naked body, so shapeless and flowing that it made her figure hard to see, especially in the dim shack. She turned her head in slow inches toward Marco. The soft candlelight outlined her harsh nose, curls of auburn hair, and skin too olive for Vince's pallor.
A priestess.
Marco strained at his bindings again.
Where's Vince? Did you kill him?
Lilac froze mid-step. They cared about each other. Honor among thieves. Her idea that one of the men should hear her reasons had been naive. She should have finished this before they woke up, before she heard them care. Best to end it before they showed themselves as any more human. She breathed in the shack's sea stink and thought of the beach, and a sickness in the waves, and the reason she had to hurt these people today. In the beginning, men were prey, she said, and her voice came stronger than she'd expected. She was no stranger to the holy verses of Aig, and maybe her throat knew scripture enough to ignore her quaking muscles and jittery nerves. Was she really going through with this?
Can't you hear me?
Marco asked. We scurried over small islands, Lilac went on. Simple beasts without voice or thought, food for the glories of the seas, and those hungry seas surrounded us. She sidled toward Flip, his derby lying a few feet away. But then came the blessing. The heavens opened, and the dawn gods descended on the world to save us. Marco kicked at the floor, and a growl tinged his voice.
You need to answer up, lady. Vince, Barton, where's he at?
Lilac knelt over Flip's net, no stirring, and stroked her fingertips across the corded rope. The dawn gods pushed back the seas with their heavenly might. The many islands of the archipelago joined in the united holy land of Aig, and so did the many peoples become one.
Will you stop reciting the fucking scripture and answer me?
Marco kicked again. Lilac's fingers wove through the netting and into Flip's hair. He looked at peace as she yanked his head from the floor. Sticky blood matted his neck. Not content to merely preserve us in those dawn days, the dawn gods taught us to better ourselves, and so came the gifts, one from each of the seven. They taught us to build fire and grow food. They taught us to speak, heal, construct, create. Lilac's eyes at last slid toward Marco. They taught us law. Marco shouted now.
Let him go! Vince is expecting us! Don't you understand?
But we can't all learn law. Time was up. Either Lilac went through with it, or she surrendered to the end of everything. She shook her right arm, and a silvery dagger slid down her sleeve into her palm. Its blade curved into a sharp teardrop.
Gods,
Marco whispered.
Wait 1 minute.
Listening to him would be easy. Lilac could drop the sacrificial dagger, untie these men, and walk away. She could catch a bus to the coast and watch the frothing tide roll in, and wait for the rains to drown the city, and hope there was still a god somewhere across Aig who cared about mortal life, blood or no blood to offer. Everyone she loved could vanish upon the beach in her thoughts and turn to twinkling seawater. No faces, no voices, only empty funeral pyres washed out by rainfall. If she didn't call the gods, who would? If she walked away now, she would accept the end. Maybe not in thought, but in action. As if she consented to that terrible day 4 years ago. She couldn't accept that. Ever. Her dagger's tip chewed down Flip's neck, carved his chest, and drove into his heart. Red rivers spat across the wooden floor, staining his fallen derby. The shack's saltwater stink drowned in a bitter copper odour. No more sense of beach and ocean, only blood. The shack smelled of a goddess's temple. Marco hammered his booted heels against the floor. His ropes held. He began tossing his head back and forth, teeth gritted, drool slinging down his stubbly chin. "No!" he grunted. "Guards, please!" "Yes, call to the guards." Lilac dragged her free hand's fingers through Flip's blood. The coppery stink thickened, and she thought of priestesses, daggers, and a 9-headed holiness filling the temple. "All for the gods. All for Logoi." Marco leaned his face toward his knees. His words rushed out.
"Listen, there's been a misunderstanding. Clearly Vince sent us to the wrong house, or we messed up the address."
Lilac stood from Flip's body and crossed him on tiptoe. His growing puddle of blood dogged her heels. She reached her free hand to the wall above and smeared a red shape across the dingy planks. A dot, a line, a point, a curve, another. She'd drawn this sign 1,000 times since her childhood in the Temple of Logos.
"Listen,"
Marco said again. Drool struck his fisherman's pants.
"You were in the middle of something important, and we intruded. We were wrong. I see that now. I'm sorry. You hear?"
He paused, a detail catching his attention, and then panic drained into shock. Lilac's hand slid from the wall, but no blood dripped from her fingers. She almost felt her pores dilate, her skin acting with countless mouths to drink up the red fluid. She didn't mean to, never meant to, couldn't be helped as a matter of birth.
"God, you're one of them? A descendant?"
Marco leaned back, wide-eyed. His mouth hung dark and sweat dotted his skin. Lilac couldn't prolong this. Suffering was not the point. "In Logos, beneath the eyes of many-headed Logoi, to break the law in her city is to surrender your life to her."
"A mistake," Marco snapped. "You got Flip. You don't need me. I won't tell."
He was right. He wouldn't. Lilac lunged across his knees and drove her teardrop dagger into his chest, and again, to make sure, suffering was not the point. He quit thrashing and shouting, quit everything, and slumped to the floor. Sticky redness again soaked Lilac's fingers. "Wheel of resolve, turn for me, all which I've done and said. Bring it home and hearth to be, for all the living and the dead." Quickly now, her skin was thirsty. Both men dead, one having heard his sacrificial purpose, no more feeling to them, she went for the harsher work of cutting open their torsos and spilling tubes and lumps onto the floorboards. She used Marco's coat to shove the pieces into an offering mound and... Why was she crying? In Logos, these men would have been killed long ago. But Logos was far away, and Logoi was gone. That was the point of sacrifice. Lilac didn't have the luxury of caring that Marco had worn his coat because the rainy season made it cold outside, and he felt cold. He'd been a person who felt things, and now his soul had walked away. If she walked too, she would have to accept a damned future where men would be prey in the end. She would have to accept that day at the beach. Her robe slid from her body, smoother than a snake shedding its skin. She had watched Logoi's priestesses bare themselves for the goddess countless times. When they painted red dots along their bellies, chests, chins, they had all the time in the world. But they had been ordinary mortals. Lilac's skin was thirsty, and she had to hurry. Dots, streaks, crossing everything until her skin echoed the 9-pointed star she'd painted on the shack's wall. The star on her skin would vanish in moments. Lilac hoped its fleeting nature echoed life's brevity or made some other sacrificial meaning. She had only pantomimed it in the past. She crossed her ankles and aimed her feet at each other. She then raised her arms overhead, crossed her wrists and steepled her fingers. Crimson trails forked, merged, and webbed down her body. "I call to Logoi the Many-Headed," she shouted. "I call to Logoi, goddess of reason." The blood began to fade. Every sip eased her exhaustion, but the narrow window for ritual rattled her nerves. Her body needed sustenance. Her skin would take it, faster now. "I call to Mother Logoi. Find these offerings worthy of your attention and your return. Look upon the symbol of the bounty we would feed you. Accept the sacrifice and wipe clean these men's souls. Accept their deaths, their blood, and come to feed upon them. Return to us and save us." Lilac's trembling arms slid down her sides as the prayer broke from dutiful to personal. "We need the gods' help, like a daughter needs her mother," Lilac whispered. "I love you." No blood stained her skin. The floor's puddle would congeal around the offering mounds of innards, Marco's coat, and Flip's derby. Wherever Lilac stepped, bare floor would show through in the shape of her footprints. And what about her soul? No one would see the blood on her hands, but she would know. Too far a fate to worry about, she hurried into underwear and threw the covenant robe over her body again. Had it worked? Not right away, and she couldn't pretend 2 men's deaths were enough. No use crying for gods unless she was willing to slit a few throats, and if her sacrifices didn't work, she couldn't be caught either. She dragged a small drum of oil from the shack's corner, placed here before the men arrived, and splashed the walls and bodies and floor. She then drew an oily line from the shack's center to its door, where she set the candle. Best to leave the sacrifice for as long as possible in case the 9-pointed star drew Logoi's eyes. Best to hope she saw it at all. Chapter 2. In the beginning, men were prey. The first line of Holy Writ floated unbidden into Captain Arcadia Meehan's thoughts each time she went knocking on doors in Old Town, like a sinister good morning. The dawn gods promised mankind would never be prey again, and yet the later verses of Aig promised they would. The line echoed again as Arcadia climbed from Old Town's dirt street up short stone steps toward a tired wooden door, hoping to give the former prophecy power over the latter as best she could. After a few knocks, a gaunt young woman answered with an exhausted scowl. She wore a grey button-down and slacks, her hair tied in a blue kerchief. Arcadia tried a smile. "Arcadia Meehan. I'm captain to the evacuation team, or you might better know us as your local flood fighters." 5 agents in loose sea-green uniforms stood behind her. She made sure to be the first in line of fire, whether the resident who answered the door greeted the evacuation team with an unkind word or a snub-nosed revolver. Every knock was a sales pitch. Arcadia sold the promise that she had each Valentine citizen's best interests at heart in exchange for a little trust and cooperation. Her smile shined eternal. "We're here to help," Arcadia said. The woman in the dim doorway chewed at her words. "More logos than local. I thought you people were supposed to be rougher around the edges. For baby snatchers." Arcadia ran a hand through the bristles of her buzzed-cut hair. People in the city of Valentine had been skittish about the presence of officials from Logos since Commander Thale led them north 10 months ago, especially in Old Town. Arcadia wanted to soften those concerns, but she cut an imposing figure, tall and muscled, and there was little her gentle smile could do about that. "Sell it," she told herself. "We're not here to snatch babies, ma'am," Arcadia said. "We're here to evacuate the neighborhood before the rains, buffer the sea-facing barricades, and defend against the glories if necessary. We've only taken children, along with their families, to the refugee housing on the city's east side. Will you let us help you?" "You have knives somewhere in those pretty uniforms?" the woman asked. "Yes." On the left side of Arcadia's utility belt, beside her two-way radio. The woman tugged her kerchief. "And guns?" "Yes, ma'am," Arcadia said. On the right, a black 6-round revolver across the line of pouches, but never meant for people, only to stop glories. Arcadia had quit the Logos police force and their cruelty going on a decade now. Flood fighters, the evac team, their job was to help people out of Old Town and then beat back the rising tide. To call on Commander Thale and the occupying police from Logos would only make matters worse. But to Old Town residents, flood fighters and police officers came cut from the same Logos cloth. "Can't really do anything to stop you then, can I?" the woman asked, and let the agents inside. Seeing one of these Old Town homes meant seeing them all. Worn stone walls, aged wooden doors, cramped damp rooms, a grimy kitchen barely passing the fire code, less a concern during the rainy season. Bread and wild greens would make up the brunt of most meals. Holes in the outside walls left gaping for the summer dry season would be plugged with wool and wooden boards by week's end. The rains were almost here. There was only one bedroom where parent and baby slept together. The crib sat beside a window, as it often did in these houses. Today, Arcadia found a baby inside. "How do you know we were still here?" the mother asked. "We check everyone," Agent Cassis said, behind Arcadia. Dark hair raked her shoulders. "Every house." "No wonder you're taking so long." The woman was right. At this rate, the rains would fill Old Town before the evacuation could finish. Arcadia let a hand dangle into the crib above the sleeping baby. "He's sweet. What's his name?" The mother stepped beside Arcadia. "Junior." "After his father?" "After me, June Green." Arcadia smiled at her again. Dire times, a friendly face, and sometimes you had to appreciate the weirdness of the world. "Do you have any relatives to stay with?" Arcadia asked. "Think I'd live in Old Town then?" June asked. "I don't mind stomping in the mud. I don't have much, but I got good boots." "I bet." Arcadia also bet that June knew mud and cold weren't the worry this year. Old Town would flood, worse than ever before, and no other district of the Valentine city-state sat closer to the sea. "We have a truck idling outside with 3 other nice families from this neighborhood who haven't left yet. Soon it'll take them and you and Junior to the refuge in Lee Village, where you'll be taken care." "Until when?" June asked. "The end of the rainy season?" "Until the evac team can be sure the levees will hold the coast," Arcadia thought, but she kept that to herself. She squeezed June's shoulder and hoped she understood this wasn't forever. Maybe she would also understand that Arcadia knew the hardship of leaving everything behind. She had done it more than once, in more than one way. June seemed to crumble under Arcadia's gentle touch. "I've been here every rainy season. Old Town floods. We get by." "I know," Arcadia said, desperate to sound sympathetic. "But not this year." 20 minutes later, Agents Cassis and Leander escorted June and Junior down the steps, locked the door, and guided them into the truck. No rains yet, but the world outside June's house looked as grey as her stone walls, and as worn too. So many old town houses had been rubbed raw by rising water, their gutted rooftops beaten down by time. What a difference 10 years of seasonal flooding could make! Old Town used to be a decent enough part of the city, no worse than the South Temple district. Everyone who could afford to move had since found nicer parts of Valentine. The rest who couldn't, and that was plenty, were Arcadia's responsibility. Cassus stood at the truck's hood and turned a crank until the engine roared to life. Somewhere in the racket, Junior began to cry. After another couple of minutes, Arcadia heard him laugh. They really were nice families. They would be fine. If only there were a way to make the neighborhood safe instead of emptying it. But there wasn't time. Agent Eileen Summers jogged toward Arcadia.
"Captain, truck's almost filled up. You want to radio in another?"
Arcadia glanced in the back, where June, Junior, and a few other locals sat on covered benches.
"We can fit one more family. On to the next house."
Doubt squeezed her guts. Should she have listened to Eileen, brought in another truck? As if that would change anything, somehow trick the rains into waiting until she could convince every holdout in Old Town to clear this section of the city. Instead, she walked to June's next-door neighbor, climbed the short steps, and knocked on the door. No one answered, and Arcadia sent her agents circling. Cassus reported light from inside one window. Likely someone was home. Arcadia tried the knob, locked, and ordered 2 more agents, Bryce and Athos, to fetch the ram. They shouldn't have needed to break a door down unless the insides had swollen with floodwater pressure, but what if someone had left a child inside? Arcadia had to make sure. The agents carried up the wooden column with a hard, flat helm, their faces a little too excited. Captaining the evac team at times felt like herding a litter of puppies who'd confused themselves for watchdogs. Arcadia covered her face against a laugh.
"Not too rough, you two. Break the lock, don't shatter the door."
Heave, ho, the battering ram knocked once and popped the door's lock. A dim doorway smiled sideways from the frame, no sunlight inside, each curtain drawn shut, but there was light, a candle by the look of its dancing glow. Arcadia brushed past her agents and pressed the door open another inch.
"Anyone home?"
Silence. An empty house? She couldn't know without stepping inside, not when so many people in this neighborhood took evacuation orders as a challenge and flooding a test of piety. They would hide and risk death by sea without ever leaving land. Arcadia leaned her head through the open door and let her eyes adjust to the darkness. Where was that candlelight coming from? She scanned the gloomy shelves and countertops, the end tables and couch, the damp red carpet. Except there was no carpet. The front door's grey daylight and the meagre, unseen candle reflected in a wide pool of shimmering blood. Dark streaks spread up the walls and over furniture. Where there was blood, there were bodies. One lump coated the sofa, another propped against a wall. Was there a third? Arcadia couldn't tell. These people had been cut open, their pieces scattered and piled, and the house was too dark. Had the Glories been here? Were they still here? Arcadia let one hand fall to her revolver's butt while the other hand shoved the door open. She realized too late where the candle stood. It had been placed within reach of the door, and its opening knocked the wax column and flame to the floor. Fire snaked down the hall, into the living room, and across the house's innards. Arcadia had been too distracted by the blood to notice oil on the wooden planks. Now flames ripped at the walls, furniture, bodies. No more darkness in this house, but too much light, ringed with crimson-painted surfaces. Someone had dotted the wallpaper with 9 gooey splotches and then drawn rough lines between them until the blood formed a star. Its arms stretched, cruel and slender, their peaks representing the faces of 9-headed Logoi, goddess of reason, who had long ago founded and then abandoned Logos. Bodies, fire, and her star. Like the old days. Like Shah. Arcadia flinched from the doorway and stumbled backward onto the steps. She needed to sit. Concerned hands patted at her, a swirl with worried words. Who spoke? Cassis? Eileen? Leander? Captain Mearn, you're hurt?
God, it's burning.
There's people inside. They're already dead, Athos. What do we do? We're flood fighters, not firefighters. Get to that last house and call them then. One voice snapped. Definitely Eileen. Arcadia should have given that order. She was their captain. One hand ran across her bristly scalp, and then both closed over her face. Where was she again? Someone get around, find a back window, see if you can smear that star, Eileen said. Valentine firefighters might get the wrong idea otherwise. Blame us. She lowered her voice and squeezed Arcadia's arm. Don't worry, Captain. We got it. Clumping footsteps dogged down the steps, around the house. Arcadia wanted to tell her flood fighters to be careful, to tell Eileen she was doing a good job. They all were. Everyone was doing their jobs, protecting Valentine, while Arcadia sat useless to the side. Yes, exactly like the old days. Like Shah. Chapter 3.
You're a mess, Mearn.
Arcadia nestled into a too small wooden chair. A similar chair sat next to her, empty. Commander Roster Thale sat behind his paper-piled desk at the back of his cramped office. A blue police jacket draped his burly shoulders, and a grimace cut through his scraggly brown beard, flecked with grey.
Know why I've called you?
He asked. Arcadia wanted to say she didn't. Thale had little reason to call her. She wasn't police anymore. The flood fighters only followed his lead in any way because he'd brought them along with his officers from the Logos city-state to take charge of Valentine. If Arcadia had any say, she would never see him again. But she had none, and said nothing.
Your team didn't report you.
Thale reached under his desk and brought up a brown decanter and shot glass.
No. Your agents said you directed them smoothly, perfectly. That's what tipped me off. No such thing as perfect in these situations. I see the red in your eyes.
He splashed amber-coloured Merquet into the glass and slid it Arcadia's way. She knocked it back as if ordered.
Being captain means taking responsibility. Even for a government agency as soft as the flood fighters.
Thale went on.
The evac team is important, but I struggle keeping you in charge. At your best, Mearn, you excel. But at your worst, there is no one worse.
Arcadia slid the glass back across the desk. It struck a sheet of paper and bunched the corner. Thale eyed it, as if he might take a shot too.
Next time there's trouble, calm down and do your job. Seaside evacuation stalled enough without your little breakdowns. Call us police you despise so much next time you find a crime scene. No more fits. Got it, Mearn? Shah was 10 years ago. Get over it.
Always bringing Shah into the conversation, as if Thale hadn't murdered people back then, back there. Did he remember? All he seemed to recall was when he'd given Arcadia an order. She'd frozen stiff. Never mind that she alone lived without Shah's blood on her hands. The shame remained. She was unreliable. Was that a conscious decision, or by her nature, inherently insubordinate or inherently moral, she was useless to Thale. He should have been relieved when she quit the police and chose to fight floods and glories. Yet she was a failure on that front too. Thale returned the glass and decanter of Mackay to the underside of his desk.
I hope you get on with your life someday. You can be better.
Arcadia wished she could say the same of Thale, but he was a consistent creature, without variance or degree.
Firefighters saw Lagoy's star,
he said.
Thoughts?
Not if Arcadia could help them. Drawn as well as anyone could with blood.
The meaning, Mirn. Why would anyone draw it?
Thale leaned back and folded hands over his broad chest. Stiff blue cloth rippled at his shoulders.
3 dead smugglers. Probably knew each other, or had some common acquaintance. In Logos, they'd have been hung from the racks, but these Valentine people, they have soft hearts. Executing criminals won't pass here.
Was Arcadia supposed to pity him for having no goddess to feed? All the gods were gone, cruel and sweet alike. Where did any of this put Arcadia? Evacuation was her business. Homicide was the police's. Her boot ground against the stuffy office's floorboards.
If locals think we killed those men, they may drive us out of the city,
Thale said.
You didn't see anyone.
Only the dead, Arcadia said, effect flat. And the fire. And the sign of Lagoy, as if Arcadia had returned to Shah, as if she still walked Logos streets and sometimes spotted Lagoy's procession of to-be-executed criminals. As if they weren't all so far from home. Thale's desk phone jangled tinny bells. He gritted his teeth and snatched up the earpiece and staff. In Logos, he'd had funds for a secretary, but then he'd had a larger office and bigger bookshelves and wider windows. Now he had to make do with a refurbished ground-floor apartment bedroom, one segment of the apartment building Logos Police had commandeered as their headquarters, for Valentine's own good, so it was said.
Thale speaking.
His face soured worse somehow.
1 officer or a squad? I need details in writing. No one sets foot inside unless it goes up in smoke. Hear me?
He jammed the earpiece down and eyed Arcadia.
Why are you still here?
Arcadia couldn't be sure why she'd come at all. She eased out of the chair, towered over the desk, and then turned to the door. It burst open before she could touch the knob. A blue-uniformed police officer barreled into the office. Over his heart, a brass badge in the shape of a 9-pointed star gleamed in the lamplight.
Commander,
the officer said, gasping.
There's been another murder.
Thale glanced at the phone.
They called your office first? They just told me about the Bay Ridge house.
Bay Ridge, northeast section of Valentine, slightly higher in elevation than Old Town to its south. The officer raised an eyebrow.
You mean Cypress Street, Commander?
Cypress Street ran east and west through the city, but Arcadia guessed the address in this case would be somewhere in Old Town. Thale squeezed the bridge of his nose.
Give me a minute.
South Chambers, Cypress, Bay Ridge. Arcadia said, 3 murder sites. How many dead altogether?
A minute!
Thale snapped. The Old Town house had kept meaty piles, 3 bodies, but there could be more in the other locations. A couple dead smugglers didn't concern Thale, but multiple homicides spread across the western part of Valentine, that would make the Logos police look incapable. to look the way he made Arcadia feel. Thale couldn't accept that. He glanced over his office, beard spreading as he opened his mouth to speak again. The jangling phone cut him off. Chapter 4. 4 multiple homicide locations. Arcadia never learned how many victims between them. Thale had kicked her out quickly after the next phone call. She was yet another element of unwanted chaos he'd needed gone. She should have gone home to rest. These days, that meant Radiance Hotel, where she and other Logos exiles had been staying the past 10 months since their arrival in Valentine. There were worse places to call home in this city. Like Old Town, where Arcadia went after leaving Thale's office. Not right away. She stopped at a diner to settle food beside Thale's alcohol. She then took a cab to South Chambers Street, June Green's neighbour's house, its insides now charred. Leander and Cassis stood on the stone steps. "Keeping watch until local help arrives," Cassis said.
"Couple of Valentine private detectives,"
Leander said. No wonder he and Cassis were waiting. Logos police never had investigators of any kind under Logoi's rule, and their move to Valentine hadn't changed that practice. Thale must have needed time to write a contract and phone for professionals.
"Do you know their names?"
Arcadia asked. Leander scratched his head.
"Alexander something and something Gilly?"
Alexander Stathos? Arcadia should be so lucky.
"Go home, you two,"
she said. Cassis set her teeth, nervous. "Commander Thale said we couldn't leave until the detectives met us."
"You don't follow him, you follow me,"
Arcadia said. "Thale himself told me you're my responsibility, and I'm looking after you. Get some rest." Cassis glanced at Leander, and then back to Arcadia.
"But who'll look after you?"
They were too good. Thale could call them soft as mud in rain, but Arcadia knew each agent had earned their sea greens. They were here, weren't they? Thale had a city to run, but every member of the evac team faced accusations of being interlopers, tyrants, baby snatchers. They faced scowls and fists and pistols. Someday they might even face the glories.
"I'll be fine,"
Arcadia said.
"Alex is an old friend."
Cassis and Leander left, each step reluctant, but they didn't have a disobedient bone between them. In that way, they were better than Arcadia. She sat on the cool stone steps and listened to the city. Distant car horns and bustle rumbled from nearby neighborhoods. She imagined she could hear the ocean, but coastal wind drowned out the beach to the west. No fire crackled through the open door behind her. With the flames doused and Logoi's star smeared, the bodies alone no longer echoed Shah. At worst, Arcadia thought she smelled them, but there was too much soil and dampness in the air to be certain. Her pocket watch showed 6:30 by the time another rusty grey cab rolled down South Chambers Street and paused outside June Green's house. The driver popped out to give his engine a turn with the crank, while 2 men stepped from the cab's groaning back doors onto the muddy street. The first was a young stranger in a lengthy brown trench coat, buttoned to his sternum, a burgundy tie tucked inside. Beneath a broad tan fedora, his hair was a wild patch of tawny weeds, streaked here and there with strawberry red. His slender white face flashed an uneasy grin. Arcadia had known the other man for over 25 years, both little more than kids when they first met in training at the Logos barracks, long before either had quit the Logos police. Alexander Stathos had been a scrawny, quiet 13-year-old then. Today, he was a 40-year-old man, and wore an unbuttoned black trench coat, its sides flapping free from his black tie, white button shirt, and dark vest that puffed out at his middle. A black fedora with a white band hid most of his oil-dark hair, which he kept shorn short despite having left the Logos police 6 or 7 years ago. Arcadia knew too well that such habits died hard.
"You guys want I should idle?"
their cabbie asked, prying the crank from his engine.
"Getting dark, and this neighborhood can be pretty rough." "So can we,"
Alex said, his voice taut and confident. He paid the driver.
"Besides, we'll be a while."
His wild-haired companion watched their taxi slip down the street.
"Nice guy, that. Such a love,"
he said, energetic in ways Arcadia couldn't remember feeling since adolescence.
"Must come from South Temple District, not here. No one ever says their own neighborhood's the worst."
This young stranger's accent, the way it curled, and his face, a pale complexion atypical to the olive tones of Arcadia, Alex, and most people of the Holy Land. A man from West Amberden, maybe? The sun shined fainter there. Arcadia wondered how long ago he'd come to Aig's shores. The last ship from overseas had vanished many years back.
"Arcadia!"
Alex strode near with a giant smile.
"What are you doing out here?"
His arms squeezed tight around her. Arcadia gave him a ferocious hug. "It's been too long, Lexi." The hug broke, and so did Alex's smile.
"Please don't call me that around. Lexi?"
The wild-haired man popped up beside Alex.
"That your code name back when you were in the police? Did everyone call you that, or just her?"
Alex clapped the other man on the back.
"This apology counts for all further interaction you two will have, so I'm only going to say it once. I'm sorry about him. Meet Detective Cecil Gillian, the other half of Ace Investigations."
"Lovely." Cecil whipped a paper card from his coat pocket to Arcadia's hand.
"Ace Investigations, agents in matters public and private, civil and criminal."
Arcadia read aloud. This didn't make sense.
"Don't your type spy on covenant traitors, cheating spouses, business deals?"
"Not much care for witches, cheaters, and cutthroat dealings these days," Cecil said. "We're Thales dogs now. His fault for not having detectives of his own." Arcadia slid the card into one of her belt's pouches.
"It wasn't his decision. Lagoy wasn't interested in investigations."
The goddess of reason had only wanted her sacrifices in criminal blood, no questions asked.
"Well, if she wants to gripe about it, she can."
Cecil's expression faltered. He bowed his head to Arcadia.
"Apologies, love. Meant no offence. I'm not all that properly versed on your city-state, and Alex here, he's not one to tell tales. Not to me, at least. Let's say I left the badge for a reason." Alex said. "Several reasons. Hard to forget the last time I tore off the uniform."
Arcadia knew the feeling. She never wanted to wear blue again. Not after Shah.
"Anyway, Cecil, meet Arcadia Mearn," Alex said. "The best friend you could ever have." "Thought I was your mate,"
Cecil said, but his smile was back and aimed at the steps.
"Arcadia, the love, the wonder, anything we can do for you?"
Arcadia thought neither would ever ask.
"I want to see inside. With you."
Alex glanced to the dark doorway.
"You're sure?"
Cecil clapped his hands.
"Terrific! I'll lead. We got 4 of these troubles tonight, and this is only number 1, so let's not keep the dead boys waiting."
He slipped up the steps past Arcadia and pressed open the front door. Alex followed him.
"Broken into, huh?"
"A vac team did that," Arcadia said, trailing them inside. "Our discovery. Thale kept the exact addresses for the other sites to himself, but I knew someone would come eventually. Thankfully, it's you." The house better resembled how Arcadia had found it before the fire, its secrets hiding in darkness, until Cecil sidled along one wall and thrust open the curtains. Dusk's frail light cut through the gloomy house in orange-yellow slats, enough to show Arcadia the furniture, the walls, and the bodies. Red-tinged, charred in places, their torso cavities gaping open in ugly, dripping mouths. She missed the darkness already, but the sight lay calmer than it had this afternoon. If only sunset could get rid of the burnt flesh smell. Cecil gagged into his coat sleeve. "I'm thinking knife wounds, but what scrapes the rubbish from their guts?" Alex tipped a chair, glanced at a corpse's head, and then set the legs in place on the damp floor. "Calling it now. A team effort." "Yes, they surely died as a team," Cecil said. "I mean the murderer." Alex stroked his jaw. "Or murderers." Cecil knelt over a body slumped against the wall. The skin had melted into the blackened stone. "One man could do this." "One man did this in 4 places, in one day, in different parts of town?" Alex asked. "I don't think so. Limited time and energy. It's a big stretch of neighborhood, but it's all on the West End." Cecil grimaced at the body. "It'd be tiresome work, but it could be done." Alex turned to Arcadia. "What's your impression?" Arcadia looked over the still bodies, their charred skin and clothes. "They're dead." "Makings of a true investigator," Cecil said. He opened one palm and held it an inch from the body beneath him. "Don't expect I'll feel anything off them. Stabbing says emotional involvement, but fire is cleansing and messes everything up." He lowered his hand and winked at Arcadia. "Know what I mean?" She shook her head. Cecil seemed an oddball. That was the best she could gather. "Cecil's what we in the detective business call a cheater," Alex said, mildly clairvoyant. "A descendant." Arcadia studied Cecil again as he stood. He seemed too carefree for a descendant, but then, how was a god's mortal child supposed to behave? Red dashes stroked his light hair, the colour a sign of godliness. It was possible. "Which god?" Arcadia asked. "See that?" Cecil asked, grinning. "Bring a fine gent to a lounge, a lady to a murder scene, dainty or stuffy or a big muscly beauty like yourself, they always want to know which god. Imagine I said Tychron, huh? No one would show me a good time then." He adjusted his fedora. "Poke the branches of my family tree, you'll find Livian, god of instinct." I try to stay humble. "Except when you're asking those gents and ladies to dinner," Alex said. Cecil waved a hand. "It's nothing, really. Descendant gifts aren't a leaf to the great tree of a god's holy power, special enough to be full of myself, but mortal enough to die. He'll get emotional resonance, even fragments, sometimes a person's thoughts." Alex neared Cecil and clapped his back. Occasional thoughts of his own, too. Arcadia couldn't help laughing. Cecil seemed good for Alex. Cecil laughed too. "She don't believe us." "I believe you," Arcadia said, "but I thought descendants would have left Aig with the gods." "How long ago?" Cecil asked. "Grandfather Livian popped off from the Holy Land, way ahead of the others, abandoned Aig before it became a fad." He reached out to Arcadia. "Here, love, your hand." Alex sighed. "I wouldn't do that." If Ace Investigations didn't work out, these two should start an act, head to Dialis and get into the talkies. Arcadia's mirth faded as she remembered no one sent films of any kind out from Dialis anymore. For all she knew, the Sunshine City was gone. She held out her hand. Cecil pursed his lips in thought, and then said, "I see true love in your future." Alex tugged Cecil's arm.
That's enough. We have work.
Cecil bowed out of Arcadia's reach.
Now you see what makes me the greatest detective in the Holy Land. Descendant, optimist, romanticist. Arcadia, I don't think you're here to learn the finer points of investigation.
Alex pulled a pair of rubber gloves from his coat.
And we have better places to catch up than over a trio of dead bodies. What did you need?
Good old Alex, always sharp. Arcadia had worried she'd have to dance around her request another hour.
The other murder houses. Planning to visit them ahead of us?
I have someone I might ask about them. Arcadia said, She's quick, like you. My only job is to make sure this area's empty before the dry season ends, but I want to help. She could offer that. Meager sunlight shifted. Somehow the room's gore had grown more grotesque as dusk deepened. Arcadia had already seen too much of knife wounds, 9-pointed stars, reminders of Shah. Useless things. Locations would help more, accounting for time, distance, and human ability.
I'd bring the info to her, Arcadia went on, rather than bring her here. This is dangerous.
Is it? Cecil asked.
Oh dear, I might be in the wrong line of work.
Alex drew a small notebook from his trench coat, flipped between 2 pages, scribbled on one, and tore it out.
Thale gave me the addresses.
Arcadia gripped Alex's shoulder.
I appreciate it, and you might too. I'd love that.
Alex pocketed his notebook.
We really need to catch up. Barring bad weather or murder calamities tomorrow evening, we should head out for dinner. I might have Cecil in tow, but I'll keep him on his best behavior, for what that's worth.
It's fine. I might not be alone either. Arcadia managed a smile against the gloomy room.
There's someone I want you to meet. Beautiful.
Alex fitted gloves over his hands.
Now, if you have what you came for, might be a nice time to leave. Unless you want to see this get intimate.
Cecil drew out his own pair of rubber gloves. Arcadia turned from the living room of horrors. Have a good night, Lexi. See you tomorrow. Catch up. She told Cecil it was nice meeting him and he would make a fine detective someday, which made Alex laugh. She then stepped out the front door, back into a world that made a little more sense. But only a little. Chapter 5. Murder was tiring work. Lilac blamed her sluggishness in turning over these last couple hotel rooms on running up and down Valentine's West Side with a dagger and a prayer. She'd spent the day nervous, hiding, dragging, tying, cutting, crying, pushing, piling. Hotel maids had to hide their exhaustion, which meant she was failing basic professional housekeeping. The blood she'd drained during the rituals should have kept her from this bone-deep weariness, but her arms moved like truck tires in Old Town mud. She thought about her orations to now-dead men and wondered if their killing weighed on her spirit instead. How much power did the soul have to drag on muscles? Nothing she'd heard in Lagoi's temple covered it, not for descendants. If she weren't a goddess's child, she could spill her veins in buckets and cleanse every wrong from her soul, but no such luck. Descendant blood was useless to the gods, and it wasn't like they were here anyway. Mother Lagoi hadn't returned. This hotel room's tenant, Mr. Barrow, tapped his foot and checked his pocket watch again and again. If he wanted Lilac to leave, she could, but the room wouldn't turn itself over. She was halfway crawling through a sheet change when another maid popped through the room's doorway. "Visitor," Marcy said. "Aren't you off shift anyway?" "After this haul," Lilac said. If it's Cecil again, he'll have to wait. Even the words went snail-slow off her tongue. She had little strength for work, let alone for friends to drop by unannounced. She's definitely not Cecil. Lilac perked up. She was here. Marcy elbowed Lilac away from the bed, her dull black uniform swishing at each jab. Go on, I've finished mine. I kept a lady waiting once, and she wasn't there when I got around to her. Don't make my mistake. Between room swaps, shift switches, and every convenient rescue from hotel guest royalty, Lilac owed Marcy a couple dozen favors. She gave quick thanks, promised Mr. Barrow he was in good hands, and slipped out the door. Another maid, Bristol, passed in the hall, adjusting her hair's white kerchief. "What's that smirk?" she asked, matching it. "Marcy is a goddess in disguise," Lilac said. She hadn't realized she was smirking. Her lips felt as heavy as the rest of her. Bristol winked and then disappeared around a corner. Her shift was only beginning. Before Valentine began to crumble, Radiance Hotel had catered solely to wealthy travelers. The vaulted ceilings, vibrant gold-colored carpets, and silver sconces had been for their benefit. With the gods gone 10 years now, travel having shriveled to nothing between egg city-states, and the government state house having fallen apart, the elegance was shown largely to the occupying forces from Logos, police officers, admins, and agents of the flood fighters. Agents such as Captain Arcadia Meehan, who waited outside her room. She loomed over Lilac, her tan eyes bright with wonder, as if Lilac were as precious as one of the movie stars whose photos lined the lobby walls. As if Lilac wasn't a murderer. She freed long tangles of auburn hair from her white kerchief. "Evening, Captain Meehan. How can I help the powers that be today?" Arcadia scratched at her bristly scalp. "I don't have a clever answer," she said. "Don't worry, I do." Lilac stood on her toes and kissed Arcadia's soft lips. Warmth spread through Lilac's face and lightened the spiritual weight from her muscles. If she returned to Mr. Barrow's room, she could feel rightly annoyed like usual. Arcadia had broken through the numbness with her slight smile, the awkward shifting of her big, lovable figure. Ultimately, each bloody sacrifice meant keeping her and everyone else alive a little longer. Her nervous, earnest demeanor made all the day's work worthwhile. "What did I do to deserve a sweet distraction like you?" Lilac asked. Arcadia held up a large rolled-up paper. "I need your help." So, Lilac hadn't earned Arcadia's attention yet, but she would. She took Arcadia's arm in both hands and let Arcadia pull them into her hotel room. She lived in a half-suite, furnished with a bed, bathroom, and table like the others, but also a sitting area, its own telephone, and small kitchenette, perks of a flood fighter captain on a long-term stay. Her determined footsteps rattled the furniture as she approached the table. Unease and worry haunted her posture. Fine, there was business, but there was also a woman who needed a break. "Get out of your greens, and I'll run a bath," Lilac said. "While you're in, I'll set the stove."
"Lilac."
The stoic way Arcadia said it grabbed Lilac's attention. This was near the end of a rough day, but not yet the end. Arcadia unrolled her large paper across the tabletop, revealing a map of Valentine. Old Town took the west and southwest sections, Bay Ridge to the northwest, the middle column formed the north, central, and south Temple districts, Lee Village the east and northeast, and neon-lit Merchants Field opened the city toward farmland in the southeast.
I need your help.
Arcadia said again. You'll relax after? Lilac neared the table. Let's get you help then. What is it?
Can you find these addresses?
Arcadia pulled a torn notebook page from a belt pouch and laid it on the map's corner.
You know the city better.
Most wanderers from Logos had only come a year ago or less, after Valentine's government collapsed and someone had the bright idea that Valentine needed assistance from their southern neighboring city-state. Lilac had left Logos a decade back, its purpose gone when her divine mother abandoned Aig with the rest of the gods. She hadn't run straight to Valentine, but the city had become her home in time. She'd had nowhere else to go.
The city's hard to read. All the streets kind of narrow.
Arcadia said,
I need an overhead on these crime scenes.
The map seemed vast if you looked close enough, but was intimate to Lilac. These weren't words on paper. They were Marco and Flip at Bay Ridge, the Monte brothers in South Chambers Street. On and on, blood spilling, organs piling, the stink so strong even in memory, Lilac had to press a hand against her nose here in the hotel. And the needling thought came, does Arcadia know? Is this a trap? Lilac avoided Arcadia's eyes by closing her own and shutting out the world. The moment stretched the way Lagoe had taught her, giving Lilac time to jam together puzzle pieces of information. No, Arcadia was unaware. Yes, Lilac could help without helping. She opened her eyes and smudged each site with a pencil, as close as she could tell where the map only gave street names.
Do you see a pattern?
Arcadia asked. Lilac only ever saw patterns. She guessed that was really why Arcadia had brought this work to her. Without knowing Lilac was a descendant, Arcadia had picked up on this meager gift of fitting pieces of the world together. If you mean why each location's important, I have no idea. Lilac slashed pencil across map, connecting the dots. But overhead view, I see an X, but you could see that when I put the dots down. Arcadia's finger traced the lines.
The place between them? I thought it might be more complicated.
It might. Lilac planted her thumb at the X's center. The distance between seems similar, maybe deliberate. But put a bunch of dots on a map and it's easy to make an X, a diamond, triangles, spirals. Arcadia placed her hand on the small of Lilac's back.
That's why I brought it to you. Your smarts always impress me.
I don't know about smarts, but the patterns show clear. Lilac tucked her chin in one hand. One spot might be crucial, buried in the others. I would need to see crime scene notes, photographs, whatever your police know.
I don't even know what the police know.
Arcadia stood away from the map. The evac team isn't officially involved. Then why are you unofficially involved? Lilac asked.
I found the South Chambers site. Thale will put money toward this, for the good press, but he won't really try.
Arcadia looked away.
We could do more for Valentine than pretend to care.
Lilac hadn't meant for any of this to land on Arcadia's shoulders. She reached for Arcadia's face. No wonder you quit. You're too good for that man. She pulled Arcadia down into a gentle kiss and then slipped back. You can relax now, yes? Steel nerves eased from Arcadia's frame.
Yes.
Get undressed then. Lilac hurried off to run a warm and frothy bath. When she came back, she found Arcadia lying naked across the broad bed, its cotton sheets wrinkled. Her momentum had stalled, no more work to do, and lethargy had wriggled in. Her eyes glazed over, disinterested in the world. She'd ended up like this before. Lilac would be cooking a chicken and leek stew, or getting the bed made, and she'd find Arcadia frozen at a window or stuck at the bathroom mirror in a staring contest with her reflection. Whatever future Lilac glimpsed in those eyes, their gaze now and then wandered from firm ground and twisted toward dark piers and darker seas. Sometimes Arcadia got lost. And sometimes Lilac blamed herself for letting the hotel room go still and quiet. Lagoi's temple had been a place of peace and reverence, but she was only one of Lilac's mothers. These days, Lilac shared an apartment with her other, mortal mother, Simone, who filled their home with endless chatter. The stillness that crept casually into Arcadia's room sometimes reminded Lilac of the temple's solemnity. She didn't mind basking in it. There was no peace in the quiet tonight. Lilac had put worse shadows into Arcadia than the shock of finding murdered men. Today had stirred a deep and mysterious memory, echoes of a past Arcadia kept to herself. They weren't the kinds of lovers who dragged bad memories into the present. Lilac doubted this evening was the time to change that. Up now. Lilac could only make a suggestion. She had only so much muscle, while ox bones stacked Arcadia's frame. She didn't budge. "Will you stay?" Arcadia asked, her voice faint. Lilac had plans, but glancing at the open map across the room and then back to Arcadia, those plans might need a few hours' delay. This situation was Lilac's fault. She would have to make it work. "I'll stay," she said. She shut off the lamp and crawled onto the bed. Arcadia was a creature of stone and iron, but Lilac knew how to find that elusive softness. She lay behind Arcadia and stroked her scalp, fingertips brushing short hair, until Arcadia's muscles melted loose. "It was a bad day?" Lilac asked. Arcadia's voice came lifeless. "It was." "And it ended. Don't think about it. Don't dream about it. Everything will be fine." Lilac said it like she was sure, and hopefully she was right. She hated lying to Arcadia. Chapter 6. A grey cab waited outside a small house in Bay Ridge, the only hill within Valentine's city limits, as Alex and Cecil approached the front door. During the day, Alex might have looked west and watched the waves, but daylight had left and he could only tell the distant sea began by where the stars disappeared from the dark sky. His feet hurt, his eyes stung, near the end of a long evening, and yet not the end. "Might as well check this one yourself," Cecil said, clapping hands down his trench coat. He seemed ready to throw the evening away. "Lot of good I've done. Not sure my skill set's matched for getting fresh with broiled corpses." "This house will suit you better," Alex said. "It's the only scene where no one knocked over the candle. Wasn't set close enough to the door. Everything's raw." "Will it smell any better?" "Better? No. Different is the word I'd use." Alex pressed open the front door and aimed his flashlight. The odour hit first, and he and Cecil coughed in unison. The house was more a box with high aspirations, its single room crammed with barrels and crates, their wood warped by seawater and crusted by barnacles. Ragged fishing nets dangled from the ceiling. "Old shipping house," Alex said, from back when ships still came and went between Aig and other continents. Cecil ran a hand over the nearest crates. "Spices, once upon a time. Fish, but that might be from the sea, not the cargo." Alex's flashlight beam struggled where crate shadows met dark gore. Congealed blood painted a footprint pattern across floorboards, and red-brown streaks marked the far wall, their shape as familiar to Alex as his parents' faces, Lagoi's narrow-limbed star. Beneath it, one body lay bound against the wall, another lay tangled in a fishing net.
Poor blighters have been did a bit.
Cecil approached the tied-up body.
Might even be where our killer started.
That would explain the candle-to-door error. First blood could be a treasure trove of mistakes. The ceiling sagged near the shack's center, as if it might bite down on the crime scene and swallow it from the world. Oil stink breathed from the walls, mixed with scents of copper and rot. The murderers had meant to burn this place like the others, but they'd failed.
If you're covering your tracks, it makes more sense to set the fire on your way out the door,
Alex said.
Why leave the bodies to burn only when the candle runs down or gets knocked over?
Set a fire, someone'll check it, Cecil said. His hand hovered over the body bound in a fishing net. By the time Arcadia found the South Chambers Street murders, our killer had already finished the rest.
Smart. Got a means of death?
Cecil nodded to the netted corpse. Slashed throat. Didn't need me to tell you that. Actually, he opened his hand. Watching him work felt vaguely voyeuristic, like Alex might be spying on a private holy rite, and not a quirk Cecil flaunted every chance he got.
Our killer stabbed their hearts, gutted them too. We got organ piles here, like Arcadia's site.
Cecil's hand drooped to his side as he strafed the pool of blood.
Strange feelings I'm getting. Fear, but also love.
Alex gazed at the organ mounds.
He saw no love here. Think the killers knew these two? Not personal love.
Cecil aimed his palm at the air, the ceiling, everywhere.
Lingering, unfocused is all. And then check the floor marks.
Alex saw no distinct patterns except the footprint-marked blood. No godly signs besides Lagoi's star.
Here, bloody half footprints,
Cecil said, pointing down.
And above, finger smudges. The positions, they're all crossed strange. I'll try to show you.
Cecil was younger and sprier than Alex, but he was no dancer. Still, buttoned up in his trench coat, he made his best effort to cross his ankles, stand on the toes of his ragged boots, cross his wrists overhead, and steeple his fingers.
No, it couldn't be.
Cecil settled onto his heels and dropped his arms.
Not quite it, but you get the picture, eh?
Alex did get the picture. He found his mouth hanging open and shut it.
What?
Cecil asked. Is this a lewd posture to you?
Entirely the opposite,
Alex said, astonished.
A sacred stance I've seen 1,000 times.
Really? I never have.
You wouldn't. Not in West Amberden, and certainly not here in Valentine.
From the far wall, Lagoi's vicious 9-pointed star glared into Alex. He'd left Logos long before Thale dragged his entourage to Valentine, and though Lagoi had abandoned continent, city-state, and people first, Alex felt judged, as if he'd betrayed the goddess of reason. He'd seen the stance when inducted into the Logos police in the temple at age 17, performed by a dozen priestesses in solemn veneration to Lagoi, there and all over Logos.
No one's trying to frame the Logos police as the murderers,
Alex said.
This has nothing to do with Valentine. It's a sacrifice to Lagoi.
Cecil turned to Alex, incredulous.
Someone's trying to summon her. It explains the candle.
Alex gestured at the door.
The murderers want their offerings left out as long as possible, the evidence only ruined at the last moment.
Why ruin it at all? Cecil asked. Wouldn't make sense unless they knew me, knew I might pick up on something.
The way you just did?
Alex asked. You're not exactly private about your gift. Doesn't fit your theory. Cecil strafed the blood puddle again, careful it didn't touch his boots. Keeping me in mind is smart, but summoning Lagoi this way wouldn't work. A sacrifice has to be willing, else the gods get nothing for it. No miracle juice. This murderer's too smart not to know that. Alex rubbed his jaw, a nervous tic he'd picked up in the barracks as a kid and never lost.
I can't be sure. Lagoi had loopholes, logical shortcuts, stating anyone in her city was subject to her laws, and to break her laws was to surrender your life to her.
Nonsense, Cecil snapped. She could tell herself that all she liked, but a god knows when they're getting juiced up by a sacrifice. I don't give a damn how many poor people she had you lot hanging from the racks. If they didn't intend to die for her, it's nothing doing. Even if Cecil was right, the murderers believed they could summon Lagoi. A few cutthroats in Valentine were outliers, but in the Tycho city-state to the east, this kind of radical human sacrifice was the norm. Maybe the same belief had spread to Corumbalis and its steel mill and quarries, and to Diomarch and its vineyards, and every inch of Aig between. Valentine might be the last peaceful city-state in the Holy Land.
This might be happening in Logos too,
Alex said.
Someone should get their HQ on the horn, or take a drive south and back before the rains.
The room's smell festered in him, and he doubted it would leave before morning.
Surprised it took so many years for anyone to get this desperate.
The gods chose to leave for their own reasons, meaning these murderers have as much chance of calling one to Aig as a god has of calling a dawn god. A nervous laugh shook through Cecil.
Alex, my dear, brilliant, clearly exhausted colleague, it's past midnight. Let's take a breather. Drink, sleep, puzzle the pieces tomorrow. Fair enough.
Alex hardly had to think about it. He doubted the murderers would slaughter anyone else before morning. Today had to have been long for them too. He and Cecil shared a cab to a bar, ate dinner, and went their separate ways. Cecil headed off to his apartment, Alex to the Ace Investigations office. He didn't mean to fall asleep at his desk, but he did it 4 times a week lately, and it always left a crick in his neck. Just as well. Had he gone home, he would have missed the phone's raw jangle. One of its bells was missing. He hefted his head toward the staff's mouthpiece, and one clumsy hand tugged the earpiece close.
Ace Investigations. Detective Alexander Stathos speaking.
He listened.
One more time? I'm a little groggy.
He listened again.
I'll be there. Thanks.
He'd been wrong about the murderer's exhaustion last night. 3 more crime scenes. More sacrifices. Chapter 7. That damn phone. A perk and a curse of the hotel's better accommodations. Its ringing shook Lilac awake, and she slapped an awkward hand at the nightstand to stop it. Last round, get your calls in before the rains come. Never could tell when the lines might blow away in wind and hail, or if the year had finally come when the sea would sweep in and break the Holy Land into an archipelago for the first time in 5,000 years. Rosterthale cursed through the earpiece. Lilac let his bluster slip over her skin, unabsorbed and barely heard, eyes closed as she let the patterns fit together. She'd been out late, more work to be done, slept late, and though she had the day off, Arcadia did not. When Thale finished shouting, Lilac told him Captain Meehan would be on her way, and he hung up. He talked to everyone on the hotel staff with the respect he'd given Aunt, and she thanked the gods he slept elsewhere. Then again, if the gods hadn't left, they would all be back in Logos, and she would only have to see and hear him if he stepped into Lagoi's temple. None of that had mattered in 10 years. Lilac slammed the earpiece back on the phone staff and slapped Arcadia's arm. "Wake up, doll. Daylight's burning." Only somewhat true. Day was here, but a grey haze had overtaken the sky. Lilac supposed she should be grateful to Thale for waking her. There was no rain in her dreams, only fire. "Burning," Lilac said again. "I dreamed of a burning tree." Corded muscle stirred beside her. "A past life?" Arcadia asked, yawning. "Maybe." Sometimes people dreamed of stains on their souls. Lilac couldn't imagine why she'd dream of a tree on fire. A symbol for a dying family? A rodent fleeing a forest fire? Was she Noema the sick in a past life? She who'd burned the last gift of the dawn gods, the holy psychopomp tree? Likely it didn't matter. Better to focus on the work ahead. New stains for her old soul. "Arcadia, shower," Lilac said. "Now." "Yes, right away." Arcadia stretched cat-like along the bed and then hopped off toward the bathroom. A quick wake-up was one of many habits she couldn't shake from her police days. The pipes thumped to life, and Lilac hurried to sort out the rest of Arcadia's morning. A phone call, a flood fighter uniform readied, the kinds of small details someone might see as inconsequential, but they would make Arcadia's day easier, and so every piece mattered. Lilac found Arcadia at the bathroom mirror post-shower. No staring contest this time, only trimming her bristly hair with a pair of silvery shears. "Keep doing what you're doing." Lilac planted a mug of coffee beside the sink basin. "I've handled everything else." "Everything else?" Arcadia asked. Her eyes didn't leave the mirror. "Why?" "You're late. Sip your coffee while I get you dressed." Lilac worked clothing over Arcadia's limbs while she sipped and snipped. "Thale wants some report filed and then for you to hit Old Town. Cab's coming. It'll have your breakfast from Gold's Bakery down the block. There's an extra sweetened roll in case Thale needs sweetening. The driver has directions, so hop in and go. You'll hit HQ before he knows it." Arcadia set her coffee down, stared into Lilac's face, and then looked herself over. She was entirely dressed except for her boots. Lilac admired her work too. "I clean you up nice, huh? Even got the belt latched right." She gave a playful tug. "Today will be better, I promise." Arcadia stretched to full height. "I couldn't do this morning without you. Thank you." "Thank you for keeping the city safe." Lilac kissed Arcadia's cheek. Arcadia pivoted to kiss Lilac's lips. "Don't clean my room while I'm gone. You clean up after every slob here. The least I can do is look after myself." "You do know I don't clean every room in the hotel, right?" Lilac asked. Arcadia held her face. "I want to do something for you." "Dinner is nice." Lilac bounced an encouraging eyebrow. "My place." "That's you doing something for me." "It really isn't." Lilac patted Arcadia's cheek. "The rains will be here soon. Keep those glories out, Captain. We'll never be prey again, right?" Arcadia tugged her sidearm to be sure it was latched to the belt, grabbed the map she'd brought in yesterday, and then headed out the door. Lilac lingered in the doorway. Had she arranged last night's sacrifices right to keep them out of the evac team's path? The pieces lined up in her head. Next came the rest. She was off from hotel work today, but more work awaited, and no one else would make the hard choice to do it. She was nearly finished. Chapter 8. A distant commotion grew to a two-man shouting match as Arcadia strode down the sky-blue police headquarters hall toward Thale's closed office door. She recognized both voices.
"Why not?"
Alex shouted.
"Because it's bullshit,"
Thale snapped.
"Your empty-headed partner guesses at murder masquerading as sacrifice, and you believe it. No proof, no sense. Tychos might be up to the neck in mounds of corpses and skulls, but not here, not Valentine."
"Until now," Alex said.
"Prove it."
The door quaked. Thale must have slammed a fist on his desk, and Arcadia slipped back in case either man stormed out the door.
"I brought the police, flood fighters, and admins, but Lagoi's covenant stayed behind."
"We've all stayed behind." A chair scraped. Alex getting up.
"The gods left, but we're still here. Will you at least put out a word to Logos Command? One phone call before the rain ruins the long distance."
Thale groaned.
"Don't expect anything."
"Fair enough." The door creaked open, and Arcadia had no way to dodge down the hall without looking obvious. Alex emerged wearing the same black trench coat as yesterday, still unbuttoned, his fedora in one hand. He eyed Arcadia, shut the door behind him, and leaned against the wall.
"Fun working here?"
"I don't work here," Arcadia said. "I came to file evac reports before hitting Old Town."
"Is it really quitting the police if you still have to see Thale?"
Alex asked. The question made Arcadia's skin feel soiled. "I could ask you the same. You've been brusquer with him before." Alex eyed Thale's door and then started toward the lobby.
"One of the benefits of quitting was I could badmouth Thale all I pleased. Now he's a client, and I'm tongue-tied. Story of my life, right?"
Arcadia held in a laugh. No amount of smashing down residential walls could hide the lobby's origins as a couple of apartments fused into a reception area. Bars blocked doors in the understreet level, but anyone could see they were once bedrooms. The Logos police could scavenge this building's flesh, but its bones showed through.
"A summoning,"
Alex muttered, as if finishing some conversation with himself.
"You think countries overseas wonder why our gods showed up, same as we wonder why they left?"
"Maybe." Arcadia hadn't thought about it. Aig had so many problems, there was no room for other countries' feelings on godly exile. They don't have to make pilgrimages to the Holy Land to see the Dawn God's children anymore. I'm sure they're pleased.
Can't imagine anyone's happy wherever Tychron resettled, or Lagoi for that matter.
Alex fixed on his fedora.
But what do they care, right? No one survives the crossing anymore without a god. In the other countries, everybody's likely forgotten us.
Same as the gods, Arcadia kept to herself. Alex gave Arcadia's arm a reassuring pat.
You'd better file your reports before Thale's head bursts. He's already in a tiff over last night's murders.
The morning's brightness faded. More? Arcadia asked.
3 sites before dawn. You want addresses?
Alex pulled his notebook from his coat and tore out a page.
I had a feeling you'd want them.
Arcadia took the paper, but she wasn't sure where they fit on her map. Besides, an X couldn't have more than 4 points, 5 if you counted where the lines crossed. 7 sites defied Lilac's pattern.
I can give you victims' names, but Thale won't let me see their police files.
Exhaustion haunted Alex's face as he pocketed his notebook.
He couldn't care less anyway. This is all for show, to say he tried. Keep the Valentine Herald and local radio off his back. Not that it helps. Herald, especially. seeing they've already coined a moniker, the Valentine Butcher. Like there's only one killer and not 2 or 3. He leaned close, his fedora's brim hiding his eyes, and lowered his voice. They're offering sacrifices to Lugoe, trying to lure her home under her old whoever breaks the law and so on loophole. But they're murders, not real sacrifices. To break the law in her city is to surrender your life to her. Arcadia hadn't meant to recite those words, but she'd heard them hundreds of times, usually when someone was about to wear a rope necklace. A bad taste filled her mouth as she tucked the notebook page into a belt pouch. This isn't her city, and she's not here,
Alex said, and then he leaned back.
I'm meeting Cecil to investigate, for all the good it'll do. Dinner tonight, yes?
Tonight, Lexi. Arcadia remembered that she'd made plans with Lilac, too. Would it be better to cancel with Alex, or invite him and Cecil to Lilac's apartment? She needed a moment to decide, but without another word, without thinking, she pulled Alex close and hugged him. Alex chuckled into her shoulder.
What was that for?
Because, Arcadia started, but she didn't know how to finish. Because she needed it. Because they were old friends. Because some violent nerve told her this might be the last time. Chapter 9. Despondent clouds lingered from morning, unwilling to let the narrowest ray of sunshine into Valentine. The gloomy weather made knocking on Old Town doors all the more important. Rain any day now, the radio said. Any minute, really. As if Arcadia's team could meet such a vague deadline. She doubted a week would be enough to clear out Old Town, door by door, with a handful of agents. All for show, Alex had said, suggesting Thale believed in appearances over substance. After the show, then what? While Old Town residents holed up in their flooding homes, was Arcadia's team supposed to reinforce the western barricade, run sandbags, gun down glories in the name of humanity? Doubtful. Doomed. Arcadia let Eileen and the others hit the next house while she waited at the truck, her city map spread across the hood. Logos had been a plan before anyone cut its first marble slab, carefully lain in ordered squares. But Valentine was more a hodgepodge of villages that shared streets and a temple than a proper city. To apply Lugoe's logic here had to be a daunting task for the murderer. Arcadia stared at Lilac's pencil-drawn X and tried to unsee its imposed order. Only the even spacing between the dots kept their pattern from breaking into chaos. The same points could form nearly half of a 9-pointed star. Arcadia looked from Alex's notebook paper to the map and made best guesses at streets and corners. Last night's scenes followed the western edge of the city, again through Bay Ridge and Old Town. Arcadia marked them with a broken half-pencil. If what she suspected was right, the last 2 murder sites needed to appear on the northeastern corner and the eastern edge of Old Town, along the borders to the north and central temple districts. Eileen appeared from the house beyond the truck, holding the arm of a grey-haired woman with a stooped spine. "One step at a time, ma'am," Eileen said. Bryce waited in the doorway behind them. "Don't see what all the fuss is," the woman said. Her left leg was made of wood below the knee. Arcadia folded the map along what would be the star's centre and poked her pencil through paper, making 2 holes. She connected the dots again, ignoring the X, and the 9-pointed star formed beneath her pencil as if the map had come drawn that way. Alex was right. Someone wanted Lugoe, and badly. They might as well have rigged a neon sign to scream, "Come home, goddess!" But blood would do better. The map now showed 2 potential crime scenes and likely more than 1 murder apiece. Or they might be nothing. Investigation and evacuation alike were all for show, for Thale to say he tried. He talked a lot these days. At your best, Mian, you excel, but at your worst, there is no one worse. What if Arcadia could actually get something done?
Overreacting baby snatchers.
The elderly woman neared the truck, her face pinched in a scowl.
I'd get on just as well at home.
We're here to help, Eileen said. She'd almost led the woman to the truck's bed.
Help? The woman chirped. Helped me 2 years ago when them fishy scum took my leg. They don't scare me no more. No, miss. I'll swim in the sea, and I'll do it naked. Give them something to choke on.
The sky rumbled as if roused, and she glanced up.
You can choke too, you worthless storm.
Was Arcadia the reason the evacuation was going so slow? Too much time and effort spent selling the effort rather than making it happen. Maybe Thale was right. Barely a captain, borderline useless. People would die because she was too soft. She had pledged herself to Lugoi's service for induction into the Logos Police at age 17, and then weeks after, with the temple empty except for goddess and priestesses, Arcadia had sworn her soul to Lugoi's will for a miracle of transformation. Both instantaneous and everlasting, painful and painless in a way Arcadia couldn't describe. It had been a strange hum that made her tremble from head to toe until she was changed exactly as she'd asked. A body less like her late father, more like her late mother, inside and out, the way Arcadia had always dreamed. Arcadia, Lugoi had said then, you swore, do not forget. And Arcadia hadn't. Over 2 decades later, half in and half out of the police, she was thankful to the goddess for a miracle of wholeness. Her old shape was a frail memory, but her gratitude held as strong as Lugoi's miracle itself. Even having quit the police 10 years now, there was no forgetting the goddess, her generous power, all the allegiance owed and all it entailed. Maybe Thale had understood that much. Arcadia waved to Eileen.
Do you have this?
Eileen flashed a worried glance between the elderly evacuee and Arcadia. Do I what?
I need to run a quick errand.
Arcadia said.
Can you handle the team until I get back?
Eileen rubbed her shorn hair, a habit she might have picked up from Arcadia, and then stood straight.
Absolutely, Captain. Anything for you. An hour or less, promise.
Arcadia started from the truck.
Hopefully it's nothing.
Take Athos with you, Eileen said. Or Cassis. Arcadia eyed Eileen. She couldn't know what Arcadia meant to do, but why else suggest taking an agent along?
Keep everyone with you,
Arcadia said.
Keep momentum.
Do a better job than your captain has, she wanted to say. Eileen asked no more questions. Yes, Captain. She turned to the others. Next house, come on. You heard this guy. It's getting as impatient as I am. Arcadia stuffed Alex's note into a belt pouch and carried the map open in front of her. The possible northeastern Old Town site touched the North Temple district, built stronger than Old Town, ruined State House aside. This put the scene nearer to the police headquarters, risky both for murderer and Arcadia alike. The eastern site was closer, between a local music lounge and an abandoned diner not far from the Temple Plaza, a likely place for sacrifice. If Arcadia arrived first, and people were still alive, she could warn them, and sure, it might be nothing, but... A raindrop tapped the map where the north road led from the city's edges towards the grave of the Holy Tree, and beyond that, Shadow Mountain and its hills. Another drop struck the Eastern River, Valentine's border with the Tycho's city-state. The rains were here. Soon storms would rage across Aig and bring with them rising rivers and swelling tides. The glories would surge over the western beach, levees and floodplains up to the stone barricade, Old Town's last stand against the sea. It should never have come to this. People needed the gods. Thousands of years of divine protection, and then all of a sudden, nothing. No warning, no explanation, only the trickle of emptying temples as the gods abandoned Aig. The Holy Land seemed no longer holy, and as in the beginning, men were prey. What exactly had Lagoe and the others thought would happen? The glories had been slow coming, maybe uncertain the gods weren't trying to trick them, but after 10 years of incursions along the coasts, they were ready. Small wonder a desperate soul had turned to human sacrifice. Surprising it hadn't happened sooner. It wouldn't work. If Lagoe wanted to come home, she'd do it. Any god who returned to Aig now could have anything they wanted. The only god, goddess, or godex in the Holy Land would be loved from coast to coast. So why leave? Arcadia glanced from her map to the hollow homes to either side of the street. They looked no less weary than if they were full of people. She walked another 20 minutes until she came half a block from a corner house, the intersection of Lella Street and Copper Avenue, where a dot showed on her map. New raindrops streaked its paper. The house was white stone, a wooden door, slender windows, only one floor. There might be someone inside. Alive? Dead? If Arcadia pressed the door open without knowing, a candle might knock over and the scene would echo Shah like yesterday. But she might save someone's life. An hour or less, Arcadia had promised, and she couldn't keep that promise if she spent the day pacing the sidewalk, her mind spinning in circles. The house's wooden door faced the derelict corner, visible from both streets, waiting for her. She only had to knock. But why? This wasn't her business, not her occupation anymore, not even her city. That was the problem. Valentine wasn't Logos. You weren't supposed to murder people in Valentine. Even Thale knew that, and he'd stained his hands with more blood for Lagoe than anyone. The goddess of reason had abandoned her city of Logos, and now her people had abandoned it too. Valentine was home, and why should some pious murderer get to stain it this way? These people mattered. Captaining the flood fighters meant helping Valentine's citizens. Arcadia wouldn't watch this city shrivel into another blood-soaked Logos if she could help it. To interrupt one murder and save one life would be a start. She folded her map, approached the door, and knocked. Chapter 10. To break the law in Logos was to surrender your life to Lagoe. Lilac said, "Every execution was a willing sacrifice. There was an old parapet, remains of a castle from the Holy War, called the Racks, a bloodless death hanged by rope so not a drop of blood would be wasted. All for Lagoe." Lilac doubted Darian Chontos was listening. She'd knocked him down, bound him with rope, and he hadn't moved or spoken since. Barely alive in this narrow living room, most of its furniture gone, the rest toppled, the stone house abandoned. He was making it easy, and she wished she'd started with him when her task began yesterday. Or maybe today felt easy because she'd killed so many people in the last 30-plus hours. Her stained soul might have grown numb. Every person's life is precious. Lilac hunched beside the net and drew her teardrop-bladed dagger. Do you understand? It's why the dawn gods came to us from the heavens. Why they told the gods to look after us when the heavens called them back. Every life, every thought and feeling, every memory and intent. Sacrifice has no power unless something of value is lost, something precious. Darian remained unmoving. His fallen spectacles lay beside his head, one lens cracked. No matter, he wouldn't need them anymore. Was Lilac helping him understand, or taunting him? She couldn't tell, had no precedent. Those executed in Logos came to the temple already dead. Once Lagoe had absorbed their blood, she had made miracles. Human life force let gods do the impossible, healing bodies, changing them, revitalizing land, fighting back the sea. Aig needed such miracles. Now. But cruelty was pointless. Time to finish. You are precious, Lilac went on. Your life means something. Your death will bring a goddess to the Holy Land. In return, when your soul slips into the between, this sacrifice will wipe your soul clean, reincarnate purely, and be better for it. She stabbed through Darian's pinstriped jacket and into his heart. Blood burbled across his shirt and onto the wooden floor, and Lilac got to work. Lagoe had loved the concept of a day. Each was a raindrop in time, but within, everything could change. Lilac had seen it. One day, Lagoe was there, and the world made sense. The next, Lagoe was gone. Yesterday morning, Lilac had never sacrificed anyone. Today, the Holy Land was falling apart. Tomorrow, Lagoe could return. What a change one day would make! If Lilac performed her ritual, if the star across Valentine lay complete, if Lagoe noticed. Lilac was about to soak her fingers in Darian's blood and give this star its final point when a fist knocked at the door. At times, her descendant's gift overwhelmed her. Every object, person, and place held a legion of individual possibilities, their combinations infinite. She could easily become paralyzed with indecision, almost like having no gift from her mother goddess at all. Worse, she could panic. Her fingers stroked the blood, desperate to draw a quick 9-pointed star, but her hands shook and her breath hitched. Another knock. If the police found her, they wouldn't be patient. She'd been sloppy, blood soaking not only her skin but the sleeves of her robe, purchased only 3 weeks ago when she'd thought up this plan. Her skin would drink, but the cloth was stained. Passers-by would notice. At every prior sacrifice, she'd left the scene to linger, the blood waiting to be drunk in by a goddess, and only set the oil and candle to burn upon discovery no sooner. She wouldn't have let them burn at all, but a certain friend had a certain gift from his godly grandfather rendered useless by flames. Had the cleansing fire ruined her ritual? She couldn't be sure, but she couldn't risk Cecil Gillian figuring her out. She was no genius, no priestess, only the scared daughter of a goddess and a mortal woman. "Mother Lagoe, please," Lilac whispered as she dumped oil and threw down a match. "I miss you. Mom's here too, and we need you." Smoke billowed through the room. Lilac launched toward the back window and slipped over the sill, onto an alley's soul-scraping pavement. When she turned to close the window and trap the smoke inside, she noticed a red stain on the outer wall's white stone. A little souvenir from Darian Chontos. Lilac rubbed at it, but the effort only smudged the stain. There wasn't time to clean. She turned down the alley and ran as fast as she could. Chapter 11. Arcadia smelled the smoke before she spotted it, and the scent knocked her off balance. Smoke mixed with flesh. In a funeral pyre, olive branches, sweet oils, honey, and wax hid the scent of a burning corpse. This was raw. Arcadia's gut lurched as she doubled over and let her map drift to the sidewalk. Her crude geometry had checked out, guided by Lilac's even spacing. But kicking down this door to prove it would echo yesterday's uselessness and prove Thale right. This Valentine butcher would get away, and the evac team wasn't here to clean up Arcadia's mess. The memory flashes came so strong sometimes. This past decade seemed an illusion, the world having clearly ended at Shah. Her hand covered her mouth and nose. Focus now. Focus on anything. The murderer wouldn't linger inside a burning house, but they had to have set the fire. Arcadia had disturbed them. They hadn't waited for someone else to knock over a candle like at the other sites, meaning they couldn't have gone far. Smoke climbed from behind the house and sent Arcadia dashing along Lela Street and into a network of alleys. A red smear marred the stone beneath one half-open window. Raindrops streaked across it, but the storm had come too late to wash away the clue. Arcadia followed another alleyway. No more bloodstains. A careful murderer, smart and patient and ruthless, but also imperfect, like all people. The alley opened onto another street, and across the lanes someone in dark robes stepped into yet another alley. Covenant clothing, the kind of get-up Arcadia expected a zealot might wear while making sacrifices to the gods. Arcadia ploughed into the street ahead of a screeching buggy and didn't stop to look if any more cars were coming. There wasn't time, now that her knock at the door had blown the element of surprise. Pursuit had always been a risk. That was why Lilac had an escape plan, with a safe goal at the end, and she was following it. But she had never expected her pursuer to be Arcadia. Captain Arcadia Mearn would be hard to evade. Worse, if she'd already seen Lilac's face, running would be meaningless. She already knew where Lilac lived. The past was a secret, Lilac's godly second mother with it. But home was the present, and Lilac hadn't seen a reason to keep it hidden. The alley ended in a forking road and a trading post of stone walls, covered awnings, and produce-stuffed market stalls. Lilac darted left, rubbed her bloody sleeve on a white corner wall, and then dashed right, around the trading post between it and another building. The ruse might not throw Arcadia off for long, but every moment counted. That would have to be good enough until... Stabbing! Merciless pain! Lilac bit her lip not to scream as she hobbled against a flaking wall. Some careless, littering piece of shit had smashed a beer bottle, and now a green glass shard jutted from Lilac's right sole, jagged and painful. She pinched the pointed end and tugged. Skin stretched, clinging to the glass, a hard curve with mean teeth. Blood spit behind it. Lilac was going to leave a trail, and there was nothing she could do about it. God's help the drunk who shattered that bottle if she ever found them. How to get away? How to stop this? She closed her eyes. Ignoring the world's shapes and colours sometimes made thinking easier, but pain pierced the blackness, and thoughts drowned in glass-dotted blood. Arcadia had to be close. Lilac leaned onto her left foot and stepped gingerly on her right toes. Slow progress was still progress. If only she could have bathed in Darian's blood, she might have eased the tension from waiting for him, recovered her strength from striking him, and forgotten the stress of cutting him open. Being the goddess of reason's daughter, her perfect jewel, could only get Lilac so far. Legoi's daughter, yes, but Simone's daughter too, And Lilac was only a descendant, not a goddess. Mortal was mortal. Enough. Lilac couldn't outrun Arcadia, whose boots would protect her feet from broken glass. No more worming and weaving through alleys. Lilac turned at the next corner and hobbled for the city's centre. The alley was dark and full of trash. If the Valentine butcher meant to ambush Arcadia, there were plenty of places to hide. No one came slashing. Arcadia made one turn, a second, and spotted another red smear on the wall to one side of a trading post. People in slacks and dresses carried their baskets and bags beneath a wooden awning, protected for now from the gentle rain. How long it would stay gentle, no one could say. Arcadia approached the smeared wall. Victims' blood or murderers? No way to tell, but Arcadia doubted anyone else had left so fresh a stain. She stared down the street. A muffled shriek froze her in place. Another woman, Arcadia was certain. It came from behind, back around a corner from the trading post. She followed and found bloody droplets, broken glass, and a trail of red smudges on the pavement. The murderer had been injured for certain. A taste of her own medicine. Arcadia stomped past the broken glass and followed the trail until it swept and curved, as if the murderer had begun hobbling in a circle. Another distraction? This killer in priestess clothing might have cut herself to throw Arcadia off. She'd been heading northward until she realized someone was following, and now she'd started due east. Of course. Where else would a priestess go, murderer or not, but the largest and most famous building in the city? Dead center, from which every neighborhood spread, a place with doorways facing every direction and letting out to all sides of Valentine. If the murderer made it, she could escape to anywhere in the city, and Arcadia would have no idea which way to follow. Unless Arcadia got there first. She quit chasing the red smudge circles and headed east. At the center of the city, core of the central temple district, the grand temple loomed over every rooftop. An open cobblestone plaza stretched around its edges where long marble steps greeted every visitor and climbed up and between gargantuan white columns. A pearly dome capped the temple, sheltering covenant and visiting faithful across the vast marble floor. When Valmidian, goddess of prosperity, still lived in her city of Valentine, residents from the Fishers of Bay Ridge to the pinstripe-suited elite of the State House had knelt at the altars here. 100 loyal clergy once attended Valmidian's edicts, led her people in worship, and cut themselves for their goddess. These days, the temple stood godless and empty. Occasional passers-by might seek shelter from bad weather or offer a pointless prayer, but there were no more miracles here. No one haunted the steps as Arcadia climbed. She paused to catch her breath at the top, where raindrops patterned her uniform, and she hoped the moisture hadn't damaged her revolver or two-way radio. The murderer didn't have to come inside to break for another Valentine neighborhood, but Arcadia thought she would. A pious priestess would crave every scrap of divinity, even in the temple of another goddess. Arcadia had to hope. She ducked beneath a 30-foot marble archway and into the temple. Ancient murals coloured the domed roof's underside with depictions of Valmidian's deeds. In one image, the painting of her plump likeness bargained for peace during the Holy War while her cousins quarrelled, their miracles tearing reality asunder. Behind the gods, the Glories saw their chance to take back Aig from their former prey. In another mural, beautiful Valmidian helped her people hold back the sea when the Glories came again, thinking they had their chance when 6 of the dawn gods had returned to the heavens and the 7th had transformed forever. Always the Glories, eating at the edges of human history since before time. When the rainy season came, the sea followed, year after year, forever. Only the dawn gods and their divine children had kept back the tide. Empty temples left only stone barricades, sandbags, and firearms to resist oceanic terror. How long until human efforts failed? How long before the Holy Land again broke into an archipelago upon the unholy sea? Marble seating filled the temple's ground floor. Flat altars climbed here and there where members of Valmidian's covenant once bled to feed her miracles, and the altars grew more numerous and clustered toward the centre where they encircled her pillared seat. No one but Arcadia stood in the temple. No sounds but the slow patter of rain across the roof. Twin staircases ascended inner walls, leading to a ring of suspended seating above the altars. Arcadia could get a better view from there. She started climbing, step after step. Lagoi's temple was less extravagant, but then Lagoi, the many-headed, was a different kind of goddess. Without her, the agencies of Logos continued to function. She had built them to last. Without Valmidian's presence, Valentine crumbled. Even her temple, Arcadia realized, as a chunk of staircase broke off underfoot and plummeted to the far floor. A misstep would send her falling after it, and not even the Holy Land's best surgeons could save her broken body then. 4 walkways stretched from the upper ring of seating where the faithful could sit if the temple floor crowded over. Arcadia crossed one walkway toward these seats and peered over the walkway's side to watch the ground floor. No sign of life. Perfect. Arcadia couldn't have asked for better. She wiped one arm across her brow and her hands on her uniform's pants. In all the running around, she hadn't noticed she was sweating so hard. Best to take this one moment at a time. She drew her revolver, hefted it, and slid one slick finger over the trigger guard. This was a temple of prosperity, which meant good things for those who came here, and yet being abandoned, those who came here might no longer prosper. Arcadia couldn't guess which way fate might fall. She popped the revolver's cylindrical chamber and gave the bullets a quick glance. She might need them. In fact, she was sure of it. A tremor worked down her hand, and she almost dropped the gun. Its barrel should aim at the sea. It wasn't meant to shoot humans, only glories. And even then Arcadia had never faced one, never shot anyone, not even in Shah. This felt wrong. But what else could she do? This murderer cut people apart, spilled their guts into offering mounds, and burned the corpses. The Valentine butcher might not be inclined to surrender. This was going to get ugly. Arcadia popped the chamber back into the gun. Its click echoed toward the high ceiling. So did the sticky scuffing of a foot on marble, as if someone had stopped quickly out of surprise. Someone whose foot might be damp with blood. Arcadia held still. The murderer had snuck into the temple and crept below, and Arcadia was lucky to have not revealed herself until now. The murderer would have no idea where Arcadia hid, since the echo had carried throughout the temple. She slipped along the benches and glanced down, careful to keep her footsteps gentle. The priestess was a shifting black shadow among stone seats, cautious but limping. She still intended to use the temple to disappear. Arcadia stepped toward a walkway. Marble sank beneath her boot, and she jumped back. The walkway sagged like burlap and collapsed toward floor, altar, and murderer. Broken marble chunks exploded across the temple. Their fragments crushed seats like brittle glass and shook the outer columns, the temple quaking with rage at Arcadia and murderer alike. The largest walkway piece smashed Valmidian's seat, and then the center of the temple floor caved into an enormous round sinkhole. White powder swallowed the temple's insides from floor to roof, masking the world from Arcadia's sight. She waved her free hand, but the swirling debris didn't care. Even the ceiling murals were hidden. Dust clung to Arcadia's clothes and gun as the thunderous crash echoed. No scuffing footsteps or breath. Pieces of the floor flaked into the temple's vacuous underbelly. Water damage must have weakened the catacomb ceilings, their shelves filled with ash-loaded urns of dead clergy. Those remains would now mix with crushed marble. Arcadia followed the remaining upper ring of seats and edged toward an unbroken walkway. The debris cloud was dissipating and yet seemed endless. Was the murderer alive or dead below? Arcadia needed to see. Footsteps and coughing broke the trembling din, but now the echo was on the murderer's side. She must know someone had caused the collapse. She'd be running now. Arcadia peered at the ground floor. Her hands were so slick, she was afraid she'd drop her revolver and have to watch uselessly as the murderer sauntered victorious out of the temple. A black shape clambered through the white dust at the new pit's edge. Crumbling chunks slithered into the hole at each step. Arcadia couldn't force the murderer to stop from up here by word alone. No, she would have to end it now. She aimed her gun. Sweat ran between her eyes. No stalling, no more nervous thoughts or flashes of Shah and its fire and blood, its clacking submachine guns and their miserable disc-shaped ammo drums full of death. Alex had stood there, not in his fedora and trench coat, but in the blue police uniform, his badge gleaming a firelit 9-pointed star. "Men, fire!" Both Thale and Alex had shouted that night. Pull the trigger and spill blood. All for Lagoe. Why couldn't Arcadia do it? Pull, and this would be over, now. She had to do it now. Never mind she'd never done it before this unending moment. But why? Never before, so why now? When she was 17, she'd told no one in advance about her private meeting with Lagoe or the raw miracle of transformation, except Alex. He'd met her outside the temple after, to hold her while she cried and laughed for joy. When she told her old squad later, they'd congratulated her, told her she was closer to the goddess than anyone, that she was loved, and they'd taken her out for drinks and music and more. But no one held her that night when she cried for her future. She loved herself and her changed body, but Lagoe would own Arcadia from that day on, and that unrepayable miracle would dominate her soul in each terrible act to come. Every miracle cost blood, and no god granted them lightly. Divine assistance carried a price. But now Lagoe was gone, and exactly what had Thale done that mattered? What terrible acts did Arcadia owe him that he deserved a seat in her mind? Fire at will. A decade-old order, but he'd practically taunted her into this moment yesterday, called her useless, the evac team soft, said she should move on from Shah. But what did that mean? Re-enlisting with the police? She probably only chased the murderer in the first place thanks to Thale's needling words in the back of her head, an infection that preyed on her nerves and thoughts. Arcadia had been his cudgel in Logos from age 17 until age 30, until Shah. A decade later, 40 years old, was she going to let him take her again? Men, fire! No, she wasn't. This past decade was not an illusion. She was no longer a tool for Lagoe or the badge, and this floodfighter gun had always been for glories, never for humans. Thale could be his own weapon for a change and leave Arcadia be. Men, fire at will! Her thumb ticked up the revolver's hammer, let the bullet sleep in its chamber. Marble cracked beneath her, another weakness found in the temple's structure. She turned to see if the whole seating ring was about to give way. This moment, too, felt unending, Arcadia trapped in mid-turn as she realized details she'd overlooked. Deducing where the murderer would go hadn't mattered even since the beginning of her pursuit. The Valentine butcher had never looked back when entering the temple, surviving the crashed walkway, fleeing, like she knew something her pursuer didn't. Arcadia had tenacity, but determination or not, she was alone. Calling it now a team effort, Alex had said yesterday, as if trying to warn her. Murderers. A figure stood from behind the seats, a man with pale skin, blonde hair, and the greyest eyes. He smiled at Arcadia. And then he shoved her, before she could finish turning to him, before she could find her footing and stop his hands. When he struck her, the revolver flew from her sweaty palms. She never saw where it went. She only saw the man's face shrink as she plummeted to the bottom of Valmidian's temple. Part 2. Before. Chapter 12. They wanted to see the beach. Lilac had thought over every way a beach day might go wrong, but the twins had asked 100 times. For a pair of 3-year-olds to ask for something again and again and stay sweet and polite was nearly a miracle. On some level, taking Sarah and Daphne seaward almost seemed logical. In those days, no one understood the severity of the problem. The gods had left the Holy Land. Even the stragglers had been gone 6 years. Lack of leadership bred chaos across Aig, but the people of Valentine were patient. Some holy purpose beyond mortal comprehension had surely drawn the gods from Aig to other continents, maybe even a heavenly need given by their dawn god progenitors. On the scale of immortality, 6 years was nothing. Best to assume the goddess of prosperity had left to pick up bread and milk, be home before supper, love you all. The Holy Land was falling apart, but on the west coast near Valentine, there was peace. Because of this, no one yet understood the danger. Perhaps even the threat had hesitated, uncertain whether the gods might return by surprise. Lilac took her daughters to the beach. She wanted to go before the sky turned grey for the rainy season that year, while the wind was gentle and smelled more like the sea and less like a storm. There were dangers in the calm season too, but if Lilac wanted to avoid all risks in life, she wouldn't have had children. A bus crossed the floodplains to the coast, where fellow passengers gathered on a nearby hillside for some purpose of their own, away from the water, as if they knew something was amiss. Lilac even thought it at the time, but having a mind open to endless possibilities sometimes muddied her instincts. Sarah and Daphne seemed almost reluctant themselves after having dragged their mother out here, but once they crossed the hill and saw white sand for the first time, Lilac wasn't sure she'd ever get them to leave. No photograph could do it justice. Not even the sepia-coloured picture shows they played at the movie house could truly capture the ebb and flow of the sea on silent, muddy reels. You had to listen to crashing waves in person, feel the damp wind on your face, narrow your eyes to the shining white sand, bright blue sky, and turquoise water stretching far as the eye could see. The twins ran a ways along the shore, the waves splashing at their little legs. "Stay together!" Lilac shouted. Sarah and Daphne were laughing too hard to hear her, and she had to laugh too. They held each other's hands. That would have to be good enough. Sarah paused when she looked back and noticed their footprints were disappearing in the wet sand, and then she and Daphne backtracked, as if retracing their steps enough times would leave a permanent mark on the beach. After a few tries, they gave up and charged onward. Either they grew bored, or they realized even at 3 there was no such thing as permanence. Neither looked much like Lilac. None of her auburn hair or olive skin, not like their dark-haired mortal grandmother Simone, and certainly nothing of their 9-headed grandmother Lagoe. But they wore their father's features better than he did. Their light hair might turn green if they played in the water too long, something Lilac hadn't foreseen. She thought of their pale skin catching a green tint too, and laughed to herself. If only Lagoe could see them, her only grandchildren. The twins had paused to gather seashells when Lilac heard a rhythmic splashing down the beach. Far to her left, black rocks shot up from the sea and lined the shore. To the right, the beach stretched until it hit a faraway rock wall. The sound came from this direction. Something thrashed in the water. Lilac couldn't tell what from this far, under sunshine's glare, but it sounded distressed. She treaded across the damp sand, glanced back at the girls, and then kept moving. The wind carried Sarah's laughter. Lilac had almost reached the presence before she spotted it clearly in the foaming tide. It was a dolphin, a small, dying dolphin, whose tail jittered in the waves, a red gash torn deep in its side. Most marine animals didn't want to strand themselves, but this one had come flopping onto land to escape a predator. Not fast enough. Glorious claws had slashed flesh, exposed organs, and left the imprints of snaking limbs in the dolphin's hide. One bottomless black eye stared into Lilac. "I didn't make it," the darkness told her. A bloody dolphin was one of early mankind's most dire omens. Lilac shrugged it off with the cold denial of any modern woman faced with ancient superstitions. Old tales couldn't touch her. Those were ignorant thoughts from ignorant days, when humans couldn't write their own names before the dawn gods taught them letters. But after denial came fear. Glories were real, their presence possible, and Lilac's mind could turn any possibility over and over until it became unavoidable. She spun from the dying animal. "Sarah! Daphne!" The thing about children is, you only have to take your eyes off them for a moment. Lilac had spent a solid minute with her eyes locked on the dolphin. When she turned back to the beach, her daughters were nowhere to be seen. She glanced back at the dolphin, into its black eye. "What are you waiting for?" it asked. Lilac charged up the beach. Her footsteps made slop noises in the wet sand, and she remembered the girls, their footprints, their insistence on them. Misshapen impressions in the sand swept by, ahead, foot-like shapes, and then full footprints on their way to losing shape. Every crashing wave erased the trail a little more, and then the footprints were gone. "Sarah! Daphne, answer me!" Lilac put her hands to her ears and listened. She heard them. They were laughing up ahead, and she charged again. "Girls, come back here!" Laughing, giggling, and then laughing again. They weren't going to think this was funny when she got them home. She reached the black rocks, each 3 times her height. Too smooth to grasp where they faced the sea, but their beach sides were rippled and climbable. One slip here would break anyone's neck, mother or child. Lilac climbed anyway. "Girls?" She didn't see them, but the laughter went on. "Where, damn it?" She slid along one rock, its rough surface cutting her palms and soles, and then hopped onto the next. No one. Nothing. Below? Lilac glanced between the rocks into a shadowy, frothing darkness. Neither daughter knew how to swim, but they kept laughing, so they couldn't be in danger. They had to be clinging to the rocks. Why weren't they scared? "Stay where you are," Lilac said. "Mama's coming." She meant it. The descent would have been rough, the sea merciless, but she'd have done it to help her babies. She was halfway down the rock when her gift overtook her emotions. The pieces drew together, and she realized what was really happening. Sarah and Daphne could not survive that churning mess, not without broken limbs or busted skulls, and especially when they couldn't even swim. Lilac clambered back to the rock's peak and closed her eyes. The laughter came again, but now she listened better, absorbed each detail in the sound as if laughter were a language. Both girls laughed in unison, the same way they sometimes spoke. A giggle next. Daphne. A bigger, boisterous laugh. Sarah. And then they laughed in unison, exactly as before. The same sounds, repeated beat for beat, no variance in length, volume, rhythm, no saltwater gurgling or choking cries, only the exact same laughter again and again. An imitation, a trick as old as omens, thousands of years since the dawn days, and yet humans still fell for it because they loved each other so much. Between the rocks, unseen glories mimicked the twins' laughter. They had no idea Lilac had their game figured out, and they had no reason to stop. Her face tightened the way it always did when she squeezed out tears. But she didn't sob. She laughed, giddier and louder than the imitations of her daughters. The girls had stayed together, exactly as she'd instructed. She never told them, "Don't let the glories get you." Fool's talk, ancient fears, no longer sensible in a modern world where the gods protected mankind. Except the gods were gone. Humans were still here. The glories were still here. Passengers from the bus trip found her at dusk, atop the rocks, long after the glories had given up. By the time anyone climbed up and helped her down, her laughter had decayed to a dry cackle. She told them about the glories. They had killed a dolphin, taken her daughters, and tried to take her too. News trickled through Valentine, unbelieving at first, yielding in time, a city-wide awakening to a threat the rest of Aig had already accepted. The gods weren't coming back. Valmidian had left her people to drown, same as every god of the Holy Land. Men would be prey again, as they had been in the dawn days, as if the last 5,000 years had never happened. And didn't it feel like they hadn't? As if no time had passed? After all, the gods were gone. Lilac's children were gone. Years passed before she found a reason to laugh again. Her name was Arcadia Mian. Part 3. The Nature of Sacrifice. Chapter 13. Vince Barton waited with an arm on the counter of Honest Hector's pawnshop, merchant in items of the mundane and miraculous. Pawnshop, and sometimes a fence for goods of questionable origin. Vince's blonde hair, pinstriped jacket, and black slacks wore a thin layer of white dust. If anyone asked, a passing car had crashed through a mound of sand and coated him. No one asked. "I don't know, friend," Hector called from the back. "I'll dig through some of the old crates, but I don't know." Always the same song and dance with Hector, predictable as the seasons. If Vince brought something valuable, well, Hector just couldn't be sure it was going to be worth much. They'd haggle, Vince would get cheated somewhat, Hector would pay a little more than what he wanted, and they'd be back at it again next week. If Vince wanted something, Hector couldn't be sure he had one, and he'd search for a while before returning to the front counter like he'd found the blessed skull of an ancient god's mortal lover. Vince wondered if Hector was aware of his own behaviour. A bell rang above the pawnshop door as two men in dark robes stepped inside. Vince had been looking at his pocket watch, but he eyed the newcomers long enough to be sure they weren't here to stick up Hector. No, only a pair of priests in their dirty robes. More accurately, ex-priests. But really they never stopped being what they were, even when they found new jobs, which these two hadn't. They came in with the same garbage their kind always brought to pawn. Tree bark they'd promised had survived the burning of the holy psychopomp tree, a radio they'd allegedly stolen from Tychron's temple, a marble chunk they'd swear came from the lost city of Eidos. Usually their holy robes and pages from the verses of Aig torn out verse by verse. Anything they could sell to Hector, no matter its presumed holiness. Vince was sometimes baffled that he alone had the world figured out. Couldn't people see? Everyone was something of a scoundrel, even those sworn to the gods. And here came the biggest scoundrel of all, Hector, a big, rough and tumble-bearded fellow. He held a jeweler's eye in one hand and Vince's tiny, gold-coloured prize in the other. Over his shoulder lay a black garment wrapped in wax paper. He set the prize on the counter. "Worthless, Vince. I'm sorry." Vince pocketed his watch with a smile. A decade from now, Hector would pull this same nonsense. "Really, Hector? I'm sure it's not entirely without worth. Let's put it at 500, yeah? Minus whatever I owe you for the priestess robe." But Hector's face was grim. "I'm not trying to dicker with you. Not on this. Sincerely, bottom of my heart, I'm sorry, and I hope you get even with whatever crook gave you this like it was worth a damn, because it's not." Vince laid both hands on the counter to either side of his prize. "It's from a secret room under Valmidian's temple. Do you know what I did to get this thing? Some priestly heirloom, maybe? It's a rare jewel." Hector handed the jeweler's eye to Vince. "Take a closer look." Vince held the glass-lensed cylinder to his face. His eyes weren't the best, he had to admit, but he was surprised he'd overlooked the stone's texture. "It's a coral stone," Hector said. "Unusual color, and perhaps it was grown to curve or cut this way by hand, but there's nothing valuable about a hunk of coral. Grew around something, maybe a pebble, then hardened. It's jagged all over, like you'd see on a reef, and note the tiny holes? Places for sea life to live and feed." Vince saw them. He set the jeweler's eye on the counter. "Look," Hector said, "I was going to give you a fuss about the priestess robe, since it's my last one and dearly precious." "My ass," Vince said. "How many clergy have sold you the robes off their backs for grocery money?" 20 for it." Hector shrugged, and the paper crinkled on his shoulder. "On account of us being friends." 15, Vince said. "For good friends." Hector passed the wax paper bundle across the counter. "I'm not a cheat, Barton. You know that." Vince knew a few things about Hector, but didn't share them. He stuffed the coral stone beside his pocket watch. Worthless. He supposed if he'd stroked his fingertip across the surface, he might have felt his prize's rough, porous surface and saved himself the embarrassment. On the street, he checked the time again. He was supposed to be home already, awaiting Lilac's phone call. She would call more than once, but she'd be angry by the time he picked up. He fortunately lived only a couple blocks from the pawnshop, a more regular stop for him than the farmer's market. Sometimes he reflected how far he could have gone in more respectable professions, law, politics, business, perhaps medicine, had he ever been inclined. Better to know himself and make his surroundings comfortable. Having a place of power was not a privilege exclusive to the gods. No one else seemed to get that. Maybe honest Hector, but few others, even associates Vince respected, always grasping and clawing for something bigger, something better. They had needed little persuasion to draw them to the houses where Lilac waited, expecting to find a friend, but finding her instead. None spoke to each other. None would know Vince had spent these past 2 days waiting in the temple for Lilac. He wondered if there was some grand lesson his soul might learn from these events, but he thought not. People were a mess. No one else seemed to have figured that out. Vince tossed the wax paper bundle over his shoulder and hurried down the street. Home was a flat-roofed box of white stone, no different from most South Temple District houses. Best to blend in. His phone was silent as he unlocked the door and stepped inside. Still time. He laid the robe on a wooden chair and placed the worthless coral stone on top. Lilac could have it as a memento, or an apology, whichever she liked. He walked into his cluttered junk pile of a home, as stuffed with crates and barrels as the storage houses where he'd sent his colleagues, with only the central floor sitting clear. No one else should have been here, but there was a muffled crying from one corner next to the front door. A huddled-up woman sat in a covenant robe, coated in white dust, its bottom hem torn. Vince's nerves settled. "Lilac." She said nothing. The front door had been locked, but from the way she crept in and out of houses with calculated finesse, he should have expected her to know her way around a window. "I'm fine, thanks. How are you?" Vince asked, heading for his rusty-edged stovetop. Lilac would want tea, and he could use some himself. "That could have gone better, I agree. You almost didn't need to say it. Could have gone worse, too. You'd like honey with tea, yes?" Lilac didn't answer, but she'd stopped crying. If he could get her to laugh, everything would be fine. He pulled the clay honey pot from a cabinet stuffed with old cans and bottles. "You're angry with me. Stop denying it. I feel it burning my back." He filled a silvery kettle with water from the faucet and struck a match to light the stovetop. "Tea will be in a few minutes. If I'd known you still wanted to meet up, we might have gone to your place, seen your mother. How's Simone doing these days? Does she know you're summoning up her ex?" "Ah, I see. A surprise. Love these chats. How verbose you can be when you really get going." Vince studied Lilac's robe, a disaster wrapped around a beautiful, intelligent woman. She got the beauty for free from Simone. Both her intelligence and misfortune stemmed from Lagoi. "Bought you a new robe?" Vince approached the chair by the door and patted the wax paper package. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed the coral stone. "Pretty, yes? Called a coral stone, a temple relic or the like. Could be useful to you. Found it in that pit when I checked on your lady." He felt Lilac's eyes on him and stopped. Couldn't say why. It wasn't as if mentioning Lilac's new lover's death would bring that truth to fruition. It did that on its own by being the truth. They both knew what had happened. Lilac had to be turning the scene in her head over and over, a coin she kept hoping would spawn a third side. "You're thinking of killing me?" Vince laid the coral stone beside Lilac. A strip of black fabric wrapped her right foot. "But you won't. Know why? Because killing me would be unreasonable." He watched her face remain still, but that in itself was a reaction. He had her ear, if not her eye or heart. Lilac had just started killing people as of yesterday morning, beginning with Flip and Marco. Vince could reach for the woman she'd been before he came back to Valentine, before she'd concocted this whole Agoey summoning scheme, and pull her through to the now.
"We've been dancing mad these past few days," Vince said. "A wilder week than when we met years back. But we had fun then, right? And I've been a big help in this whole summoning, haven't I? And not to put too fine a point on a rough day, but I just saved your life."
Lilac shuddered, and pale flakes rained from her robe.
"She was going to kill you, Lilac. She didn't know it was you, and we don't know if finding out would have lowered her revolver. I get you two were close, in ways you and I never got the chance to be. But she used to be police. What did you expect? Best we move right on."
Vince checked the stove. The kettle water hissed, but did not yet boil, and then turned to Lilac again.
"I couldn't let her kill you," he went on. "And what? Find me? Supposing I could explain I was sleeping off a night on the town. Even then, I couldn't explain all my colleagues' addresses and meet-up plans in my pockets."
He reached into his jacket and tore out a crumpled chunk of notebook pages.
"I let you kill these people. Some thought we were friends. You want to talk sacrifice? What about that?"
He tossed the chunk on the floor, the pages scattered. Lilac said nothing.
"Are you still holding the twins against me?"
Still nothing.
"Answer, for God's sakes!" Vince snapped. "How many times I got to repeat myself before it's good enough? I didn't know. You think I would have run off if I'd known you were pregnant? I didn't even hear about them until I came back. You think I would have missed them? That it might have changed anything? That I'd miss their funeral? How could I attend a funeral for people I didn't even know existed? Answer me that!"
Nothing. Lilac was a statue.
"Exactly," Vince said, catching his breath. "You know I didn't do it to you on purpose."
The tea kettle whistled and then screamed. Vince turned to the stove to silence it.
"You know it, Lilac. It wasn't my fucking fault."
He realized as he turned the gas off that the kettle's scream had muffled other sounds. The tap as Lilac's foot kicked the coral stone, the odd pad of her limping footsteps as she crossed the stone floor. He heard the coral stone smack the front door, but by then it was too late. The dagger plunged into his back and, after he spun around, into his chest. She was sloppy about it, her clasped hands half on the hilt, half on the blade, cutting her fingers as easily as she cut through Vince's torso, their blood mixing in his jacket. Narrow grey stripes turned crimson. He gritted his teeth, refusing to scream. That was a tea kettle thing to do, and he had his pride. He wouldn't hurt Lilac either, not physically. If she wanted to end him so he couldn't react, that would have been easy. He wouldn't abuse these final moments by being rude about his own murder. She had calculated that, he was sure. She calculated everything. Maybe she had the world figured out too, in her own way. Vince smiled as everything went dark. Chapter 14. Lilac didn't kill Vince for revenge, and she didn't kill him out of anger, though she was angry. Revenge and anger wouldn't have sent her catching his body and lowering him to the floor, wouldn't have let her cradle him and say, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault. It was mine." And she didn't kill him out of some delusion his death would bring Arcadia back. She killed him because he'd made a habit of raining chaos on her life. Had she no one left to lose, maybe she could have let him live, even after what he did to Arcadia. but Lilac had plenty to lose. She could only mourn a moment before she set to work again. No reason to waste what Vince had given. To break the law in her city is to surrender your life to her, Lilac said. She dragged Vince's body to the center of his cluttered den. Vince had believed there would be a world past all this, where the gods would return to their temples and rejuvenate Aig. Maybe that was why he'd helped in Lilac's plan. In death, he could help a little more. May you find peace in your next life. Lilac tugged off Vince's jacket and cut her dagger across his arms, thighs, and gut. Blood spilled across the stone floor as his innards slopped into an offering mound. She avoided his face. Whatever they had been together that week, years ago, and the different thing they had been this past week, he held a place in her heart. She meant to honor it. She tore off her robe, ran her hand over the reddened floor, and drew a crude, 9-pointed star on the nearest wall. Vince's blood dressed her naked skin in another star. Exhaustion eased from her muscles as her body drank him in. If only blood could ease heartache. Lilac threw her arms over her head, crossed her wrists, steepled her fingers, crossed her legs at the ankles, and tried to stand on her toes to venerate Lagoi. Her right foot stung through its cloth wrapping and dragged her down on her heels. It would take longer to heal than she could spare right now. She ripped the cloth away and tried crossing her legs before raising her hands. The sting hit worse this time and dropped her to the floor. She didn't have time for this. Vince's blood would lose potency, and already her skin had slurped it thin, joining his life force with hers. She found herself kneeling to Lagoi's star, far more submissive than she'd ever been as a descendant, as a daughter. But maybe right now Mother needed a display of humility and smallness. I call to Lagoi the many-headed, goddess of reason. Lilac raised her hands. Enjoy the bounty we would feed you. Accept this offering, be replenished, and return to us. To me, we need the gods as a daughter needs. Like I need you, Mother. Lilac's skin showed clean, the blood absorbed. Her prayer had been too wordy. She didn't belong on her knees. A god's child shouldn't be made to pray like this. Never equals to gods, but never their submissive faithful either. Desperation had dragged Lilac down. No one should ever have been pushed to this point, but the gods were gone, and Vince was dead, and Arcadia was dead, and Lilac was at the end of her rope. She turned from Lagoi's star to Vince's growing pool of blood, where it flowed past his pocket watch, lost from his jacket, and against the gold-coloured coral stone. Lilac grabbed it and thrust it overhead between lacerated fingers. Mother, I offer this relic of Valmidian. Take everything she left behind, and Tychron, Carambal, Carameldra, all of them. The other gods are gone, but their cities, temples, people, they're yours. Lilac's fingers stung where they'd slipped across her own tear-shaped blade. Her foot ached. She tightened her grip on the coral stone. Silence isn't enough, Mother. I was a good daughter, your only child. I have killed so many people. I killed the father of my children for you. You never met your granddaughters, and they're dead too, and that's my fault. Arcadia's gone. Do you want Mom too? You didn't want her before, so I don't know. The Goey star dripped down the wall. Lilac laid a hand on the red smear, stood up, and pressed her forehead against the blood. She felt nothing but cold stone.
What more can I offer you? I've stained my soul to bring you home, but you're not here. I don't know what's left to do. What else will it take for you to come back to me?
Lilac sank again to her knees. A great expanse of nothingness awaited her, a lull of anticipation, and then the dark seas rising and filling her nose, mouth, throat, lungs. She would be dead long before the glories began to eat her, and Lagoe wouldn't care.
Mother, please.
Lilac clenched her teeth as tears rolled down her cheeks.
Please.
Your despair is oppressive.
Lilac shot back from the wall and hit the floor. A powerful feminine whisper slid through her bones.
Do not drop the coral stone, or you will lose my voice.
Lilac sat up and stared hard at the coral stone. She'd seen it for a sedentary lump the moment Vince placed it beside her, but now it thrummed in time to her heartbeat. A pulse shot down her fingers and through her arm, harder where she pressed her fingertips into the coral stone's pores, lighter when she relaxed her grip. She swallowed before she spoke.
Too much to hope, but she had to know. Mother?
The coral stone's warmth breathed across Lilac's skin.
Yes, my perfect jewel.
Only Lagoe had ever called Lilac that. Her breath rushed out.
Mother, where are you? Are you talking through this thing? Is it your conduit?
Vince found it in Valmidian's temple, but crimson light gleamed behind dark yellow pores.
It is my prison.
Lilac had never considered the gods' absence might have come against their will. They were immortal, invincible. A cold wave of shame washed through Lilac. This past decade, she'd blamed Lagoe, despaired for her, never hated her, but love had become hard. But now it seemed the gods could be trapped.
Are there others imprisoned? Lilac asked. Other gods?
It may be so. The coral stone trembled. I do not know from inside.
Who did this to you?
I do not know this either. I do not know the state of the world outside. Lilac gave a pained laugh.
The world's a mess. People are dying. The rain's coming. The glories.
She clutched the coral stone to her heart, pulse against pulse. There was too much to tell. I must mend this, Lagoe said. I must mend you.
How?
What happened to Aig seemed beyond repair. When I am free, I will draw down the heavens. The coral stone throbbed so hard it hurt Lilac's sternum. When you free me, we will mend the Holy Land, and then the world. It will be done the way you have reached out to me. I must feed to be free. Feed. Lagoe would need more blood. Lilac had no idea where she'd find it, but that didn't matter right now. She'd learned more these past few minutes than in the past 10 years. If I grow silent, seep mortal blood into the stone, Lagoe said. I am weak, but a small offering will work wonders. Make me strong, and then would come the mending.
Yes, Mother.
Saying it after all this time almost made Lilac cry. The coral stone quaked. Until then, you must remain strong despite your suffering. Cry if you must, but do not lose yourself with tears. I cannot save mankind if you are broken. Yes, Mother. This time, saying it warmed Lilac's chest. She'd found her Holy Mother again, and all would be well. Bring my prison to a safe place, rest, and then the work must begin. The pulse ceased. 10 years. No communication, no sacrifice, no blood. Lagoi had to be exhausted. What monster had done this to her? What if the other gods hadn't left the Holy Land but lay trapped beneath each other's temples? Lilac sat stunned, her hands shaking so hard she could believe the heartbeat had returned to the coral stone. Today had been an atrocity, but there was hope. Nothing she'd done had been in vain. She blinked until her eyes cleared, and then grabbed her dagger off the floor beside Vince. Someone else would have to arrange his funeral pyre. She had bigger problems. She took out her money from the ravaged Covenant robe and pulled the other robe from its wax paper. Calling it new was a lie, and used would be a kindness. It smelled musty and had been patched in several places, but it was free of blood, dust, and the memories of what Lilac had done. Stepping outside Vince Barton's gloomy house onto a busy street of pedestrians and cars, she didn't see a world of circumstances and the chains of reaction that bound them. She saw a world on which no plan could be drawn, a space of shapeless potential and possibility. "I wish Arcadia could see this," Lilac whispered. But Arcadia might have always seen the world this way. Maybe that's why she'd wanted to help people, no matter how impossible. Home or the hotel? The hotel made most sense. It was Lilac's cover for everything she did on the street, and she had a shift starting in an hour. But home was a safer place to stash Lagoi's prison. She clutched the coral stone in her robe's pocket and hurried on. Chapter 15. Lilac and Simone rented a second-floor apartment in the South Temple district, not far from Old Town. The best they could do, and enough. A thin rug lay in the centre of the living room, where two soft chairs sat to either side of a wooden end table for the radio. The kitchen was clean. A bedroom hung off to the side, but Lilac rarely slept there anymore, not since she'd gotten rid of the twins' crib. Some nights she curled up on the floor or stretched across one of the chairs. Other nights she rested in a hotel room. The past few months she'd spent some nights with Arcadia. Lilac kept a few of Sarah's drawings on one corner wall behind the twins' wooden toy chest, which she now used as a makeshift clothing drawer. On another wall hung a movie poster for Nights That Never Happened, Simone's favourite. Simone Antonis sat by the window in a wicker chair with the small radio planted on the windowsill. Gail Reamy was singing Miss You, Miss Sunshine from the radio, a song of peppy melody and upbeat brass that every station would overplay half to death before the rainy season ended, just like every year. Love you lately, love you brightly, I'll make your days all mine. Miss you today, miss you always, miss you, Miss Sunshine. Simone switched the music off when Lilac shut the front door, and the apartment filled with the tapping of rain against the window. "Mom," Lilac said, "how about a hello?" Simone's eyes stayed fixed on the radio. "Hello? But you've been here all day." Lilac grabbed clean bits and pieces of her maid uniform from the closet and toy chest. Once dressed, she tucked Lagoi's coral stone deep in the toy chest, hiding one mother before turning to the other. "What did the two of us do all day?" Lilac asked. "You slept late," Simone said. "We listened to the radio. Carter Rogo sang Misty Blue. They played that 3 times. The news was all about the weather forecast and some trouble in Old Town yesterday." Her gaze flashed to Lilac and then away. The radio show was some lurid romance. I forget the name. I left a couple of times to help Eva hang her laundry, but I was only gone 10 minutes. You and I bickered about whether that lecher you're friends with has an eye for you. Cecil? I think he's seeing a lounge singer, or was. Lilac couldn't imagine having that argument. Sounds uneventful. It has to be sometimes. Lilac approached the table and turned the radio on again. Static clouded a low saxophone. And then I got ready for work. Simone grasped Lilac's hands and studied her fingers. You must have been sloppy cutting an orange for me. Lilac drew her hands back. And then what do I say if someone notices the other hand? That I passed the knife right to left and cut those fingers too? It's ludicrous. It's kinder than what you've really been doing, Simone said, raising an eyebrow. Very sloppy. Your mother taught you better. That was funny, their past considered, but Lilac didn't laugh. Mom, Her jaw worked without sound. How to tell any of today? How much to tell? Over 50 years ago, Lagoe had poured a goddess's power into Simone, and then that mortal woman gave birth to a goddess's mortal daughter. Lilac had aged slower than most daughters, and while Lagoe took an interest in her, the goddess of reason had no more use for Simone. One mother kept Lilac and banished the other. Simone left their lives for a time, but she went carrying baggage. Mom, Simone echoed. What? Nothing, Lilac said. She avoided glancing at the toy chest. Her mothers were sharing a dwelling for the first time in decades, but telling Simone would have to wait until Lilac climbed out of her grief. Arcadia was dead. Vince was dead. Lilac could mediate a reunion between Lagoe and Simone someday, but not right now. I'm going to work, Lilac said. As if Radiance Hotel could keep her from sinking. She would have called out sick, but to deviate from schedule might look suspicious should anyone suspect her of the murders. Work carried its own weight. Between turning over rooms, Lilac spent much of her shift cleaning up after a lounge party for the people in suits and dresses with oversized hats and feathers in their hair. They had left, finished drinking wine, lighting mint smokes, dancing until they dropped. Maybe they were finished pretending the world could never end. Lilac passed Arcadia's room again and again. How long until she broke down knowing this was entirely, inescapably her fault? She did her crying in a hotel restroom, under her breath. The sky hung dark when she stepped out of a cab hours later, home again. She tried to look on the bright side. Lagoe was here. She rarely spoke comforting words, but her presence would be enough. She was hope incarnate. Lilac discovered more presences when she climbed her apartment building's outdoor steps to the second-floor landing. Simone chatted through the door, and voices answered. Had the Logos police found Lilac out? They would have certainly found Arcadia's body by now. No point in stalling. Lilac opened the apartment door, where scents of onions and spices clouded her face. The oven hissed, and food sizzled on the stovetop. Simone at work in the kitchen. Cecil Gillian appeared at Lilac's side, his smile as big as always. "Lilac, love!" He pulled her into a quick hug. She hugged him back. They used to be on no-touching terms when they first became friends, in case his telltale skin might notice he was getting nothing from her, until she learned of his gift's unreliability. Easy to chalk up never sensing anything from her to his own godly failures, which hit especially when he'd been drinking, and he was often drinking. "What are you doing here?" Lilac asked. This didn't make sense. Cecil stopped by now and then, but Simone had never cooked for him.
"I didn't realize you knew each other,"
a gruff voice said. Lilac let Cecil go and looked to the window where Simone had sat earlier. A 40-something man Lilac didn't know stood in a black trench coat. A fedora lay on the window's table beside Simone's radio. The man's hair was shorn short like Arcadia's.
"That's Alexander Stathis, my partner at Ace Investigations,"
Cecil said, thrusting his hands toward Alex. He seemed a live wire tonight.
"I've never introduced him because I wanted you to like me, but I didn't even know here's where we were coming, and we were both already invited."
Lilac glanced to Simone, face full of questions. Simone waved a carving knife. "Kick off your work clothes and come help me," she said. "Cecil's trying, but he's useless in the kitchen except for finding alcohol, and your guests shouldn't have to help their host." Why were they Lilac's guests? What had she done? More importantly, what did they know she'd done? She studied Cecil, cheery and oblivious, and then Alex, who seemed to struggle with relaxing, but he might have been trying. This was wrong. The only person she'd asked over tonight was... "I invited them," a familiar voice said. "Hope that's not crossing a line." She sat in one of the living room chairs, too tall and carved to look comfortable, but she had been through worse today. That fragile smile. Lilac had thought she'd never see it again.
Arcadia.
Chapter 16. This face was a trap set for Lilac by Logos Police or Cecil's stoic detective friend. The authorities somehow knew every wrong she had ever done, and they had fashioned some Arcadia look-alike to... What? Lilac couldn't find the pattern here. None of this checked out. Not Arcadia's face, her dark jacket and cap, all of it impossible after what Lilac had done. Arcadia's chipper demeanor faded in Lilac's shadow.
"You're upset.
I was supposed to come alone, but I brought surprise guests. That was rude of me. A mistake." "No!" Lilac cried. No, you're good, doll." The trap was working. She'd already been lured into treating this Arcadia like the real woman, excited for her, calling her by a favoured pet name. She even acted like a true Arcadia, a strange construct of gentle strength and firm presence. Lilac had invited Arcadia over, wanted to introduce lover to mother, and here reality acted as if that intent superseded the universal truth that Arcadia was dead. Was Vince a liar? What had this maybe Arcadia said? Had Simone kept her story straight? Or was Arcadia really here and impossibly alive? Floorboards creaked as Alex left the window.
"You're Lilac, right? Nice meeting you. How do you know Cecil?"
Lilac tried to pretend at normal, at least. "Counseling. Not for me, but co-workers, neighbors, before he was a detective. We got to chatting and made friends when he was at the hotel fishing for new clients. Not that I ever became one." Maybe she should have. She sounded stilted, her brain like a car driven over too many potholes, now falling apart inside.
"I was good at it too,"
Cecil said.
"Knew their troubles before they did. But investigation makes a better fit for my gift, and I couldn't properly annoy Alex otherwise."
"And we had common acquaintances. Some of his exes?" Lilac shrugged into a head tilt. "You know how he is." Alex nodded. He did. Better. More like herself. But Lilac struggled with the jubilant atmosphere as balanced between helping Simone in the kitchen and conversing in the living room. Every smile and laugh came forced, except when Lilac looked at Arcadia. No one seemed to know anything had gone wrong today. What about Arcadia? Had she seen Lilac's face at the temple? What did anyone know? Lilac had figured Cecil might stumble into this eventually as an outside consultant, having blabbed his godly heritage to half a Valentine. Reason enough set the sacrifices to burn, only for Arcadia to show up at the end. Action and consequence dizzied in thought. Lilac focused hard on her surroundings. Simone had gathered everyone around the small table between living room seats, too small for 5 adults. Lilac sat on the edge of Arcadia's seat, Cecil on the floor, and Alex stood at the wall, everyone with a plate of garlic-topped greens and seasoned roast chicken. "Do I have everyone's situation straight?" Simone asked. "Arcadia, you fight floods, and Alexander, you investigate things?"
"People, mostly,"
Alex said. He bit a forkful and hummed approval. Simone aimed her fork around the room. "And we're all from Logos."
"West Amberton," Cecil said with his mouth full. "Never got down to Logos."
"But the rest?" Others nodded, Lilac with them, and then wondered if that was right. Motherhood didn't necessarily mean they'd both lived in Logos. Had Lilac now given something away? She should have calculated first, but even the inclination to sort out life's patterns seemed alien tonight. "Both ex-police?" Simone asked, nodding to Arcadia and then Alex.
"Arcadia and I go way back."
Alex patted at his coat.
"As far back as the barracks. I take it she never mentioned me."
Arcadia shifted beside Lilac. Her discomfort seemed genuine. She and Lilac had chosen to only share yesteryear's untarnished memories, like Lilac's living with Simone, or Arcadia's second visit to Logoi for her miracle. No talk of police, or trauma, or twins. With the way the world was, Lilac couldn't blame either of them for immediate indulgence. No past, no future. A self-fulfilling anxiety, she reflected. They might have seen each other in the Logos temple. Arcadia wouldn't have known. Clever Logoi had hidden her mortal daughter from attention in plain sight among the priestesses. When she was small, Lilac had played at the goddess's feet. Grown, she performed rituals with Logoi's covenant. Only a handful of elders knew Logoi had a mortal daughter. Arcadia and Alex would have looked like any other graduating cadets at some forgotten ceremony, and Arcadia would have looked like a different person before her miracle of transformation. Strangers until they'd abandoned home. Unrecognizable teenagers.
"And you?"
Alex asked. "And me?" Lilac swallowed hard on a strip of garlic-soaked asparagus. Alex aimed his fork.
"Where'd you meet Arcadia?"
Simone leaned from her chair. "Oh, I want to hear this too." "The hotel where she works," Arcadia said. Was there distress in her voice, or was Lilac paranoid? "Working turnover, you get to chatting with guests," Lilac said. Arcadia didn't chat, but she wouldn't leave her room sometimes when I came to clean, stuck reading a book or... She almost mentioned when Arcadia would get lost in herself, but she swallowed that. "She's funny. I'd need to dust her chair, and she'd get up and stand by the window, but then I'd need to clean the window, or she'd sit on the bed when I had to change the sheets. Always chasing her around."
"Couldn't you have cleaned everything else and saved wherever she was for last?"
Alex asked. "That wouldn't have been the most efficient turnover." Lilac laughed, almost coughing. "There's a pattern. and there were reasons to get close to her. Alex was blank-faced, maybe a shut door to romance and attraction. Alex knew people like that, but he would have laughed too had he seen ridiculous Arcadia shuffling out of the way, only to somehow get in the way even more, almost on purpose. I came to like chasing her around her room. Lilac went on. Anyone else would leave, but she'd take up a new spot and go on reading. It's not a very interesting story, I know. After a couple of weeks, I noticed I'd been coming to her room with the giggles. I couldn't remember feeling so silly in years. One day, I went in to start the turnover chase again, and she asked if I'd like to chase her to dinner and a show. I had to run it through my head a little. There were workplace considerations versus her being a cute and strapping flood fighter, and the long and short of it is, I said yes. Alex didn't need to know the selfishness of that moment, how Lilac had felt she deserved a nice night for a change. Maybe she didn't, especially now. But she'd lived too long without laughter. Her heart and soul had needed that silliness and light, as if Arcadia had swept Lilac into both arms and showed her she could fly.
"Funny you tell it that way,"
Alex said. He'd cleaned his plate while listening.
"That doesn't sound like Arcadia."
He was prodding. Why? What sounds off? Lilac asked. Her boldness?
Her waiting. Must have been a good book.
Alex glanced to Arcadia for a reaction. Arcadia had cleaned her plate too, and she stretched up from her seat to take both their dishes to the kitchen. Simone followed, saying something about a lemon pudding she'd stirred together quick and needed help with, and Cecil took her seat to finish eating. The room began to spin. Why couldn't Lilac ease up and enjoy this? Why did everyone flash swords in their eyes and daggers on their tongues? How could Arcadia be alive right now?
"Arcadia's tough as they come,"
Alex said softly, as if answering unspoken questions. Lilac wanted to see through him the way Cecil saw through most people. He'd never suspected she was a fellow descendant when he felt nothing from her, but she never asked how life felt when having his on-and-off gift, only absorbed in what he boasted or complained about freely. The gift's frailty to drink and fire, his openness with others. How did he see his fellow detective? Or Arcadia? Could he tell what stirred inside her tonight?
"If she never told you about me, she wouldn't have told you what happened our first week in the barracks."
Alex kept his voice low, like he didn't want Arcadia to overhear.
"I'll never forget that bare-handed Arcadia can be a beast when she means it."
The room found its gravity, and Lilac clawed into it. A beast? Alex leaned deeper over the table.
"Wasn't long after we met. She'd been conscripted like any orphan after her parents' accident, and mine thought I needed straightening up. Imagine the barracks, 30-odd teenagers crammed into 2 rows of bunk beds. Someone pissed Arcadia off enough for her to risk reprimand and step out the door that evening past curfew. Kids can be shits, Cecil said. Honest, I don't remember how the incident started. Alex went on, and it didn't matter to anyone else until Arcadia came back in the middle of the night. I'd kept myself up crying, so I might have been the only one to realize anything was happening. The door opened, I assumed because Arcadia was coming back. She was. But then something clicked against the door as it shut. Some kid cried out, hit the ground. Another kid screamed, and everyone was awake then. Bed after bed, a figure flew, hitting every other kid, everyone trying to figure out what was happening, everyone fighting back. Lilac shut her eyes and found a storm of battling teenagers in the darkness. I thought to hit the lights.
Alex pounded the table, clanking the utensils.
Didn't work. Arcadia had thought of it first. This other girl, Sybil Loris, she tried the door, but it wouldn't open. Imagine, everyone stuck in the dark, clueless, but someone's beating the stones out of them all. A few of us gave up quick and crawled under the beds to cry it out.
Never the fighter, Cecil chuckled. Alex let out a big laugh.
We were practically children, but bless them, the others tried, and the racket dragged our sergeant to come checking. Didn't find out until after, but Arcadia had set a steel panel from the dockyard to fall against the door and jam it after she came in. Only someone outside could open up. She'd also pulled the plug on the lights. Our sergeant found kids strangling each other, beating each other, hiding under beds. But there was Arcadia, standing over everybody, bruised and bloody, but victorious. In the dark, none of us knew who was a friend, but for Arcadia, everyone was the enemy. Whatever started it, no one messed with her ever again.
Alex finished as Arcadia returned, small bowls balanced in her hands. Nothing in this gentle giant screamed vengeful teenager, but her barracks days were over 25 years ago. Arcadia looked embarrassed now. "I would have liked if you hadn't told that story," she said, passing a palm-sized bowl of banana-coloured pudding into Alex's hands.
"Sounds like you'll have to hurt him, love,"
Cecil said, taking his.
"Go on, he's been cruising for it."
Lilac accepted her bowl and felt Arcadia settle into the chair, solid and genuine. How had she survived the fall in Valmidian's temple? Vince wouldn't have lied that he'd killed her. It would have been more like him to do the opposite. "Were you afraid of her too?" Simone asked. She must have been listening from the kitchen. She carried small clear glasses in her hands, some full of juice, others a thick violet wine, and passed them around accordingly.
"Certainly,"
Alex said.
"That's why I made friends with her."
Simone ushered Cecil out of her seat and leaned toward Arcadia. "How long have you been fighting floods?" 9 or 10 years, Arcadia said, "only made captain when we came to Valentine." She seemed pretty good at forcing out more than 2-word answers when she wanted. Every night in the hotel had seemed so quiet. Were Arcadia to take Lilac back there tonight, they would slip into quiet again, and only the rain would speak for her. That didn't mean her mind was idle. Making chit-chat might be another side to her. Good. Lilac wanted to know Arcadia's every facet now that they had a second chance. Lagoe was here. None of them knew it yet, but Aig would carry on. Glories be damned. There would be time for such second chances. Lagoe. Lilac glanced from the table to the toy chest across the living room. The gods couldn't bring back the dead. It went against the laws of nature. Legend said some had tried anyway, during the Holy War when gods fought gods. Supposedly, that was how cities like Eidos vanished into history, and then myth, some enigmatic destruction helping eternal gods keep their secrets beyond human lifespans. But even if gods wouldn't resurrect mortals to those lives, what if Arcadia had survived her fall? Vince had found the coral stone beneath the temple after shoving her down. He might have gone to check if she was alive when he found the coral stone, but it had nestled beside Arcadia first. Bleeding, dying Arcadia. Lagoe was a prisoner, but not a powerless one. Blood fueled miracles, and the gods were no strangers to healing. While Vince had given Arcadia up for dead, Lagoe could have mended Arcadia's wounds right there. Lilac owed Mother thanks times 1,000. She thrust up from the arm of Arcadia's seat. "Excuse me," She wanted to run for the toy chest, yank out the coral stone, kiss her godly mother, show everyone the new miracle. Even Simone couldn't hold her grudge against Lagoe if she'd saved Arcadia's life. Lilac instead drifted to the window and stared out at the stormy darkness. Here came the new age of miracles. People would believe the gods could come back. The dawn days were done. The glories were old troubles, best forgotten. They might start to think even the dawn gods would return from the heavens. Anything was possible now.
"Nice radio,"
Alex said. His sudden closeness made Lilac flinch. She glanced back to the others, still chatting in the living room. Cecil had taken Lilac's place near Arcadia. Nothing to be nervous about anymore. The day made sense, and the world would follow with it. Lilac turned to Alex with a smile. "Not during the rainy season. We'll be lucky if it plays anything but Miss You, Miss Sunshine until the growth season."
"Maybe there'll be new music someday,"
Alex said, laughing. He quieted fast.
"You saw Arcadia yesterday, right? Was she bad last night?"
"She was bothered, but I didn't really ask." Lilac tensed, her legs eager to walk away from her memory. "I never ask. But she would ask next time. She couldn't waste this chance." Alex glanced at the window glass, where raindrops danced down his and Lilac's reflections.
"Has she told you about Shaw?"
"No," Lilac said. "Is that a funny story like the one about the barracks?"
"It isn't."
"Then it can wait." Alex pulled his hands from his pockets and reached deep into his coat.
"Did she tell you what happened yesterday? The murders?"
"A little." Nervous tingling crawled between Lilac's shoulders. Alex pulled a wax paper bundle from his coat. Alarm bells rang in Lilac's head until she realized this had nothing to do with Vince's package. No covenant robe slipped loose. Instead, Alex withdrew a familiar folded paper.
"Arcadia's evac team lost her for a few hours today,"
Alex said.
"Eileen Summers found this while searching. Gave it to me when I came asking."
Alex unfolded a map of Valentine. A black X marked where Lilac had drawn it yesterday, but new dots stretched beside it, and someone had drawn a 9-pointed star between them. Alex passed the map into Lilac's hands.
"You've seen it before. I take it you're the genius Arcadia talked about."
"That's a strong word for changing sheets and cleaning rooms." Lilac pointed to the dots beside her X. "I didn't do these."
"But the X."
Alex took back the map.
"The other dots."
"I've asked Arcadia, but she's zipper-lipped."
"Where Eileen found this? The house was burning. Another man dead."
"I'm not so smart then, I guess." Lilac wanted to retreat from Alex, his subtle flame, but that was exactly why she had to stay. He was prodding again. Worse this time. She'd let her guard down, but Alex seemed unlike Cecil, who was much more cavalier in switching off duty and on duty. An investigator like Alex always watched, always wondered. Alex glanced from the map's edge to the thin lines on Lilac's fingers.
"Did I give you a paper cut?"
Lilac glanced at her fingertips. The map's edge had slit through one of her dagger's cuts and reopened the wound.
"A little deep for it,"
Alex said. "Cutting oranges," Lilac said, but the excuse was nonsense, and her teeth sank into her tongue. Alex folded the map, stuffed it into its wax paper, and shoved the bundle into his trench coat.
"Arcadia would make a good detective,"
he said.
"She saw the pattern.
Lilac's thoughts traced Arcadia's pencil marks, the beautiful and cruel star of Lagoi, unrelated to Lilac's pitiful ex. Did Alex suspect her? Would asking for details seem suspicious? Or would it be more suspicious to ask nothing? She wished she understood him enough to know. Deep down, he had to be curious. He could put patterns together as well as Lilac, and he wasn't even a descendant as far as she knew. The knowledge lay inside him, a baby bird ready to hatch and shout to the morning, "There's blood on Lilac's hands." Cecil shouted instead, tearing Alex's gaze from her. She turned too and watched Cecil pace back and forth in front of Simone's and Arcadia's seats, waving his arms.
"He was drinking on the way,"
Alex said.
"I should have known he'd hit the wall."
He stormed over. Lilac followed, and her aching foot made her wonder if Cecil was the drunk who'd smashed the bottle in the alley, but if so, he was saving her now. Maybe all drunks balanced each other out, some cosmic scale more powerful than the long-dead holy psychopomp tree. Arcadia snatched twice at thin air before she caught Cecil's left hand and squeezed a cloth napkin to his palm. He quit thrashing, but now his feet stamped as if he needed to pace or else he'd drop dead. "He's cut himself," Simone said, holding up a glass. A hairline crack ran down the side. "What of it?" Cecil tugged his arm, but Arcadia held tight. "Food of the gods here." Lilac strode past Alex, his hand covering his forehead, and took Cecil's free arm. "Gods don't understand food and water," she said. She took on the calming tone she'd used when Sarah would scrape her knee, or Daphne would bang into a wall, which she used to do at least once a day. If only we could have more of their power. "A descendant's raw deal," Cecil snapped. "Get a couple 100 years, enough to watch generations, but you die. You get a little godly power, but it's like a leaf to a tree, and a wrinkled one at that. Might as well be any other mortal, then at least a god could heal this." He tried to wave his injured hand, but Arcadia wouldn't let go. "You're still a big deal," Lilac said, reassuring as she adjusted his fedora. "We listen to you, you know? Like the gods used to listen to your grandfather's advice."
"If only he knew why they left,"
Alex muttered. Not left, Lilac wanted to say. Trapped. But Lagoi's circumstances didn't necessarily speak for every god. Lilac leaned into Cecil's face and smelled his breath, thick with rich scents from Deomarch vineyards and plenty local too. "Maybe since Lyvian left, the rest took a hint," Lilac said. Cecil's eyes widened, as if he'd been accused of causing the downfall of Aig, and then he scoffed hard, spraying spittle. "If my grandfather's wandering had any power over the rest, the gods would have left Aig long ago, love. He never stayed put, and he was never a big deal, much as I love him. You want to talk important? That was way back when the Dawn gods put their power into mortal women, no descendants mucking it up. You had guaranteed parent gods and child gods. Not that they'd known until that rascal Exalus dropped into Medes." A tremble worked through the room. Lilac had never heard anyone call one of the Dawn gods anything but a blessing dressed in flesh and sunlight. Alex's hand hit his mouth, but his eyes narrowed like he was smiling. Simone set her jaw, and Arcadia remained expressionless. Cecil puffed up. His tie had come loose from his coat. "But then Exalus takes Medes to him, and a couple months later she knows she's got a little god on the way since the power's in her, and she ascends, you know? Mortal turned goddess. So out comes Ada, and no one's ever seen a baby goddess before, never been one. And the other Dawn gods go, 'Huh, spiffy!' And they find mortal women too, and make all the first children." He raised his free arm past Lilac's face and aimed at Alex, and then Arcadia.
You're Lagoe, you know, she was a baby too. But who's her mother? No one thinks about it. No one wonders. The ascended parents never got cities, except What's-Her-Face because her children gave her land. They remember Savas since so far he's the only ascended father, and Medes since she was the first ascended mother, but few others. Bullshit, isn't it?
I think so, Simone said.
See? Cecil asked. We remember the babies. Ada being first of the gods, Corumble, goddess of strength, and who forgets them with a name like that? The rest of the first children, Natalia, Diomedron, Ethok, and Lagoe the many-headed. She was up there too. You remember someone like her, big old dragon-looking goddess, hard to forget. Think she came out the womb with 9 heads?
Lilac gripped his arm and hoped the toy chest muffled his voice from the coral stone. He was her friend, and though miracles were useless on a descendant, she didn't want Lagoe ordering someone else to hurt him when she returned to the world. Cecil veered his cloudy gaze on Lilac.
Well, don't be shy. Pitch in. You're from Logos too. You've got to have an opinion.
Simone cleared her throat. I've never heard it asked, even in the Logos Temple. Lilac kept her grip on Cecil so not to squeeze Simone's hand for silence. Had she been drinking too? Now wasn't the time to spill her sordid story of troubled youth, volunteering to Lagoe's covenant, being chosen as the goddess's lover, only to never ascend since Lilac was never a goddess in the womb. Simone would have plenty of time to talk over abandonment when Lagoe was free. Arcadia tied her napkin around Cecil's hand and stood back.
We don't talk about Lagoe so casually, she said.
Her tone came so stern. For a moment Lilac felt Alex's barrack story writhing alive in the living room. Tears glistened in Cecil's eyes as he looked over his hand. Crimson blotches dotted the once white fabric.
But you know what I mean. We remember Lagoe, but not her mother. Ascended goddesses fading off like they didn't matter. City of Eidos puffs out of memory like it never was. If someone immortal gets forgotten, what hope do the rest of us have? Not even leaves to a tree.
He wiped the napkin's clean side down his cheeks.
Oh, I forgot myself. Dear me, need to keep it shut now and then. Alex, you tell me.
Alex fetched his fedora and pulled the front door open.
It's true. He needs to shut it more often.
But there was amusement in Alex's eyes. On some level, he was fond of Cecil for moments like this. They both thanked Simone for a lovely evening. Alex hugged Arcadia goodbye. Cecil hugged everyone, even Alex, and then they tromped outside onto the second-floor landing, umbrellas bowing in the wind. Simone retreated to the kitchen. Her shoulders seemed heavy after Cecil's tirade, and she needed time to collect herself. Too many thoughts about Lagoe, likely. Lilac didn't protest. She needed time too.
Miss Antonis,
Arcadia said. Lilac turned shakily and beamed up.
Captain? I owe you an apology. I've been pretending everything's fine tonight, and it isn't.
Arcadia lifted the black cap from her scalp and revealed a gash running through her bristly hair. It looked nearly healed, but Lilac couldn't imagine how bad it had been earlier today, having cracked against marble. Arcadia tucked the cap back down.
I've had a day.
And Lilac was to blame. Same as yesterday was her fault, and her daughter's deaths. Maybe somehow the glories were her fault too, some grand retaliation against mankind for the sin of having eventually birthed Lilac. The hollow thought crossed her mind to blurt out everything because she was going to fix it. But Lagoe wasn't free yet. I'm sorry for your day, Lilac said, again.
I went looking for trouble,
Arcadia said,
and found it.
Lilac giggled as she pressed her face against Arcadia's neck, let steady breath brush her hair. Trouble found, yes, but also salvation. I know we've kept our pasts off limits, Lilac whispered. I can't tell you about mine just yet, but you mean a lot to me. You picked me up from something I thought would hold me down forever. Arcadia said nothing, but the same sense lingered in her weathered hands where they touched Lilac's arm and back. I don't want a shallow tryst anymore, Lilac went on. Let's get our pasts on the table, our futures too. You need to know what you've done for me, how you mean so much, how broken she'd been, thinking she'd lost Arcadia today. No one's promised a future. We decide if this goes on as frothy niceness or if we mean it, and how deep we mean it. I don't want niceness anymore. I want everything. Your memories, pain, everything. I want to know what broke you and what made you whole. I want to tell you what happened to me and how you let me laugh again.
I'd like that too, Arcadia said. A new day tomorrow.
Lilac kissed Arcadia's cheek, watched her wish Simone a good night, and then saw Arcadia out of the apartment. She was too good for Valentine, for all of Aig. If Old Town sank into nothingness, she would take it personally and take it hard. Lagoe's return would lift the responsibility off her shoulders. Simone had nearly finished washing up when Lilac joined her in the kitchen. She snatched up a rag and began to scrub the stovetop of dried splatter. Nervous girl, Simone said, nudging hip to hip. They were your guests. Didn't you want a break from the quiet? I did, Lilac said, a little too forceful. She wouldn't characterize Simone's chatter as quiet, but this was the busiest the apartment had sounded since 4 people had lived here. Lilac hadn't noticed the stagnation until its breaking. It was nice. You were scared I'd tell about me and Lagoe, admit it. You didn't want them to know you're a goddess's daughter, too. I wouldn't want to give Cecil anything else to rant about. Lilac scrubbed harder. What a mess he'd been. But he was probably as stressed as everyone. Soon she'd solve all their problems. They have to wonder, you know. Simone settled a dish into the sink and scrubbed another. There's the slow aging. How old did you tell Arcadia you are? I don't remember exactly. 31? 32? Lilac hardly felt her age anyway. Spending most of her life in the Logos Temple hadn't prepared her for the outside world. You'd better get your story straight, or she might suspect. You could dance around the girl's father, but women always know. Simone chuckled to herself. How else is she going to reconcile your 70-year-old mother? Don't worry, Lilac said. If she asks, I'll tell her you look old for your age. Simone smacked Lilac's arm, but she had a smile on. Lilac did too. Easier now that everyone had left. Hers and her mother's day-to-day life together could be cut into 3 eras the way Lilac saw it. First, their reunion, when Lilac showed up at Simone's apartment, sick and hungry. Next, when the twins arrived. And then, after the twins left them. Lagoe's return meant beginning another chapter in their lives, something bright and new. Chapter 17. Alex and Cecil crossed the street from Lilac's apartment. Too much of Alex's effort went into steering Cecil over puddles. Too much of his attention on the suspicions orbiting his thoughts, his brain playing with a puzzle box made of knives and darkness. He didn't need to be descended from a promiscuous god of instinct to feel something was off.
"Should have called us a cab,"
Cecil said, stuffing his tie back into his trench coat.
"Think a straw will help me sober, or you wanted to walk?"
"To talk," Alex said.
"How well do you know her?"
Cecil clutched his umbrella with both hands against a harsh gust.
"Only just met her." "Not Arcadia. Not Simone either. Lilac."
"You said her, like I'm supposed to know who you're on about out of 3 women in there." Cecil said, "You barely spoke to your friend in there. That what you call catching up?" "No, scoping out my friend. Pessimistic, glass-half-empty, paranoid damn man you are." Cecil was up his own arse when drunk, but usually the frustration never boiled onto Alex. Maybe Cecil had cancelled a date for this dinner. Or broken a heart, the timing coincidental. He rummaged inside his coat, withdrew a tin flask and took a sip, and then another. Alex let him drink.
"There now. Did you drink enough?"
"I never drink enough." Cecil gave a limp smile.
"How well do you know Lilac?"
Alex leaned in.
"You said you're friends, right? Acquaintances, or the real thing?"
Cecil cocked his head.
"Getting weird on me. I don't like it.
Already having a bad day, it turns out, so I can walk it off by myself if you're in a piss mood of your own."
"And she knows what you can do?"
"I was trying to get her into bed when we first met, so yeah, I told her." "No surprise there."
"And does she know that fire cleanses your clairvoyance?"
Alex asked. Cecil's expression slackened. He was getting it. "Hang on. What's this about?"
"Thinking aloud."
Alex led them across another street.
"Would you call Lilac a smart woman? From Logos, right?"
"Oh, what?" Cecil scoffed. "Do you know how you sound? Every smart woman from Logos." Alex yanked out a paper-wrapped map of the city and thrashed it open. Rain patted the paper.
"Note this pattern."
Cecil wiped at his face and peered over.
"Same star as Lugoi's. Except the X. It links yesterday's 4 murder sites, while the star connects them all."
Alex said.
"Lilac drew it, admitted as much to me. She played it off like she'd made a bad deduction, but Arcadia wouldn't have shared the case unless she trusted Lilac's intelligence, her judgment. Drawing the X should have steered Arcadia off."
"Alex, you're reaching," Cecil said.
"When I noticed Lilac recognized it, I noticed a couple other things. Cuts on her fingers, a slight limp, signs of struggle, of chase. Where did the cuts come from? Cooking? It was both hands."
Alex folded the map before it could get soaked.
"Arcadia won't tell anyone where she went today, why she disappeared. But I've heard Valmidian's temple is a wreck, and no one knows what happened. I think she was there. I think they were both there." "You sound ridiculous."
Cecil seemed to be sobering fast.
"If Arcadia chased Lilac, why not tell?" "Maybe she didn't see Lilac's face,"
Alex said.
"Covenant robes have hoods. What if Lilac was a priestess back in Logos? Think, Cecil. Why not leave the sacrifices to rot? Lugoi never asked her offerings be burned. She wanted the blood. No reason to torch the crime scenes except to destroy evidence, part of which is any psychic residue you, and you alone, might pull from the surroundings. And Lilac? She knows you."
Straying so far afield. Cecil fought his umbrella against the budding wind. "And that makes Lilac the murderer?"
"One of them?"
Alex settled back.
"Not entirely. Her physical condition's circumstantial. The map is most damning. but maybe she's not as smart as Arcadia thinks. Arcadia's secrecy might be shame or trauma. Hard to tell with her. But everything together makes me suspicious, and we have no other leads.
Worth checking. Cecil nodded, absorbing this. Worth crossing her off your list.
Sure.
Alex gave a knowing smirk.
Besides, I'm Arcadia's friend. It's my job to approve of her relationships.
Wait, are they sweet on each other? Cecil asked. Alex raised an eyebrow.
How are you a detective?
Cecil paused at the next corner. The nearby iron streetlights seemed to wither in the thickening rain, and the distant ones became petrified fireflies. If the power went out, the storm would paint Valentine black.
Thale has his hands full, Alex said. Small wonder he passed the case to us. Police haven't got the smarts or skills for investigative work. They only know making trouble and then dragging that trouble for Lagoe to eat. How else will Thale solve it but us?
Might not want it solved, Cecil muttered. Alex turned, twisting his neck.
Say again.
Cecil's shrug seemed laboured.
Don't take me as any scholar on the man. Could be Thale hide us to look like he's busy. Mystery killer gets criminals off his hands in the Logos fashion, and with a Lagoe-loving madman to blame it on.
Hadn't Alex ranted something similar to Arcadia this morning? This is all for show, suggesting Thale's apathy, but that he might be actively against solving the case? Alex shot the idea through his head. After years of Logos slaughter and the catastrophe at Shah a decade back, he wouldn't put anything past Commander Roster Thale.
I mean, what are we doing, mixed in this muck?
Cecil asked.
Didn't the man read our file?
Catching unfaithful spouses, spotting underhanded dealings, all those fun higher callings we used to have in the State House. And then the whole building comes down. Bang! Whole clientele dies, and nothing makes sense anymore. Now, here we are, hunting murderers.
Police work probably gives Thale a skewed idea of what we do,
Alex said.
Well, his skewed idea of what we do is skewing what we do, too. I'd put him straight if he wasn't our only client.
Cecil licked rainwater off his lips.
Every billable hour tastes wonderful.
Alex dodged past a man in a black robe, dashing through the rain.
I think tomorrow I'll get on Thale's case again.
Sounds fun. Cecil nudged Alex's arm. Want I should tag along?
Yes, using your best judgment.
My best judgment? Cecil laughed hard, and his little umbrella fell into a puddle. He picked it up and began to walk.
But first I have something a lot more fun for you. Digging through papers kind of fun.
Alex told Cecil what he wanted.
Cecil balked. Crawl up my arse. Why don't you? If that helps you sleep at night.
Alex said.
I'll do it, you shit. Don't worry.
Cecil pawed at his trench coat, either grabbing for his flask or checking it hadn't run off without him.
But I'm not going to like it. I'm very sorry.
Alex placed a hand on Cecil's shoulder. He was such a bony man beneath all his clothes. Did he ever eat? Or was alcohol his breakfast, lunch and dinner?
Save it. You wouldn't know if water was wet, Cecil said. Proving you wrong on lilac will make it all worth it.
Alex wanted to be proven wrong. He wanted it more than he wanted to speak with Thale tomorrow. He and Cecil passed the Temple Plaza and approached an avenue of the North Temple District holding upscale diners, the radio station, a lounge, a stage house and a movie house, along with a pile of offices. Ace Investigations was one of them. Alex glanced at the theatre marquee. It read, The One Smart Man, and no other shows. A comedy first released 6 years ago, But since the movie-making industry folded up along with Dallas, its city-state of operations, no one could be too choosy.
Want to catch a talkie?
Alex asked. Cecil looked at the marquee and then to Alex.
I'd love that. You know I'm always up for a laugh.
Chapter 18. Maybe it was the mid-movie scene with the lead dangled from a high window, but after leaving the theatre's black and white screen and parting ways with Cecil, Alex stopped at the office and made a phone call. He, too, felt himself dangling.
Operator?
Alex hesitated. What would he do if his suspicions were right? Live with it, he supposed.
Long-distance call. I'll cover charges. Put me through to Logos, Police High Command. Their operator will know the connecting number.
Right away, sir, the Valentine operator said, his tone friendly. A pause, and then several clicks. Sir, there's no answer from Logos. Alex drummed his fingers on the desk.
That was pretty quick. You gave them time?
There was no connection, sir. The operator paused, thinking. The long-distance lines may have come down in the storm. Alex glanced across the darkened office, where a frail streetlight shined through the rain-spotted window. 2 days in, and already the interstate lines were down. What kind of season were they in for? Sir, the operator squeaked. Is there anything else I can do for you? Alex rubbed his jaw as if he could massage good ideas out of his mouth.
Long-distance call. Tycho's, if you don't mind. They're a government office or equivalent.
One moment. The line clicked a few times, enough for Alex to deduce the Valentine operator had connected with someone in Tycho's. Word on Tychron's city-state these days said the people were less about answering phones and more about fortifying their central city with spiked walls and cadaverous decorations, while inside the temple a drug-addled covenant sacrificed children to their lost god. In Tycho's, they would call the Valentine butcher a neighbor. Call connecting. The Valentine operator muttered. He sounded rattled. Alex held the line until he heard giggling from whatever Tycho's office he'd been connected to, and then he hung up. At least some long-distance lines still stood, but not to Logos. Alex would have to figure things out for himself. Seeing Arcadia in that apartment, her eyes aglow when Lilac sat beside her, he wanted desperately to be wrong. A word from Logos might tell him more. An hour later, he rented a creaky-framed little car and drove down the eastern side of Valentine through southern Lee Village. Slow going around the foot traffic, but the city centre would be worse, and Old Town was a mud trap. The car reached Merchant's Field, every storefront ablaze with neon. Alex turned at the South Temple District's edge towards the city's southern exit. His fedora rode in the passenger seat. How long since he'd last seen Logos? 6 years, easy, but maybe more. Logos hadn't felt like home since long before leaving the police, and then the city-state. The drive smoothed out once Alex passed the derelict train station marking Valentine's southern exit and rolled down the south road towards its toll house. Beyond, the interstate highway linked Valentine to Logos. To the east, the grass spread wild against the city-state river borders, where 5,000 years ago they had been separate islands. No other cars dotted the road, and only the rusted husks of train cars haunted the broken railroad. Each year, there were fewer ways and reasons to travel between city-states. To the west, the floodplains waited to drown beyond the stone barricade that protected Old Town. Everywhere you went, the same doomed story. The rain slammed Alex's windshield harder, as if the storm knew what was about to happen and wanted to warn him. He eased off the gas a little to avoid coasting. He eased off entirely and slammed the brake when he reached the toll house. The roadway gate was down. 3 black uniformed roadmen under midnight blue umbrellas funneled out of the small wooden toll house. The tallest roadman approached Alex's window.
"I don't feel like cranking the engine again, so don't make me idle,"
Alex said.
"I'll pay and be on my way."
"On-ramp is down, mister," the roadman said. He was maybe twice Alex's age, too old to be manning a toll house. "You should head back." Alex raised his voice against the rain. "I'm heading to Logos. The lower road is still good, isn't it?" "Not exactly." The roadman pointed south. "The rivers are flooded already. You can't see it now, but the water's foaming white. Soon it'll overcome the banks." And the water would spread across Aig, and the city-states would revert to the archipelago islands they'd been before the Dawn Days. The same problems every year since the gods abandoned the Holy Land, yet worse now.
"It's important I get to Logos,"
Alex said, as if that could part the waters. "You won't be getting to Logos, sir," the roadman said. "I'm sorry." Alex leaned out the window.
"You're saying I'm not allowed to pass?"
"I'm saying you're welcome to try, but we'll never find your body." Alex let the rain trickle down his face and then ducked into the car. He reversed from the toll gate and headed back toward the city. If a chill ran down his spine, he pretended not to feel it. Chapter 19. Grey light woke Lilac in her soft chair, chosen last night in the hope of absorbing any warmth Arcadia had left behind. In a friendlier season, the morning would have shined warmer. As she performed her morning routine, Lilac wondered if the streetlights would stay lit. This could be the worst rainy season in thousands of years. She changed her foot's bandage in a hurry. Vince's blood had healed some of the wound, leaving yesterday's glass a minor yet painful puncture. She was lucky not to have severed a tendon. Beside the kitchen, Simone kept the bedroom door shut. She'd long ago stopped offering Lilac the bed for the night, and Lilac hadn't slept there in years. The living room seats were lumpy and uneven, but they were free of memories. The bedroom reminded her too much of Sarah and Daphne, even in the dark. The clothing-stuffed toy chest was easier to bear, especially now. The coral stone lay buried behind socks and stockings until Lilac's gentle fingers drew it out. Cool to touch, same as when she'd first grabbed it off Vince's floor. She carried it to the window, where raindrops crawled lazily down the glass. Whatever stream of cause and effect stretched beyond even her power to calculate would reunite a mother and daughter, with the fate of the Holy Land between them. Lilac crossed her legs, dropped to the floor, and placed the coral stone in her lap. "Mother?" The coral stone gave off a faint heartbeat. "Lilac." Lagoe sounded distant, her voice singing across 1,000 miles. "Are you starving in there?" Lilac asked. "Starvation is not our nature," Lagoe said, "but blood runs thin. Without more, only silence." Lilac lowered her head, and tangles of hair wrapped around the coral stone. "Mother, thank you for saving Arcadia. I thought she was dead. I was grieving her when I found you." The coral stone thrummed. "He is ripe for greatness. I have done what is in my power. Who is she to you?" "Arcadia is..." Lilac remembered the hotel room, her nervous giggling at severe, ridiculous Arcadia. "She reminded me I want to live." "This world has hurt you." The coral stone's heartbeat raced. If we are to mend it, I must know its troubles.
Old troubles, Lilac said. The rain, the glories, the Holy Land is dying.
Why don't the gods protect it?
For Lilac's entire life in Logos, it had been Logoi who seemed to know everything, a bottomless well of wisdom and knowledge to drink or drown in. Strange to be informing Mother about anything, but Lilac told her how the gods had disappeared a decade back. News from abroad said they'd gone overseas, to other countries, before the ships quit coming, and the ones that left Aig were never seen again. She told of the glory's boldness. She cried through telling how she'd lost Sarah and Daphne 4 years ago. The coral stone held quiet a long time, and Lilac worried Vince's blood had run out entirely until it quivered alive.
I must be first to break this godlessness, Logoi whispered, free to mend this world.
How? Lilac turned the coral stone over. How do you get trapped in this thing?
It is unknown to me, done with some measure of power and delicacy. The sea is older than we.
What if we break it?
While I am trapped inside? The coral stone burned. I'm uncertain you can, if you manage. Perhaps I would be lost in the between. Or it may be you found the way to kill a god.
No! Lilac snapped. The bedroom door creaked open, and Simone peered into the apartment through sleep-filled eyes.
Lilac?
Lilac hid the coral stone beneath her hands. Yes, Mom. I'm sorry I woke you.
Who are you talking to?
Praying to Mother. Simone recoiled into the bedroom with a sigh. The door shut behind her. Silence lingered until the coral stone shuddered again.
Our intent has not changed from when we last spoke. I must feed. Blood powers miracles. I would have strength to break free from within.
Sacrificial blood, Lilac said. Arcadia had bled enough for a life-saving miracle, but not enough to free Logoi. Vince's addition was too small. The coral stone needed more than one person's blood. If only Lilac could give her own, but as Cecil had ranted last night, the gods and their mortal children could not pass power back and forth. No descendant blood for miracles, no miracles to heal descendants. They lived a half-mortal life. The coral stone thrummed.
Where are my faithful?
I haven't seen anyone from your covenant since I came here. Lilac hung her head. Vince had contacts. I shouldn't have killed him. If I'd known you'd saved Arcadia, maybe I wouldn't have done it. But then I wouldn't have found you. In this case, there could be no right without the wrong, and no wrong without the right.
All that led to this and all that surrounds it cannot be changed, Logoi said. We have only now.
Lilac looked to the closet beside the toy chest, where a white dress hung to one end. She'd worn it to the twins' funeral 4 years ago, its skirts aswirl with embers, as 2 empty funeral pyres commemorated 2 brief lives. Behind it hung the priestess robe, Vince's final gift. Where to next? No more Vince meant no more ambushes, which meant no more blood. Lilac's carelessness had thrown Aig into jeopardy, closer to salvation and yet too distant, while the rains fell and the flood plains swelled, and Logoi was here and not here, in desperate need of blood if she was going to fix any of it. The robe shifted in the growing light, its shadows smiling at Lilac. This was not the only dark robe in the city. There were plenty, with people in them. Valmidian's old covenant.
They still believed there could be a goddess in the Holy Land, and they were right. They weren't Lagoi's faithful, but they were faithful nonetheless. Lilac only needed to find them. Chapter 20. The world hadn't felt right since Arcadia's awakening on the temple floor yesterday, her revolver missing, her two-way radio smashed to wires and fragments beside her. She, too, should have been smashed to bits, but a powerful whisper had worked wonders through her body. Transformation over 20 years ago had led to feeling at one with herself, but now she wobbled as if thrust into an unwieldy form. Dinner at Lilac's had grounded Arcadia somewhat, but now she again felt disconnected from everything she touched. Even her clothes constricted and rebelled, meant for someone else. Her belt sat uneven on her hips. Wrongness would be the flavour of the day, as if she'd entered a paper-thin world. Except the world was the same. She was the one who'd changed. Even with extraordinary luck, yesterday's fall should have meant she would never walk again. No one could know of these divine circumstances. People would expect divinity from her, but she was no miracle giver, only the receiver, and her total count numbered 2. Far more than most people got in their lives, but nothing that made her a conduit for godly will. The woman in her mirror looked familiar, but she was not the same woman who'd stared at her reflection with questioning eyes yesterday morning. This woman, Arcadia hadn't seen her in years. Fewer lines and scrapes marred her face and scalp. Yesterday's cranial gash was gone. Her face was too young to have seen Shah, though Shah's memory still scarred these eyes. A decade had melted away. Wouldn't Lilac be surprised? Why aren't I surprised? Arcadia touched her cheeks, pressed her nose, and rubbed at the lightened creases around her eyes. I should be more surprised. Arcadia strapped the belt around her waist again. There, it felt right this time. Maybe the rest of her world would adjust too. She slid a replacement two-way radio onto the belt. The revolver's holster hung empty, but that was fine. No more dogging homicide work. Only evacuation today. Fighting floods. She left Radiance Hotel into a harder rain than yesterday. The bad weather soaked guilt into her skin. A day wasted. More people could have been evacuated by now if she hadn't chased police business. Enough. Her unit was waiting. Time to put a captain's face on. Her agents needed to see a confident Arcadia, not a broken one. When she reached Old Town, deep in the neighbourhood's real muck, she understood her presence yesterday wouldn't have mattered. The soil drank every raindrop until the ground couldn't take any more and then bled rainwater into the unpaved mud streets. Arcadia's boots sank the moment she stepped onto what had been a cobblestone avenue long ago. By the time she reached Old Town's heart, the mud sucked at her boots and the water had already risen past her ankles. Too much. Too soon. The rain had only started yesterday morning. Even Old Town shouldn't be flooding in a single day. Rumbling thunder answered Arcadia's dismay. The rain isn't letting up, Captain. It seemed to say, "You want to come up here and do something about it?" Arcadia surveyed the street. One flat rooftop had collapsed 2 days ago and taken the rest of the house with it, hopefully abandoned or evacuated already. To her left, Cassis and Bryce milled around the evac truck. Still only the handful for evacuation work, still one solitary truck. What was Thale thinking? Soon the water would rise too high for the truck's engine to run. What then? People are going to die by tonight, Arcadia whispered.
Why did we come here? We were supposed to save this city.
She was about to approach the house nearest to the truck, where Eileen was surely hard at work on a doomed mission, when her gaze drifted between neighbouring houses. The water level here couldn't be solely the immediate rain's fault. It had been fed by a heavy flow of floodwater rushing from the next westward street. Arcadia headed that way. Cassis noticed, as did Leander and Eileen when they emerged with a hunched elderly woman shuffling between them. Old Town seemed full of the grey and forgotten. Her clothing's dampness suggested a leaky roof, and maybe her house was destined to collapse like her neighbours, a fallen heap of stone in the storm. Eileen left the refugee to Leander and hurried toward Arcadia. "Captain?" "Has the flood barricade fallen?" Arcadia asked as she breached between neighbouring houses. Floodwater foamed against her knees. Eileen trudged behind her. "The barricade should be standing. You could see it from here before the rain set in." "Should isn't good enough." Arcadia found the next street flushed with floodwater. The buildings stood slightly farther apart here, giving wider alleys for water to gush from the west. Beyond this street stood the stone barricade, and then the floodplains where the land's elevation descended toward the beach, and then the sea. Though neither God nor man had ever set a dam to stymie the flow, the barricade should have been Valentine's last resort. As the levees held back the sea, the barricade held back the floodplain waters from hitting this smattering of houses and then Old Town itself. If the levees failed and the sea came to Valentine, the barricade would be nothing more than a drab decoration, an underwater one. Eileen wiped rainwater off her scalp, but keeping her head dry without an umbrella looked as impossible as saving Old Town. Arcadia couldn't let herself think that way. The barricade stood grey through the mist, a solid stretch of stone. No collapse, but then why so much flooding already? Arcadia pressed through the rushing water onto spongy earth that squelched beneath her boots. Eileen might have kept back had Arcadia hesitated, but now both of them worked through the rising waters until the 12-foot stone barricade loomed over them. The floodplains were drowning on the far side. The barricade was all that stood between that watery mess and Old Town. Stone, mortar, clay. Holes. Some looked to be caused by natural erosion, somehow stretched to unacceptable depth. Others were undoubtedly intentional. "The glories were here," Arcadia said. She could see them in her head, scaly forms slipping serpent-like across the floodplains with unholy tools of the deep sea. Each hole poured filthy water into Old Town, keeping Arcadia from peering through. The largest could have swallowed her head. If the floodplains beyond had pooled this badly, then the beach had to be drowning too. Floodplains and sea would soon meet in rising tide, and then ocean waves would beat against the edges of Valentine. Or was it all seawater anyway at this point? Arcadia couldn't tell. "How can we be sure they left after they did this?" Eileen asked. "We can't," Arcadia said, placing one palm against slick stone. "They might be listening on the other side." Eileen stepped back. Arcadia meant to retreat too, but she kept her hand in place. The wall was stone, yes, and mortar and clay, and hope, weak as a sand castle's side, as if the coming rain had doomed it by matter of natural law. The most soundly constructed sand castle would crumble and vanish in the tide, as if it had never been more than debris and sea foam. The glories had ignored the barricade's gate, where flood fighters kept a watchful eye. Bay Ridge stood too high in elevation for them to pester. They meant to turn Old Town into an inland lake and then slip inside. "We need the truck," Arcadia said. Eileen glanced back to Old Town proper. The engine will never make it. Arcadia leaned from the barricade. This isn't the worst of it yet. Tonight's rain will make today's look like a pleasant shower. Between the glories and the downpour, if we don't try something, Old Town's done. And then the city. She kept that part to herself. Let the unit focus on a task they could manage. She led Eileen back to the others and gave new orders.
"But what about the evacuation?"
Cassis asked. Arcadia noted the team's uniforms were already soaked and the day was only getting started. At this rate, and without better resources, the evacuation plan is a death sentence. The flood fighters are out of time. Leander sighed, and then he got to work, and the rest followed. Cassis and Bryce pulled today's refugees out of the truck, each cursing and stamping their feet in the mud. Leander sat behind the wheel. Athos cranked the engine, and the truck tires squealed through the mess. Arcadia led truck and agents toward the collapsed house, where they collected chunks of wood and stone. "You mean to patch the entire wall?" Eileen asked, hands digging up a narrow beam. "Prioritize the largest breaches," Arcadia said. She grasped a hunk of rock half her size and tossed it into the truck's bed. Its axles groaned. Leander leaned out the driver's window. "The heavier the truck, the easier it'll get stuck." Arcadia didn't know how to avoid that, but everything surging between her and this fucked-up world said to keep pushing. Nothing else she could do. Within a few minutes, the evacuation team turned impromptu barricade reconstruction team had filled the back of the truck. Bryce and Cassis finished first, the truck seeming full. Eileen ushered Athos to help drag a heavy wooden door and add it to the pile. There was no more room in the back. Easy part done. Next came the impossible. The truck lurched forward, inch by inch, the evac team following. Leander managed to urge the truck into the flow between buildings, toward the start of the spongy stretch beneath the barricade. Another few feet, and the truck slowed, crawled, and then wouldn't budge any farther. Eileen grabbed the truck's back end and shoved her shoulder into it. The tires spun and cried, and the spray of mud and floodwater spattered flood fighter uniforms. This was the work. Thankless, hopeless. "All of us," Arcadia said, loud over truck engine and rainfall. "Leander, on my word." She braced her shoulder against the back. Cassis and Bryce to her left, Eileen and Athos to her right, everyone's hands, shoulders, and muscles ready. "Push it! Now!" Leander slammed the gas. Tires screamed as the team shoved with all their might. The truck's back end, its bed full of stone and wood, surged into the air. Most of the team's arms were raised, hands still clutching the back fender, but they weren't supporting its weight. Cassis could only reach with her fingertips, and she quickly dropped her arms. Bryce's hand slipped next, slick from metal. Eileen and Athos noticed and let their arms drop too. The truck's full weight rested on Arcadia's hands alone. "How are you doing that?" Bryce backed away, their hands trembling. "What are you?" Arcadia didn't know. The world hadn't felt right since yesterday, thin and wobbly and wrong. She had always been strong, but now mountains rose in her muscles. Part of her wanted to flinch back in horror like Bryce, but then the truck would crash atop the others. She held it above in firm hands, its back end dripping over her uniform. "A miracle," Cassis coughed. "A God's champion." She dropped to her knees in the floodwater. Muddy foam battered her body, but she didn't seem to care. Her lips moved in prayer. Champion? There hadn't been champions since the Holy War, when gods squeezed droplets of power into mortal empresses and kings. But there hadn't been miracles in the Holy Land for 10 years until yesterday, when Arcadia's shattered body recovered from the temple floor. And more than recovery now, power. Arcadia hefted the weight. The truck took effort, but she could lift it. She could push. Eileen yanked Cassis up and pulled Bryce close again. "We're not done here." Arcadia let the truck's fender sink to chest level, the tires just far enough out of the mud to move forward, and then she pushed. Leander hit the gas, and the truck rolled through spongy earth and floodwater. The rest of the evac team jogged at Arcadia's sides all the way to the barricade, and there they pulled stone and wood from the back of the truck, leaving the largest chunks to Arcadia. She shattered the heavy door across one knee, tearing her pants leg. She then stuffed chunks of wood into the barricade holes. Eileen and the others followed with smaller pieces, jamming lumps of debris into the holes, but the water fought them too much to completely close the breaches. They needed to halt the water full stop with something stronger than pieces of a home the rains had already broken. The answer sat beside them. Arcadia laid a hand on the driver's door. The truck ran well. It had helped them each day since the evacuation began, almost part of the team. She hated to destroy it. But this was the work. She tore one door off the truck's frame and slammed it against the stone wall, stymieing the water's flow. The passenger's side door crashed against the barricade too. One axle made a decent brace to keep pieces pinned. A chunk of frame filled a larger hole. Even the tires could help. Every useful piece of truck tore apart in Arcadia's bare hands until only fragments remained. "Now what?" Athos asked. Eileen tore the two-way radio from her belt. "HQ, this is Agent Eileen Summers, Flood Fighters Evac Team. I need another truck at the lower Old Town barricade, a couple blocks up from the gate. Make it 2 trucks. The gods have made their presence known, and Captain Mirren has been chosen as champion." To hear it stated on official channels sounded outlandish. "Tell them to send sheet metal," Arcadia said. She didn't want Eileen to start preaching when their hands had more to do. Eileen spoke to the radio again, but this time Arcadia struggled to hear her. Water rushed around her head, and the sound seemed crisper now, as if she noticed oral details she never had before. She tried to focus on the holes, not their noises. Another chunk of frame might fill a smaller breach near the middle, but she would need a lot more material to seal the barricade. Even these strips of truck were only a stopgap. Once this storm subsided, another would follow. The rainy season sending beast after beast. Between storms, masons would have to take stone, mortar and clay to the barricade, building a shield strong enough to guard Old Town. Valentine needed a wall that would last the rainy season. When Arcadia ran out of usable truck, she started back toward the city. If she could keep a flat chunk of the collapsed house intact, drag it to the edge of the floodplains, and prop it against the barricade, it might help better than sheet metal. The tough part was keeping the water from loosening the barricade's foundation beneath the earth. That it had remained standing this long might have been another miracle itself. She glanced down at her hands, powerful enough to haul walls down streets, rip a truck to pieces. Like her face, they looked younger than they had yesterday, but at no point in her past could they do what she'd done today, what she was still going to do. She wondered how long these miracles might last, what she might do next. Today, a truck. Tomorrow, maybe a mountain to block out the sea entirely. She almost laughed. That a goddess could give a fraction of this power to a mortal seemed absurd. The evac team joined her as floodwater went on rushing into Old Town streets. Cassis curled one finger over her chest again and again in Valmidian's clockwise spiral. Athos kept stone-faced, Leander looked bewildered, and Eileen beamed. And they weren't alone. Beside the collapsed house stood somewhere between 2 and 3 dozen people, staring wide-eyed and bleary through the rainfall.
"Valmidians returned?"
a stiff figure asked. Their hand covered their spectacled eyes from the rain. "Valmidian blesses us," a woman beside them said, dressed in an old coat and suspenders. A narrow-limbed woman approached Arcadia. "What would the goddess of prosperity have us do?" Murmurs worked through the crowd, an echo of praise and questions. What to do? How to earn these miracles? These people wanted to know. They needed guidance, the kind they hadn't felt in much too long. Far as they knew, their goddess had returned. Arcadia wouldn't correct them yet. After the storm, she would tell the truth. But for now, let them credit the miracle to whatever name they liked, and not the one whose whisper had trembled through Valmidian's temple into Arcadia's body. The people of Valentine needed this familiar hope. More of them came trudging down Old Town's muddy streets, vague silhouettes adrift in the storm but growing clearer and more human the closer they reached. Umbrellas or not, dressed in dresses or suits or rags, drenched and cold, each came to witness the work of the gods for the first day in 10 years. Arcadia gave them work to witness.
"Roll up your sleeves," she said. "We need every hand we can get."
Chapter 21. The rain had a harsh odour today. Alex had noticed it all morning, following him from his apartment to the Ace Investigations office where he met with Cecil and then to the police headquarters. Through the lobby, hallway, even seated inside Thale's office with the windows shut tight, rain stink haunted the air. Alex tried to ignore it while Cecil paced the room. Thale seethed behind his desk, ready to kill the Ace Investigations contract and throw both detectives out.
"To make my point," Cecil said, "I want to know why you did it. Who's the murderer to you? Financier? Informant? Lover?"
Thale scribbled pencil marks into a notebook and then eyeballed Alex.
"If you dragged him here to waste my time, keep in mind I don't have much to spare."
"Who stands to gain?" Alex asked. "That question's a detective's best friend, and right now, you're the one with the answer. Help us." Cecil snapped his fingers to regain Thale's focus, a lightning rod for aggravation.
"Everyone's on edge. You're not special. As to Alex's question, if you're behind it, why not let the murderer keep offing criminals? That's Logos' way. No need to catch the killer at all." "I hired you, didn't I?"
Thale asked.
Cecil smirked. "And then leave us flitting into the wind while the Valentine butcher slashes every sorry tosser in the city. The murderer's not the only one with a history of butchering and burning people."
Thale's pencil cracked in half. Alex adjusted his fedora.
"You and Arcadia have very different reactions when someone brings up Shaw." "What about you, Alexander?"
Thale set the broken pencil halves hard on his desk.
"You were there."
"I've made my peace with it," Alex said, "and without the shame. I followed orders. You gave them."
"You gave orders too, Captain," Thale snapped. "Don't rewrite your own memories."
Alex didn't have to. He'd been put in an awful conundrum between morality and duty. Arcadia had walked one road, while he had walked the other. Cecil strode toward the desk.
"What's stopping you from doing the same here? You won't talk about it to the paper, won't give us access to your information. You're not too reluctant to have blood on your hands."
Thale's head looked like a melon ready to burst. Alex waved a hand, and Cecil slipped back.
I don't think honestly you're colluding with the murderers, Alex said, but I'm suspicious why you give a damn. Convince me, Roster, and let us see your files. We're looking for connections between names. You have suspects.
Thale rocked back in his seat.
And you had to parade in here, pointing fingers, to ask that? You weren't exactly cooperative yesterday. Alex made to stand, but if you like, we can square away the bill right now for our hours and leave the case to you.
Thale tore out a notebook page and scribbled at it with his half-pencil.
Give this to Therese in the lobby. She'll unlock the file room, but don't expect a fixed trail. The city's a nest of problems.
Cecil snatched the paper and folded it into one trenchcoat pocket.
Wasn't so hard, was it? I knew you were good for it.
Thale set down his half-pencil.
Are you finished, detectives?
He's done, Alex said. Detective Gillian, I'll meet you in the file room.
Don't come back here without a real reason,
Thale said, flashing Cecil a grim glare.
In fact, don't come back here at all.
You've been a champ, Commander. Cecil threw him a half-hearted grin and stepped out of the office. For the longest time, Alex hadn't known a life outside partnering with Cecil on contracts with the State House. To show up there was to have his hand shaken, to be offered a drink before he went to his office, because not one of those backstabbing politicians knew whether they'd be next to need an investigator or next to be investigated. Best to be friendly. Now he sat in Thale's office for the third or fourth meeting this week. He'd lost track, like no time had passed since his police days, a tide sweeping in and out forever.
Sorry, Alex said. If I don't let him off his leash sometimes, he won't cooperate at all. Stone him, and you too.
Thale scratched at his beard.
Shouldn't you take him for a walk to make sure he won't piss on someone else's day?
Having a partner and not a subordinate means learning to convince them they want to help instead of barking orders.
You think that absolves you of responsibility?
Thale asked.
I quit, didn't I?
Alex asked. His resignation might have come 6 years ago, but it had been building since long before. He sometimes thought it might have begun the day his parents threw him at the barracks as if he'd been a carcass long overdue for his pyre. He started to rise again.
Guess I've wasted enough of your time. I have to ask, what did the neighboring city-states say about the murderers? Logos specifically.
Thale raised a thick eyebrow.
You shut down the highway to Logos for a reason. Does High Command know about that?
Alex gave an exaggerated shrug.
I'm fishing for reasons, but the toll house told me the road's out. I'm guessing there's a network stemming from Logoi's covenant, where this Valentine Butcher comes from. Logos is the seed.
He expected Thale to say he was reaching, same as Cecil last night. Thale wouldn't be wrong, but Alex had to explore every possibility, especially since he couldn't call or visit Logos himself. Instead, Thale lowered his eyes.
Check that no one's in the hall.
Alex got up and poked his head out of the office doorway.
Empty. Close the door anyway, in case someone comes by. Then have a seat.
Thale reached under his desk and drew up a brown decanter and 2 shot glasses.
You like Merquet, right?
Slim choices for drink these days, Alex said, sitting again. Aren't you on the job?
Not for the next few minutes.
Thale poured 2 glasses and offered one to Alex.
Not for this conversation.
The rain stink thickened. Alex took his glass and sipped the bitter liquid.
It's not bad. It won't get better.
Thale drank deep, flashed Alex a beady grin, and glanced out his rain-streaked window.
You can't see the coast from this deep in the city. Temple's rooftop aside, But it lurks in my head. I see the way it was years ago, tamed by the gods. I see it now, the tide drowning the floodplains, drowning Valentine.
Alex hadn't watched over the years. He'd seen the State House ruins, but no one could agree if an underground river had swelled and broken its foundation, or if Valentine's government building had been a bad design from the start. Discussion seemed pointless. There were no survivors. Thale splashed another shot of Mackay into his glass and downed it.
The glories don't need to eat us. Have you thought of that?
I don't think about glories much, Alex said. He finished his drink, but his stomach twisted against it. Where was Thale going with all this?
They would have starved to extinction these past millennia if they could only eat humans.
Thale set his glass down hard.
Why hunt us? Even when Aig was an archipelago, we were land animals, more trouble than we were likely worth. I say the glories like to eat creatures with minds to know that death is coming. They kill fish quick, mercifully. Men, cetaceans, seals, they do it slow. Cruelty gives the glories a purpose. That's why the gods can disappear for 10 years, but we haven't been drowned entirely yet. The glories are enjoying our dread.
Alex had no answers to Thale's ponderings, and didn't feel he was meant to. If the glories enjoyed dread, they had to be loving him right now. Thale couldn't meet Alex's eyes.
Logos is gone,
he said. Alex blinked. Gone?
As in the city's part of the sea now.
Thale waved a dismissive hand.
Scant ruins stand from the surface, tide splashing all around. The glories dug us out from underneath, sinking the city little by little these past few years. Someday, the ruins will vanish, and other continents' historians will misplace it. Another lost city like Eidos. Could be they'll misplace every city of the Holy Land.
Alex's fingers squeezed his shot glass. Any thinner and it might have cracked like Cecil's last night. He didn't know what to say. How to even begin?
Valentine's farther inland, but what does farther inland mean for Aig?
Thale waved a fist in the air.
All these rivers are the lines of old islands. It's obvious we're practically dead already. We didn't come to this city to help out of the goodness of our hearts. We needed a new home. If Valentine falls, there's nowhere to go. Logos drowned, Dio March is walled off on the far side of Aig. Fanatics rule Tychos, and rumors say they eat anyone they think has touched salt water. Poetic justice, eating the eaters.
Alex thought of last night's phone call. The people of Tychos had lost their minds.
Phobos doesn't answer calls. Corymbalus has turned warlike. I could go on, but why?
Thale asked.
The lines are down, the highways are crumbling, the railroads gone. With the rainy season here, it'll be easy for the glories to flood every border, finish isolating the city-states once and for all, and turn the Holy Land into an archipelago again. Maybe they'll even drown the islands they've remade.
Alex placed his glass on Thale's desk.
Where is everyone else from Logos? I let out who I could, who'd follow.
Thale said,
Police, flood fighters, but most people wouldn't abandon Logoi City. They didn't understand. When I sent officers back, the city had already collapsed, the temple half pulled into the tide. They heard children crying for help, but were those really humans, or glories playing mimic? Only the gods could tell, but they won't. Instead, They left us here alone, and our people left Logos and the sounds of screaming children. We couldn't take the risk. You couldn't.
Alex agreed, his voice flat.
No one can know.
Thale set the stopper into his decanter of Mackay, as if capping his point.
A panic would destroy what little we have left. Right, yes, I'll keep it to myself.
Alex rubbed his hands together and wished he hadn't set his glass down. He couldn't pick it up now. No getting back to holding it, like there was no going back to Logos. He hadn't planned on ever going back anyway, right?
I'm guessing my parents didn't come with you? No, Thale said, looking down again. I'm sorry, Alexander.
Alex let him be sorry. Someone had to be, he guessed.
Has anyone considered Shadow Mountain? He asked. A day or so's trek northeast should cut past where the holy psychopomp tree burned, and there are roads toward the hills. It's crossed my mind.
Thale looked at his decanter, considering whether to open it again.
And then what? How long would anyone last in the cold? Nothing grows beneath Shadow Mountain. Down here, we at least have food until the glories drown the farmland.
Alex felt the Mackay coming up. It tasted rank in his throat.
Normally I wouldn't say this, but has anyone tried appealing to the gods? When the ships were making it to other continents, I mean, they had to guess what would happen to us. We sent a few officers abroad not long after Logoi left, Thale said, and messengers to other gods. None returned, gods or officers. But one officer, she sent a message with one of the last trade ships to bother with egg. This was years ago. Only one message?
Alex asked.
Our other officers must have liked the western lands enough to forget us, or they couldn't find Logoi and were too ashamed to write home, or they didn't make it. I don't know.
Thale reached under his desk again, first to return his decanter, and then to open a latch and pull out an envelope. The thick paper was tattered and stained.
If the Valentine Herald ever got hold of these, there would be riots. I don't know why I haven't burned the damn things. I guess because it's proof that, in the gods' own perverse ways, they still care.
Thale slipped a letter from the envelope and placed it aside. He then poured out a cluster of photographs. Alex lined them up. At first he couldn't tell what he was looking at, and then he could, and looked away. Thale didn't look at all.
They only sent us the negatives. We had to develop these and see the horror sharpen on our own. The message didn't say which god, goddess, or god X did this, but supposedly one officer asked why they left. No one else made his mistake.
Alex bundled the photographs together again, face down, and handed them back to Thale.
Did a god? Was it a mouth that got him? Teeth, claws, shape-shifting into some abomination, maybe a miracle to twist human form. Who can be sure? I don't know how a god makes a man look like that.
Thale slid the photos into the envelope with their letter.
And I don't want to know.
Alex wiped his mouth.
Gods. The message seems clear. The gods aren't coming back, and they don't want us to know why they left, on punishment of that. Whether we follow or stay, it's no concern to them. And now it's too late to follow.
Thale placed the envelope back inside his desk.
With all that entails.
Alex pressed up his fedora and rubbed his forehead. It was one thing to assume the worst, and another to know it.
No word from another continent in years,
Thale said,
"My guess is they stopped sending ships to Egg, likely because the ones we sent back never made it far from our shores. We're stuck on all sides. So, to answer your investigative curiosity, who stands to gain from the murderer? Not me, and not anyone who knows what I know. The murderer can't bring Lagoe back. They'll only undermine a fragile peace. Chaos could be the end of Valentine, of Egg, of all our lives."
Alex let Thale's declarations fall across him in time to the pounding rain. Thale leaned over, his beard a dark blot in the room.
"Am I still a suspect?"
he asked. "You never were," Alex said. "I was probing, trying to get some answers."
"You sure as shit got them."
The rainy streaks down Thale's window seemed to circle his frame.
"I can't imagine it's improved your day."
Alex couldn't imagine it would improve his life. The weight was staggering, and somehow he'd been oblivious. Nearly everyone in the city was oblivious, and they had to stay that way. He could keep a secret, no problem, but this was beyond anything he'd expected. He felt tempted to ask Thale to whip out the Mercade decanter again, but that would be a Cecil way of handling problems. The investigation seemed smaller now, but still integral to the overall puzzle of Valentine. Everyone or no one in the end. Thale folded his hands on his desk.
"So, you see, I'm like you. I'm not close to the gods. Still, I pray desperately there is a God who can save those of us left behind in the Holy Land. Are we done?"
That was one word for it. Alex thanked Thale for some reason and then stumbled into the hall. His breath felt heavy. He told himself if there was even a shred of regret, it was that he wouldn't get a chance to tell off his father again. Really, though, in the face of the situation Thale had described, that would be petty. Papa was gone. Mum, too. They would have no funeral pyre. Their souls had already moved on with the destruction of Logos. Alex walked the halls until he found Therese, who sent him the same way she'd sent Cecil. First, Alex stopped in the restroom to check his face in the mirror for grim tidings. He looked tired, same as always. Cecil would suspect nothing unless he used his descendant gift. They met in the hall outside a once-locked door.
"Chewed you out, did he?"
Cecil asked.
"In his way."
Alex swallowed everything he wanted to share. Cecil couldn't keep a secret to save his skin.
"Nothing new with Thale. Story of my life. Could have used your bravado."
"How so? I'm not Cecil the strong man, descendant of Corumble. What do you expect me to do?"
"Man the office, maybe?"
Alex said.
"One of us should. Or hire a secretary, if we can scrounge enough money."
Cecil tipped his fedora.
"Offer Lilac the job. She's smart, organized."
Alex laughed.
"Possibly homicidal." "Nobody's perfect,"
Cecil said, retreating toward the file room door.
"Can't blame her for leaving that off her resume, but if it doesn't come up when we ask her biggest flaw, it's grounds for dismissal."
"Please stop." Alex fought another laugh.
"I want to stay in a bad mood today."
"Wish granted." Cecil opened the door. The room was monstrous. Its boxes lined the walls and mounted each other to the ceiling, each filled with files. Alex opened the nearest lid out of curiosity, only for curiosity to smack him in the face.
"Hold on,"
he said.
"We're supposed to see Thale's criminal files, pluck out the ones for the murder victims."
Cecil gestured to the room.
"All this?"
Alex asked, aghast.
The old records were destroyed with the State House.
You're looking at the past 10 months, Cecil said. Everything's a sin in a Logos officer's eyes. Small wonder they recognised most of the victims, even partly burned. The file room had never known organisation. Nothing alphabetised, not even sorted properly as cases and casework. Whenever there was a box's worth, the police had shoved that box into storage to be forgotten. There was hardly room for the narrow dust-coated table at the room's centre where a miserable detective could open one box and begin poring over the folders inside. Alex gazed over the room.
Can't you just wave your hand over it and find what we need?
Cecil scowled. Can you tell a person's face by a photo of their back? It don't work that way, never has. Maybe I'd get some semblance of the officer putting the folders together, or the history of the paper's maker, but the information is just somebody's writing. The pattern of letters never decides the past.
I'm sorry,
Alex said.
Not like I walked in empty-handed.
Cecil slid a folder from his coat and opened it over the table's centre.
Had a busy morning before you let me poke Mr. Thale. Here, every paper having a scrap to do with Lilac and Tonis. Not much, but we got the lease on her mother's place, employment records, birth certificates for her children.
Alex picked up the last.
Sarah and Daphne. Father, Vince Barton. They must live with him. 7 years old, if my math's right. It'll be tough, but we'll want to question them.
Can't really. Cecil pointed.
Death certificates for her children.
Alex scanned the pieces of paper.
The Glories.
The rain stink followed through the file room doorway. This was going to be a long day. Alex shed his trench coat and fedora, placed both on a box in the corner, and rolled up his shirt sleeves. He then pulled down one box and sifted through the files. Logos was gone, but he could save Valentine from falling into chaos. In a way, this made things simpler. Focus on this one problem, in this one place. No ties to Logos, no conspiracy, no interference. 2 detectives and their hunt for a murderer. Nothing more complex.
You want coffee? Cecil asked, unbuttoning his coat.
I'm thinking we'll need coffee. That was the best idea Alex had heard all day. Chapter 22. Lilac didn't need to ask many questions during her hotel shift to learn where a few members of Valmidian's covenant gathered. Less a secret, more a hive everyone knew to avoid, its bees spreading through the city each day to pollinate ears with begging or preaching. They would then cluster at night in a building across from Lee Village Library between the eastern and northeastern neighbourhoods of Valentine. Lilac stripped out of uniform the moment she got home, her hand twitching to touch the coral stone. Lagoe needed to know, and Lilac couldn't wait to tell her. They would still need to convince these few souls to help. Easier than the sacrifices Lilac had made the past couple days. Covenants were used to bleeding for gods. She thought of lying to them, trying to play Lagoe off as Valmidian, but all accounts said Valmidian was a merry goddess of song and laughter, Lagoe's opposite in all respects. Better to be honest. They sat in the same boat as Lilac and everyone else stuck in Valentine, stuck across Aig. Nothing but a goddess would do, no matter which. "Off to see Arcadia?" Simone asked. She had come silently from the bedroom, and Lilac said nothing as she dug through her closet and clutched the priestess robe. "I like her. She's clean and polite, has a good job. I'm glad you brought her over, even if it took you months. I was afraid you were seeing Cecil and hiding it from me." Lilac guffawed. She loved Cecil. He was her friend. But together?
Never.
Well, I can't know with you. Simone paced the dark windows. Arcadia's stable, exactly what you need. Lilac knew that already, even if she hadn't admitted it to herself until yesterday's scare. Coming home to the dinner had been a welcome surprise, Detective Alexander Stathos aside. Her life was coming together again. "Would you get out of your head?" Simone asked, half annoyed, half playful. "I know wool gathering's the only thing Lagoe ever gave you, but you couldn't even make it through dinner without taking a moment." Lilac didn't mean to shrug. It just happened. "I have a lot to think about. Ways to keep from getting caught." Simone paused at her little window-side table. "I swear, you're a watering hole for chaos, sweetie. Isn't Arcadia enough?" "It's not that simple," Lilac said. "Does she mean a lot to you?" Simone asked. More than Lilac had realized. "That's why she knew where we lived." "Then build your relationship on stronger stuff than secrets." Half-dressed in the priestess robe, Lilac slipped toward the toy chest, where her fingers teased the dormant coral stone. Gods couldn't die, but Vince's blood must have finally run out of power. Lagoe might be listening to this argument, but unless Lilac found more sacrificial blood, the goddess of reason would never speak again, never be free. If Lilac showed Simone the coral stone, would she understand? Or would she be angry? "Have you liked killing them?" Simone asked. Lilac froze. "Of course not." "Stay home with me, then, or visit Arcadia at the hotel. I don't care, but don't do this anymore." "I don't see another goddess stopping the glories." Lilac plucked up the coral stone. "We need Mother." "Who's we?" Simone asked, her voice rising. "The city, or just you?" "All of us." Lilac slammed the toy chest shut. "Even you need her, Mom." "I do not." Simone clenched her fists and ground them against her hips. "I don't need bloodshed and sacrifice. That's temple life, and you know it too. It was your life for 40 damn years." "Mom," Simone's dry eyes gleamed red and tired. "I went back to Logos. Did she tell you?" Lilac clapped her mouth shut. "I went looking when you were still little, but she wouldn't let me see you," Simone said. "I don't regret you turning up on my doorstep after she left, but that doorstep would have already been home if she hadn't stolen you. She stole you from me, understand? Not just when you were my newborn, but the 40 years after. I lost a baby, and then a grown woman shows up on my doorstep. I loved that baby girl, like we both loved the twins, and I love you now, but we lost that time between. Lagoe took that from us. She said you would age slower, that I wouldn't have known how to take care of you, but really she didn't want to share. We could have been a family, the three of us, and instead I spent decades wondering if I'd ever see you again." Lilac hid the coral stone against the half-hanging robe and drifted closer. "What if we could have that now?" Simone shook her head. "I don't want that now. I want you and me. I want the we that she stole, and the now that we have. I know those things can't coexist, but I want all the good. She isn't good, Lilac. I think I hate her." She thought a moment, and then nodded. "Yes, I hate her." Lilac recoiled. "I don't think so." Simone's lips parted around gritted teeth. "Well, you're going to make me find out, aren't you?" Hard rain beat at the windows. Lilac had been too young to remember the night Lagoi left her temple and entered another goddess's city, not to discuss city relations, not to chat, but to have Logo's priestesses steal an infant from her mortal mother's care. Had it been storming that night too? For Simone, right now, it was all the same. Lilac approached and laid a hand on Simone's shoulder. When Mother comes back, I'm not going off to live in that temple again. Valentine is home. You remember what I was like when I first showed up? I couldn't do anything without you. Now I have your long hair, and I cook and work and everything. Mother can't take me again. My long hair. Simone slid 2 withered fingers down one of Lilac's auburn curls and then tucked it behind her ear. I see godly red in yours. Had I stolen you from her, there'd be no forgiveness. Do you know why? Can you figure out why? Lilac couldn't imagine a mortal woman escaping a god. But then, that was the answer, realized as Simone spoke it. Because she's a goddess, bigger and better than anyone. Even you would never judge her. Her face crumpled, and a muffled sob died behind her hands. Mom, Lilac whispered, reaching again for Simone's shoulder. Simone retreated to the bedroom. You don't even know why you think the way you do. Back then, she stole even the idea of leaving from you. When you bring her here and she wants to take you again, there'll be nothing anyone can do to stop her. She slammed the bedroom door shut, and the apartment went quiet but for the rain. Lilac finished changing into her covenant robe, clutched the coral stone with godly prayer, and hurried outside to hail a cab for Lee Village. Simone would understand once Lagoi returned in all her grandiosity and many faces. Alex, Cecil, the police, everyone would understand. They would thank Lilac later for saving the city before the glories brought a great drowning like Valentine had never seen. Chapter 23. I've been wondering, Cecil said, hands deep in a box of files. With his fedora on the table, wild, tawny locks strayed into his eyes. You ever wish you had my gift? Alex let this sink in. Gift is a strong word for a skill that doesn't work half the time. Humour me. I've thought about it. Alex sipped his coffee and placed the mug beside a couple of victims' folders. He hoped to keep perusing until they found all the files together, but these had emerged hours ago, with nothing since. It would make detective work easier, but it wouldn't make me a better detective. You lean on your godly legacy too much when your own flesh-and-blood brain is more than capable. Some of it's harder, too. Cecil scowled at his mug. So many sensations you'll never know. You must think this coffee's excellent. I don't crave difficult situations or lousy coffee. Alex aimed his finger across the table. What would you rather be doing right now? Cecil stretched with a pleased groan. Oh, Lucas Pinago from the Lella Street Lounge. The singer in the top hat? Alex asked. Him, yes, but when he takes it off, his hair's so fiery. I'd swear he was a descendant too if I hadn't felt what he was feeling. More ways than one. Cecil slouched over the table and chinned at Alex. You? Warm crab meat on toast, my apartment fireplace, something to drink, and a good book. Alex tilted his head back as if resting into his easy chair. One of those seafaring adventures, the heroes hopping from island to island across uncharted seas, skirting danger, living free. Pity we're here, Cecil said,
"If we aren't, and no one does the work, how likely do you think it is we'll ever get those pleasant evenings?"
Alex returned to the files.
"You were onto something with Dale. I'd bet he kept us at arm's length for exactly the reason you said. He doesn't know who the murderer is, but look at these files. To Thale, the Valentine Butcher's a gift from the gods. Good excuse to let blood run the Logos way, if only for the few days before he'd have to put his foot down and stop this. Don't expect any support."
Cecil chuckled.
"Wouldn't dream of it." "Here, 2 victims, brothers, Obi and Andre Monte."
Alex plucked a pair of folders from one box and slapped them onto the table.
"I'm sure they have known associates besides each other."
He took the Obi folder. Cecil took the Andre.
"Thieves, running with the Bay Passage gang on the shipping yards, back when that was a thing."
Cecil turned a page.
"Here's no surprise.
That pawnbroker Hector Morose questioned on some of the brothers' goods, but as always—"
"How was he supposed to know they were stolen?"
Alex chuckled.
"Every thief needs a fence."
He put down Obi Monte's file and started shifting through boxes quicker than he could read names. Cecil closed his folder.
"Who you looking for?" "Honest Hector. It'll be the thickest file. Hadn't thought to look before, but I want to see his known associates."
"Come off it, man. That list's got to have half the city. Shit, even I sold him an old ring 4 months back." Alex dug through another 3 boxes before he found Honest Hector's gargantuan folder, bound in cord to keep paper chunks from flying free.
"And this makes only 10 months.
That would have been shortly after the State House. A pang struck Alex's chest. His home city was gone, his parents dead, all fresh information, yet here he was, missing his old job at the State House. Those were better days than he could remember from Logos. Arcadia was the only part of that past he remembered with any fondness, and she was here at least. Cecil patted Hector's file.
"Crack it open."
Alex spread the messy folder across the table and scanned papers for the names of the murdered criminals. Each victim blemished Honest Hector's file, sure as they must have blemished his pawnshop.
"Now what?"
Cecil asked.
"You ask like you have somewhere to be,"
Alex said.
"We both could."
Cecil's smirk tempted with lounge singers and good books. Alex tapped the tabletop papers.
"Someone's feeding these people to the Valentine Butcher. Maybe it's him."
He returned to the files they'd found earlier and read aloud.
"Marco Humphreys, papers referencing Blackwater Filch, Dorian Flip Niles, Hector Morose, Vince Barton, Eileen Vitale."
Cecil grabbed up another.
"Arion Leos. I see Honest Hector. They actually wrote Honest Hector here, if you can believe it. Vince Barton, Eileen Vitale."
Alex found another.
"Eileen Vitale, associating with Hector Morose, Hector Thomas, Vince Barton, Angelina Sevens Rickard."
Cecil raised an eyebrow.
"Is Rickard on your dead list?"
Alex double-checked his notebook.
"4th house, the first day." "How about Vince Barton?"
Cecil asked.
"Not on the dead list, but—"
Alex pushed papers off Cecil's first folder and pulled up one of the birth certificates.
"Sarah Antonis, mother Lilac Antonis, father Vince Barton."
Cecil plucked up the other birth certificate.
"Can't be a coincidence, can it?"
They dug around for Vince Barton's file and were lucky to find it in their second box. Like Hector's, it was thick with paper. No home address. Vince Barton seemed an eel through oil, always leaving others to take the blame.
"I think we've found what we need,"
Alex said. They donned coats and hats again and put the file room back to some measure of decency, aside from the folders for Hector Morose, Vince Barton, and the murdered criminals. Cecil gathered those to carry outside. His little umbrella would have to shield them from the rain. Evening had come, darkening the sky and strengthening the storm.
We'll drop these at the office, grab cuffs there in case we need them, and then hunt down Mr. Barton,
Alex said.
How'll we manage that? Cecil asked. We ask his known associate, the one who's still alive.
Alex raised an arm, and a passing cab sloshed water under its tires as it slowed at the curb.
Honest Hector.
Chapter 24. The cab parked a block from the pawn shop. Honest Hector made no secret where to find him. That was part of his business. "Close as I get," the cab driver said, a smoke poking from the side of her mouth. "They say Old Town's the worst part of the city, but I know better." Alex tossed some money into the front and left the cab. Cecil opened his umbrella as he followed, only for a new hole to open and piddle rain onto his trench coat. Alex raised his umbrella between them, sharing cover and wetness. Water now ran down the paved streets, into the gutters, but soon they would choke it back up.
Feels like the sky's out to get us,
Cecil said.
It certainly could be.
Alex led toward the shop. A 3-person line formed inside. There were always people here, trading goods, rumours or gossip, except on holidays. Alex wondered when Hector slept. Cecil cleared his throat and raised his voice.
Really? You think that Logos commander will find what he's looking for here?
Alex glanced at him, as did the 2 men in line ahead.
Seems to me that 8 officers is a little much to send. You'd think he'd let us handle it.
Both men scuttled out the door. The pale woman at the front, another West Amberton castaway, asked Hector to hurry it up like a good lad. Alex bit back a smirk.
Short on time.
Cecil rubbed his gut.
Butterflies. Over what?
Alex asked.
Lilac? Sometimes we pin someone in our heads.
Cecil chinned at the counter.
Take Hector, for instance. Got his hands in pastries across the city, but I hear he's a good boy to his mother.
Alex supposed even Hector had his private side, perhaps stocked behind the counter.
Never can tell who someone really is, even a friend.
Cecil toyed with his injured umbrella.
Thought I saw right through Lilac. Some hotel staff are trying to keep a roof over her and Ma's head. Sweet girl, disinterested, sharp, but going nowhere. Never knew she had kids, or they'd died. What else might she be hiding?
Alex would find out. He watched the West Amberton woman leave the counter, and then he took her place. Hector furrowed his brow.
Odd. You look familiar, but the name's slipping my tongue. Detective Alexander Stathos. Aha! You worked for the State House, Hector said, smirking. Bought a few rings over you heartbreakers. I'm buying today, not selling.
Alex reached into his trench coat, fingered past Arcadia's map, and unfolded a slightly damp black-and-white photo of a pale man with pale hair.
Recognize him?
Hector leaned over the counter, the tip of his beard near to scratching the paper.
Vince Barton. He's here all the time. Saw him yesterday. You want to know what he was doing? More where he lives.
Alex pressed a 20 coin on the countertop.
We'll find out what he's doing ourselves. 20? Hector balked. For a man's private domicile?
Cecil nudged his head over Alex's shoulder and eyed the coin.
Your commander paying expenses or just ours? He asked. Hear that?
Alex cocked his temple against Cecil's, becoming a man with 2 heads.
We work for the Logos police commander. Old roster, huh? Hector grinned. Met him a few times. Admire his beard.
I wouldn't mind if you choke on this. Cecil reached past Alex and slammed another 20 coin on the counter. "That ideal, lad? Satisfied yet?"
"Every day."
Hector pulled a paper from under the counter and scribbled directions.
"That's his house. Pretty close, as you can see, and I mean that. His house. Anything you find there, well, how am I supposed to know if it's stolen?"
Alex stormed out of the pawn shop, his hands shaking. Cecil reached his side as they turned a corner.
"We didn't thank Hector. Think he'll bill us for that?" "This could get ugly,"
Alex said. His trench coat flapped at his sides, and he thought of reaching under to clutch his pistol.
"Be ready."
2 women, one maybe 20, the other maybe 50, rushed around the corner. The younger woman slammed a broad shoulder into Cecil's, and both went stumbling. Cecil's fedora fell into his free hand.
"Where's the flood, love?"
he asked. "Old Town," the broad woman said, "but not for long. We're off to see the miracle." Cecil laughed, seating the hat tighter onto his head.
"Miracle? Someone's been living in a box all day,"
the older woman said. She tugged her friend's arm. "Come on, it's still a few blocks from here." They scurried up the street and then around a westward corner into an alley. Alex watched them. What miracle? And then turned to Cecil. He looked less like the woman had knocked him aside, more like she'd slapped his face. Alex should have asked what was wrong, but he couldn't coddle Cecil's sensitivity right now. They had work to do. Hector was right. The house was close. Alex's first knock pressed the door slightly ajar. "Enough with the bloody suspense." Cecil reached past Alex and shoved the door wide open. "Ace Investigations? Anybody home?" Alex saw nothing through the dark and rain, but the stink belched across his face. He had to duck back and suck in the rain's damp scent before he could dip his head through Vince Barton's doorway. This time, when he pawed under his coat, he drew out his brass-coloured pistol.
"I'll snag the light switch,"
Cecil said, reaching around the doorframe.
"Don't let nobody stab me, got it?"
Alex aimed into the darkness as Cecil's hand found the switch.
He wouldn't let anyone cross them. Not here. Not now.
Lightning flashed across the sky and lit through Vince's windows, giving a glimpse of the macabre scene the moment before Cecil flipped the switch. Thunder rumbled as a nearby standing lamp cast dim light through the house's innards. Fresh shadows clawed finger-like at furniture creases, crate stacks, and every crevice and contour of the mutilated body on the floor. Alex led Cecil inside and shut the door behind them. A passerby who poked their head in might get the wrong idea otherwise.
"Vince Barton,"
Cecil whispered.
"How long, you think?" "Hector says he saw him yesterday,"
Alex said.
"No more than a day. A wet, noxious day."
Cecil took cautious steps closer. Alex stalked the room's edges. No one in the bathroom, no one in the spacious bedroom, and there didn't seem to be any other rooms in the house. He tucked his pistol back into his holster beneath his coat as thunder shook the walls. Vince Barton's blood painted the floor in brown streaks from his kettle-mounted stove to the stacks of crates likely holding stolen goods. A generous spray led from door to body, where a rich puddle pooled underneath. The far wall boasted the familiar smear of a vicious 9-pointed star. Bare footprints marked the blood, reminiscent of the unburned Bay Ridge crime scene. A circle interrupted the puddle near the door, as if something had been plucked up after the murder. Reading the scene became a challenge when the murderer liked to play in the blood.
"No burning."
Alex patted Cecil's sleeve.
"Can you get anything?" "Stabbed. Didn't expect it, but he accepted it."
Cecil staggered toward the 9-pointed smear. His arms hung boneless and doll-like at his sides.
"So much desperation here. It hangs in the air, like that fetid stench."
Alex eyed the floor for a candle, but saw none.
Why didn't she burn this one? Too personal?
Cecil trembled.
In a hurry? But you believe it's her?
Alex said,
I mean, it can't be Vince Barton, unless he's extraordinarily talented.
Cecil backed away from Lagoi's star. His frantic eyes darted left and right, as if searching for something on the floor.
Think it worked this time?
Alex looked at the smear.
Contacting Lagoi? I can't imagine how.
Cecil approached the circle in the blood.
There's divinity.
Alex looked down, where an eye of wooden floor stared through.
I thought you couldn't sense it. With descendants, it's like a hole in the world, an absence. With gods, that hole lets in the sunshine. That's the sensation here. Faint, strangled, but I feel it. Can't explain.
Cecil traced a finger along the floorboards, as if trailing the path of a creature long gone.
This desperation, the blood. Who knows? All my expertise in gods is that sometimes they impregnate mortals, and sometimes you get gods, and other times you get people like me.
Alex couldn't connect the threads of Cecil's nervousness and his awe. He wouldn't fabricate a god's presence. Did that mean the murderer was successful? Doubtful, but not impossible, right? Something was off here. Too much for Alex to believe Lilac had succeeded.
I've seen enough,
Alex said, striding toward the front door.
I think Lilac's our murderer. If she's called a divine, they'll have to be the one to absolve her. Until then, we still have a contract to catch the Valentine Butcher. That all sunshiny with you?
Cecil followed him into the rain and stared dreamily at the black sky.
Don't ask me. I barely know what I'm doing.
Alex leaned close, and his dripping fedora tapped brims with Cecil's.
Are you with me or not?
I am. Cecil glanced back at the house.
She did it. I can't believe she did it, but she... Yes.
He flashed Alex a grim look.
My friend killed the father of her children.
Alex squeezed Cecil's shoulder. He didn't know what to say. What could anyone say? When he let go, he started up the street. Pooling rainwater sloshed under his boots and beat at the sidewalk.
Where now?
Cecil asked, chasing him.
Honest Hector's.
Alex hurried. The pawnshop's lit windows and doorway hung thick with desperation. Alex thought of the women he and Cecil had passed on the way to Vince's. They'd mentioned a miracle. Lilac's doing, or something else. This would be over soon. The murderer's name, face, motive. Alex knew everything. Lilac was as good as caught. Damn, did he wish he'd been wrong. Hector beamed as Alex approached the counter.
Back again, detective? Let me guess. Whatever you wanted Vince for, he pointed the finger back at me. Am I close? Vince isn't pointing fingers at anyone,
Alex said.
He's dead.
Hector's face fell.
That can't be. I saw him yesterday. You asked if we wanted to know what Vince was doing here yesterday.
Hector gave a dazed nod.
Trying to pawn a worthless stone. Was he with anyone?
Alex asked.
He was alone, Hector said. Only...
Alex fished notebook and pencil from his trench coat.
Only... He bought a black robe, like the Covenants wear.
Hector cast a big hand down his chest, as if such a robe would appear.
A priestess sold it to me a little ways back.
Alex's pencil paused. Cecil had found divinity in Vince's house, but did that necessitate a goddess? If Lilac had failed, she might have given up murdering people like Vince and instead turned to hunting those most associated with holiness.
"Any repeat customers of the Covenants?"
Alex asked.
"No names."
Hector thought a moment.
"They gather in odd places, figure out what trash they'll try selling me. Sometimes they go to Valmidian's temple, other times that ugly pile across from Lee Village Library. Beckoning Tower, it was called."
He was trying to get Alex and Cecil out of his hair. But these were places Alex needed to know. He finished his notes and blustered out the door, where the storm greeted him with harsh wind. If a goddess had returned to the Holy Land, she would be fighting the downpour, the sea itself. The tone of the night should have shifted had Lilac called divinity into Valentine, yet everything felt the same. Cecil caught Alex's arm.
"I can check the temple. You head to Lee Village." "You want to split up?"
Alex asked, turning.
"Want? No. But we've work, don't we?"
Cecil asked.
"And these holy robes might be in danger?"
Alex let this sink in. Whatever traces Cecil had found, there was no goddess here, no true divinity. Lilac wasn't finished yet. She would kill again.
"You're right,"
Alex said.
"Check the temple. I'll check Lee Village. If you don't see her there, head my way. I'll do the same. Count on it."
Cecil reached one hand to Alex's face, hugged him close, and then kissed his cheek. Alex hardly felt the touch through the rain, only pressure against his skin and a warmth in his chest. A whisper worked into his ear.
"It'll be better soon, my friend. I promise."
Cecil slipped back and chuckled.
"Nerves are a bit fluttery." "I'm not going to die,"
Alex said.
"You'd better mean it."
Cecil clapped Alex's shoulder.
"We got this."
Alex gave a wan smile. He really hoped so. The rain thickened as they split from the pawn shop, Cecil heading north, Alex heading northeast. He would hail the first cab he spotted. Angry fire ripped through his core, fuel that kept him pounding across wet asphalt past waterlogged clusters of people. He'd stood in Lilac's home. He'd eaten her food, met her mother, worried over Arcadia beside her. The whole time, Lilac had this blood on her hands. How long had she spent washing them, acting like she'd done nothing wrong so long as her cutting and killing came in the name of the gods? She'd played the fool in front of his face and probably laughed after he left. She had no idea what she was playing with. The fate of Valentine. No logos to return to, no temple, no Logoi. This was a different city, and they needed to care for it. Alex had to catch her and put an end to this, even if she fooled a holy covenant into trusting her, helping her. Even if she believed she had a goddess on her side. Chapter 25. Lee Village Library faced a cluster of old dark houses, packed and piled atop each other in a twisting, wayward structure. Beckoning Tower, Lilac thought it was called. Lightning flashed its grey stone alive, but it quickly faded to join the evening's black sky. A narrow door broke up the bottom of the architectural monstrosity. Lilac paid her cabbie and stumbled toward the door. Her priestess guise meant no boots, no umbrella, only her robe and faith. The coral stone would remain a secret until she was ready. She reached out and knocked as thunder rolled through the sky. The door slid open, and an elderly priest beamed out at her, his whiskers glowing from inner firelight.
"Come in, sister," he said. "Out of the rain, quickly."
Lilac thanked him and ducked inside. A narrow foyer led past water-stained walls and rotting furniture into a wide room where wooden beams braced the vaulted ceiling. Smoke slithered from a dancing fire up a great shaft that climbed the tower. Its flames cast curious shadows across more than a dozen faces, scarcely a fraction of Valmidian's old covenant. Black robes covered their bodies, and hoods guarded their hair against the ceiling's dripping holes. A gentle-eyed young priestess waved Lilac over. "Get warm, please." Lilac sat beside her, and the fire's heat baked moisture from her clothes, skin, and hair. She watched the elderly priest who'd answered the door amble over, and then she studied the others. What to say? These people knew each other, but Lilac was a stranger. Best she tread carefully. "I haven't been to this side of Valentine in years," Lilac said. "What is this place?"
"You don't know?"
the elderly priest asked. He chinned his beard at a nearby priestess.
"Tell her, Cosme."
Cosme averted her eyes from Lilac and waved a thoughtless hand at the ceiling. "A year after Valmidian left us, government men from the State House thought they could channel the gods with crude shapes, particular geometry, like the gods would care about their symbols formed in architecture."
"Imaginary solutions,"
said a middle-aged priestess across the fire. A scar ran up her cheek across an empty socket. Her remaining eye glared at Lilac.
"When they died in the State House wreck, we took it."
Cosme lowered her gaze. "We've all done things to cope with what's become of us."
"Indeed," the middle-aged priestess said. "Trying to call the gods is better than lying to ourselves they're already here. Those desperate hearts flocking to the temple tonight, to Old Town, they'll believe anything."
"We knew Valmidian was gone before anyone else," Cosme said. "We'd know if she was back, too. There's no wild grain scent in the air."
"The crowds eat what they crave, a bowl of lies."
The middle-aged priestess scratched her scar.
"The gods are distant, but not everyone can live with that."
Lilac nodded as if she knew what they were talking about. She hadn't kept up with the city news today. She had bigger fish on her plate. Her fingers prodded the pocketed coral stone. The gods were closer than these holy people knew, and yet so far. How could Lilac offer hope to these strangers? On tiptoe, maybe crawling on her belly. They were likely curious already why they had never met her before. "Have any of you tried calling the gods?" Lilac asked. "We've prayed," Cosme said, and gestured at the old priest. "Nemo leads us, usually."
"Every day,"
Nemo said. Others nodded with him. "We've all done things," Cosme said. "Wild ideas, bloodshed in the temple, in chalices, in urns." Cosme gestured to the one-eyed priestess. Meridia had her plan.
"Do you mean the Holy Tree Day?"
Meridia asked. "It would have shamed us as Valmidian's covenant to offer blood to another god, like witches, so we chose something beyond gods. No one really knows how desperate you'll get until things turn nightmarish." Nemo chortled.
"People say any god would be better than no god. Imagine Tychron here, unchecked by his cousins. No one wants that."
"Except the people in Tychos." But Lilac swallowed the comment. The people of every city-state wanted the gods back, and some would burn their cars, homes, and humanity in sacrifice to make it so. They would do the impossible and seek out lost Aidos if it meant the goddess Ada would return, migrate to Tychos if Tychron would come back, turn nomads for Livian, any god to save them from the glories. Still, Lilac couldn't imagine what Meridia might have planned to do on Holy Tree Day. Meridia sat straight, fire glowing across her scar, and faced Lilac as if sensing her confusion. "We didn't go through with this, understand? We planned, but we couldn't make the journey, not even for the Dawn gods." Lilac leaned closer to the fire, and understanding began to bake her skin. "We meant to offer ourselves on the grave of the holy tree," Cosme said. Nemo cut in quickly. "Might have mattered. Understand? The holy psychopomp tree used to be a dawn god." Lilac didn't understand that logic. If Lagoe had cut off one of her 9 heads, the severed head would not be Lagoe, only a fragment. A body, or pieces of it, did not make a soul. Meridia piped up. "The holy tree was only the shell of a body. The dawn god Skeptimos left it behind while his soul headed to the mysterious heavens. That's why gentle Theo could become the holy tree's soul. A living thing without a soul violates the laws of nature after all, and so the holy tree merged with him and carried on." She tutted as if this were the end of the story. Lilac knew better. It was one of her earliest lessons in Lagoe's temple. The priestesses had explained that when the dawn gods finished their work, 6 of them ascended in flesh, while the last, Skeptimos, ascended in soul, leaving his body behind to become the holy psychopomp tree. It was to be the arbiter of all souls crossing the between from one life to another, a balance brought to reincarnation. Lilac had hated the idea, even as a child. She was not sad when the lesson ended with a madwoman, Noema the Sick, burning the holy psychopomp tree to the ground. She had kept her relief to herself, unsure how Mother would react. The memory reminded Lilac that soon Lagoe would spread her 9 heads and tremendous body within Valmidian's temple and take up the cause of Aig. They would be mother and daughter again, teacher and student. Lilac clutched the coral stone and dug her way up from her thoughts. The Covenant was arguing. "Keep in mind, Noema's burning the holy tree might have been part of the dawn god's intent," Cosme said, her tone softening. Someone scoffed across the fire. "She didn't burn it," Meridia said, growing haughty. "When Noema the Sick carried hatred and injustice in her heart to the foot of the dawn god's final gift, set within its roots, the holy tree immolated itself, for it saw mankind was ungrateful." She had recited directly from Scripture, each word eating ice into Lilac's nerves. Had the last 2 days' sacrifices felt this same chill when she'd recited Scripture to them? Nemo shrugged. "I've my doubts. Something happened inside the holy psychopomp tree, I say." His face turned grim. "Something unwritten in the verses of Aig." Fire filled Meridia's eye. "You can't go adding more verses of Aig on wild assumptions, Nemo." Cosme shook her head and whispered, "This is why the gods left us. Our sacrilege." Lilac cleared her throat, and every eye turned to her. She didn't want the attention, but she needed it. Cosme had a point. There wasn't time for the Covenant to bicker the Scripture's fine print. The rainy season was already here. "Why did you think bleeding on the holy tree's grave would help summon a god?" Lilac asked. "Not a god," Meridia said. "A dawn god." Lilac bit the insides of her cheeks not to laugh. No one knew for certain what had prompted the dawn gods to descend 5,000 years ago, but she doubted mortals alone could bring them back. "Not Skeptimos, of course," Meridia went on, "but our Valmidian's forebearer, Lyridosia, or Melante, or Ixalis. Someone might have helped, and not only to protect us from glories. They would have driven the glories out, like in the dawn days." She lowered her head, heavy beneath ridiculous notions. "A nonsense plan, you think?" "You're right. Greater gifts need greater allure. Whatever special circumstances first drew Ixalis and the other dawn gods to descend, whatever made gentle Theo special enough for the holy tree, we don't have it." Not nonsense, Lilac said, touching Cosme's arm since she couldn't reach Meridia. Overambitious. Cosme's robe flaked fibres and grime, a frail sleeve with frailer flesh beneath. These people were withering. Lilac couldn't help feeling sorry for them, and for herself too. For 10 years, she'd blamed Lagoi's absence on Lagoi, while these people blamed Valmidian's absence on themselves. Guilt and shame would eat them alive. Cosme stood from Lilac's side. Was it really over-ambitious? For our means and stature, maybe, but not our experience. I've touched Valmidian's hands and feet, touched divinity. Now I beg in a South Temple District pawn shop. The temple's falling apart, and the city's next. Nemo raised placating hands. Cosme, please. But Cosme paced the room, fingers fraying her tangled hair and parting her robe. It's shameful to have peaked so young. Black fabric shed from her body. She didn't wear undergarments like Lilac. Maybe none of them did. Shadows danced over Cosme's nakedness. Look at me now. Priestess to the goddess of prosperity, now priestess to honest Hectors. I'll shed blood for a better deal, but you'll need a god to convert the currency. Lilac wanted to hold her. This lost despair echoed the emptying temple in Logos years ago when Lilac had watched Lagoi's priestesses abandon her. Nearly a year passed before she could beggar enough money to ride the now-ruined railroad north to Valentine and find Simone. But no matter its familiarity, this pain could end. Cosme crumpled to the floor and gathered her robe against her chest. Some days, I almost wish it never happened, so I might still have big things ahead, but my best days are behind me. There's only drowning ahead and no gods to help us. Lilac crept closer. That isn't true. A priestess at 17, Cosme said, raspy. And an ex-priestess, what is that? Can you eat it? The job asks lifelong service, and then suddenly we're homeless, jobless, our pockets empty. I was still trying to figure things out by the time my son was born, and I'd already had years to accept Valmidian wasn't coming back. She looked into Lilac's eyes. My son's gone now. I didn't know how to survive the street. Valmidian, she provided everything for us. I never thought she would abandon me, but the gods give and they take, and I didn't know how to keep my boy alive. Lilac drew Cosme's head to breast and kissed her hair. Memories of Sarah and Daphne erupted inside. Smaller heads, bigger kisses. 17? Cosme trembled in Lilac's arms. I swore my life to her at 17. What good is that? A sacrifice is only worthwhile if something precious is lost. The city's lousy with people like me. Priestesses hang around newsstands for loose change, or they sell their robes and get jobs as waitstaff, cleaners, lounge singers, flood fighters, anything but this because there is no need for us anymore. The covenant is nothing without the gods. Lilac looked around the room. The firelit faces had turned stony, and a new tension dug through her muscles and bones. Her legs twitched to stand, run, but she didn't know why. Something had shifted in the air. Or maybe the purpose lies with your goddess. Cosme said, You're not Valmidian's priestess. 2 young men in black robes had slipped between Lilac and the door. Her legs twitched again, but she didn't make to stand. Not yet. She shut her eyes and sifted through the patterns, looking for an escape if she needed it, and a way to convince these people to help her too. I don't know who you are, but you lied to us, and that turns my gut, Cosme said. Meridia, what do you think? With her boldness, stomping in uninvited? Meridia scoffed. She came with the Logos police, another wayward looking to take the city.
I'm not with them, Lilac said, eyes still shut.
You're a priestess, aren't you? Meridia asked. You want to know if we ever tried to bring another god back. You think we're the ones cutting people apart, putting Lagoi's bloody sign on the city walls. A snitch hiding her 9-pointed badge under a black robe. Might even be some other god's child.
Lilac had counted more than a dozen figures here. She couldn't fight them all, even with her dagger.
Meridia had to have known a descendant before, maybe Valmidian's daughter who had vanished the same time as Valmidian herself.
No one ever took the descendants into account. That had been Lilac's secret to success, but this covenant was different.
Maybe they hadn't known right away and needed her to sit here until they figured her out, but since her arrival, they'd realized something wasn't right.
Cosme stood tall and fully clothed.
A short knife gleamed in her hand, and its blade echoed around the fire, Valmidian's covenant wielding knife after knife.
We let you in, Cosme said. We shared our shame, but you're not one of us.
Tell us what you came here for, and it had better be a damn good reason. Don't make us bring you low. Chapter 26. Alex watched Merchants Field's neon lights fade into the golden glow of Lee Village through a cab window.
How long would these lights stay lit? They might die as he reached Lilac. What dark trap was he walking into?
Lee Village Library, the cab driver said, parking where Alex had told her to go. They look close to me, friend.
I'm sure they get that a lot.
Alex paid her and stepped out of the cab. Water sloshed as he crossed the street, and he realized too late he'd left his umbrella in the back seat. Nothing he could do now but press on. He had never entered Beckoning Tower, let alone climbed to its peak, and imagined it offered a similar vantage as the temple's roof. A climber at the top might see the lights of Tycho's distant in the night, and during the day might look northward to the far-off windy hills beneath Shadow Mountain. Somewhere in between lay the grave of the Holy Tree. And yet, looking to Beckoning Tower, Alex wouldn't have thought there could be a more broken place in the world if he didn't already know the truth about Logos. That truth might have stretched to other city-states by now. It could happen here. The tower door awaited. Rainwater soaked Alex's hair, clothes, his poor notebook, but not his pistol, secure beneath his trench coat. His fingers grasped the gun, his free hand raised into a fist, about to knock. Gulls cried, and he couldn't help remembering that had been an ill omen in an adventure book he'd read as a child. Now he wondered if the author had slipped some ancient superstition into the pages. The flock sounded like they were heading out of the city. Alex waited for their cries to fade beneath the hushing rainfall and then rammed his fist against the door. Once, twice.
I know how it sounds, but it's true, Lilac said at the end of a tiring story. Rub your finger on the surface. A couple drops of blood. It'll explain everything. Cosme and the rest had let Lilac reach into her robe and draw out the coral stone. Still cold, it no longer felt like the mother who drank Arcadia's blood and healed her, who'd whispered about saving Aig. Meridia and the rest watched in silence as Cosme placed a tentative fingertip on the porous coral stone. Her gaze clung to Lilac's as she rubbed back and forth, her blade pointed at Lilac. The change stirred in Lilac's hand even before she saw blood smear across coral. The stone warmed against her palm, a godly sun rising deep inside from the between where some blasphemous arsehole had trapped the goddess of reason. Cosme's shoulders hunched.
Goddess, I'm sorry I doubted. Goddess, forgive me.
Meridia launched to her feet. "What is it? What happened?" Others stirred around her. "Lagoi," Cosme said. She trembled to the floor, but a smile crossed her face. "The goddess Lagoi says she's trapped inside. The Valmidian might be trapped somewhere else. She didn't abandon us." Realization wormed through the hopeless covenant. Lilac knew the feeling. Their suffering these past 10 years had not been an edict by unquestionable gods. They and everyone across Aig had been wronged. Someone had stolen their goddess from them. "We need to free her," Lilac said. "She'll save us from the glories. Save Valentine." "Free her how?" Meridia asked. "The same way gods make any miracle." A bald priest scoffed behind the others. "Give her blood. We aren't covenant-betraying witches. We've been Valmidians faithful for years. Why don't you free her?" Lilac clutched the coral stone between her hands and stood. Time to show her cards. "I can't do it myself. Descendant blood has divinity. It's no good. I need your help to free Mother." Meridia's eye flickered between coral stone and lilac. "Lagoi has no child." "Ask her yourself." Lilac held out the coral stone. One by one, Meridia, Nemo, the rest touched the coral stone, and Lagoi spoke of Lilac's heritage and her godliness again and again. Twin priestesses appeared last, one of them crying, the other as hard-faced as Meridia, and yet she cried too by the end. "I am Lagoi, goddess of reason. Lilac is my perfect jewel. Revere her as any mortal would revere me, for I have not abandoned you. Set me free so I may save this holiest of lands." Meridia's eye glistened. "I thought Lagoi crossed the sea." "We thought all the gods had," Lilac said. "But Lagoi's trapped, and there could be others. We can find them later, but if we don't set her free now, well, you can hear it." The Covenant listened to the rain. Seagulls soared past, their calls echoing down the tower's central shaft. Meridia scratched her scar. "A bad omen." A fist banged on the front door. Every face turned its way and then back to Lilac. The last time she'd faced a bad omen, she'd lost her children. Would she lose her mother this time? Again? "Is there a safe place for the ritual?" Lilac asked. "A rite to free the goddess?" Nemo huffed. "I'm sure it's another straggler." The front door cracked open beneath a hard boot. Lilac couldn't see who stood in the doorway, but no priest wore boots. Someone else had come to Beckoning Tower, likely for her. Meridia led past the fire, toward the back of the open room. "Up to the second floor. Protect the descendant." Cosme grasped Lilac's arm and tugged her into darkness. "Protect Lagoi's child," she echoed. The rest of the Covenant formed a semicircle and retreated as a herd at Lilac's back. An unlit doorway swallowed her. Cold stone walls dripped damp in every direction. "Watch your feet," Cosme said. She started up a shaky wooden staircase, cobbled from flimsy boards and old nails. Beside her, Meridia aimed her knife at an unseen second floor. "Lilac!" a man shouted from below. She glanced back. Past her hood's edge, a silhouette in fedora and trench coat darkened the firelight. Detective Alexander Stathos. A brass-coloured pistol gleamed in one hand. Black robes clustered the archway, blocking him from sight. Cosme dragged Lilac up by the arm. For the first time in 10 years, she was safe among the people of a covenant, the way Mother had intended. A different covenant, but protected nonetheless. "You're harboring a murderer!" Alex yelled after them. "You'll be next if you don't let me through!" Lilac reached the second floor, a rickety, unfurnished layer of the tower, hardly more than a wooden platform. Time had eaten holes through its surface, and splinters jutted from its planks. Someone shouted below, likely at Alex, and then a knife clattered to the floor.
Nemo erupted up the wooden staircase. Vassal stalled him, but we don't have long. Keep climbing.
Lilac muttered a quiet prayer for Vassal and kept climbing. A dusty ladder shot up the stone wall toward another wooden platform high above, a makeshift third floor.
Used to be respected, Meridia said, panting as she followed Lilac. Now we're chased by a man with a gun.
Puts our position in perspective, Cosme said.
Meridia coughed out a laugh. Fate is many throats with one stomach.
The ladder seems more dangerous than any house Lilac had stepped into with her dagger these past couple of days. Twice it wobbled out of her control. She might have fallen had Meridia not pressed hard from below while Cosme held the top.
You don't understand, Alex shouted. I'm trying to help you.
The climb would have been easier had Lilac stuffed the coral stone back in her pocket, but now seemed the perfect time for it to fall out, and the night was full of bad omens. She wouldn't risk letting it out of her grasp. 10 years came down to this one moment as she reached the ladder's top. The Covenant clustered onto the third-floor platform behind her. Nemo held the ladder for the last climbing priest. A gunshot rang through the hollow tower. Lilac jolted, the pistol louder than yesterday's temple crash. But when she looked down, hers weren't the fingers soaked in red. The last priest prodded his middle.
"Oh," he said.
"Come," Nemo said, grasping the priest's arms. Heavy footsteps crashed across the stairs below.
"The next won't be a warning shot,"
Alex shouted. He didn't realize what he'd done, having shot wild into the tower's upper darkness.
"I don't want to hurt you, but if it's between you and these people, I will. Come down without a fight."
Lilac reached for the injured priest. "It doesn't have to be fatal. Lagoi's coming back." The young priest shrugged hers and Nemo's hands away. "A sacrifice is only as good as what's lost. Tell the goddess my name was Philip." The ladder twitched. Philip threw his weight backward and tore the ladder away from the platform. Wood trembled as if the rungs might drag the floor's planks down with them, but the ladder fell, and Philip plummeted down the tower's shaft. Lilac shut her eyes before she heard the wet slap of flesh against stone. Cosme grabbed her arm up again. Up, before he takes another pot shot. We protect Lagoi's child." The Covenant murmured and then began their shuffle up the next ladder toward the 4th floor and the tower's peak. Nemo and the twin priestesses lingered at the platform's edge. "He was brave," one priestess said. "But how will we get back down now?" The other pulled her sister away. "We aren't going back." Lilac tried not to linger. The Covenant was protecting her, and somehow that felt no better than driving her dagger into Vince's flesh. Nemo hung by the edge until Meridia took his arm. "Work's not done, old man." "But it should have been me," Nemo said. "Philip was too young." Meridia pulled him to the ascending ladder, and her eye caught brief and distant firelight. "It isn't going to matter soon." There were bodies. Moments ago they had been living, breathing people, but now they were bodies because Alex had pushed them. Not physically, of course. His hand had never touched the knife one man had used to cut his own throat, and Alex certainly hadn't shaken the ladder to knock another down. But he'd threatened them. He'd, unintentionally, shot the one who fell. They were dead. Alex stared into the tower's high darkness. "I didn't do this," he whispered. "They aren't my fault, Lilac. These ones are on you, like all the others. I didn't do this." He could have waited for Cecil. That had been the plan, right? Find no one, leave, find someone, wait for your partner. Cecil would have listened had he found Lilac at Valmidian's temple, but she was here, Cecil would have talked them down. The Covenant wouldn't have felt threatened. But Alex had pushed. Wasn't it Cecil's fault? A little bit, then? He had been the one to suggest splitting up. Alex was a victim of circumstance, same as always. He'd only killed anyone at Shah following Thale's orders. Here, he'd taken orders of responsibility, his contract, and the cold and dark night. Misfortune, nothing more.
I did my best.
Alex wanted to slink back down the stairs, away from the bodies and beckoning tower, let the water wash him away, but he couldn't fade into tonight's hateful storm. He would take a moment to get his head straight, let the death run rain-like down his back, and then he would raise the ladder again and climb it. Slowly but surely, once his heartbeat slowed, he would catch up to Lilac. This was not the end. Chapter 27. No one had cleaned up the rubble-strewn floor of Valmidian's temple, but droves of her undeterred faithful still gathered across the flat tops of cracked altars and the dusty, jagged seating. They came in soaked dresses and dripping suits, one here, a family there, all clasping each other's hands, their grey-haired matriarch twisting a gnarled finger into Valmidian's spiral, mimicking a crude cornucopia. Cecil saw no one from Valmidian's covenant. Not one black robe flitted at the crowd's edges. Before these past 10 years, some might have taken the gods for granted. Not tonight. With the rains shouting down, the people showed up to worship, and hard. Cecil might have mistaken them for desperate a week back, even 2 days ago. But then there was that sensation in Vince Barton's house. Faint, yet unmistakable. Valmidian was 9 centuries old, a grandchild to the Dawn gods. That far down and beyond, whatever quirk in the blood separated gods and descendants from ordinary mortal rarely surfaced. Cecil's mother hadn't been a descendant, but some trace from Grandfather Livian, god of instinct, had risen in her son. Different, but mortal enough to die. Hardly anyone kept track of the eons in mankind's history, the cycles of growing and dying technology repeating themselves across 5,000 years. Even fewer noted the gods' ages, and a handful felt any distinction. Gods let history settle like the tide, in and out, and as mortals came and went, who kept track of lineage, years, and truth? The divinity in Vince's house, like the city, was too old to belong to Valmidian. Its pressure felt more like Lagoi's generation of first children, the Dawn god's firstborn. Sometimes Cecil wondered how people like Alex could walk around oblivious to it. A shred inside a dead man's house was distracting. In the direct presence of a god, it would overwhelm.
Stalled enough? Cecil asked himself. On with it, shall we?
He slipped through the temple's kneeling throng toward the new pit at its centre. A gust of wind thrashed between temple columns and whipped newspaper pages at his heels. On a crumbling stairway along the wall, a young woman with a strong chest and stronger voice bellowed over the crowd. "The sea is not our death. We have a chance to show our goddess we're made of sterner stuff. Look to the history above your heads. Valentine stands. Valmidian stands with us. We stand with her." Cecil let his gaze flicker to the ceiling of lies. This wannabe priestess didn't know a damn thing about glories, gods, or this temple, though the last was hardly her fault. A temple of worship, sure, but a temple of forgetting, too. Of secrets. If his suspicions were right, if everything made sense, he thought it did. It had to. One of the great mysteries, a missing city, and he might have figured it out. Stalling again, he scolded himself. He reached the pit's edge, where some careless soul had stomped part of the second floor down to the first and shattered a hollow space below. Most would assume it was some forgotten stretch of catacombs. People assumed many things, like that ceiling murals made promises or that gods couldn't be liars. Valmidian was nowhere near old enough to have faced the glories after the Holy War, or when they'd appeared after the Dawn Gods returned to the heavens. The damn holy psychopomp tree burned down near 2,000 years ago, and she hadn't even been born yet. Why didn't anyone ever think for a change? Because they loved Valmidian. Easy to hide a secret when affection deceived everyone. The Not Priestess carried on her bellowing. "When the goddess returns, what will she see? Cowards? No, she'll find a covenant that stretches the city." Cecil wanted to tell her she should quit with her original material and try reciting a few verses of Aig, perhaps the Glorious Wrath or the Last Gift of Skeptimos. Save herself the effort, since no one here was listening, too swept up in what they thought was happening tonight, what they wished was happening. A few of the faithful clustered inside the floor's cave-in. Cecil clambered down marble ridges and knelt beside them, but he hadn't come to pray. He was here to see. And he saw and felt old divinity, same as he'd found lingering in Vince's house. Cecil followed the trail, warm against his senses, as it led him from the pit's edge to a hulking marble slab. It must have sat directly beneath Valmidian's seat, an egg she surely never wanted to hatch. Had the other gods even told her it was here? He rested one hand on the marble slab and brushed chunks of debris from its top. 2 concave circles marked the centre. Neither had been moulded perfectly, simple holes to keep small spheres, but each pulled with divinity's pressure. This place, exposed by the collapse, was never meant to be found. "Because they couldn't be destroyed," Cecil muttered. His suspicions had been right. He knew exactly what had been sealed in marble beneath Valmidian's altar. Gulls cried outside the temple, far above the kneeling throng and its would-be priestess. They were smarter birds than people gave them credit for, it seemed. They knew now was a good time to get out of town. Chapter 28. Arcadia should have gone to the hotel already. She'd sent the exhausted evac team home when the sun began to set and there were other flood fighters. Eileen had told her the same, and under ordinary circumstances, Arcadia would have listened. Night had come, and the rains had worsened. But she'd forgotten how to stop. Even heading to a diner for food briefly had made her restless. Godly power coursed through her like the sun before dawn, eager to rise. What would she do at the hotel? Have a staring contest with the bathroom mirror? Better to get herself good and tired, and do the work. The sky held a grudge against the land. Thunder laughed in the clouds, and wind tucked the rain underneath umbrellas so no one could miss the spray. Tonight hated Arcadia, hated Valentine. She imagined since Savus, god of storms, had abandoned Aig with the rest of his kind, that this storm and all unruly weather took the glory's side, whipping sea-borne winds toward the coast. Arcadia thought of sending Old Town's residents north. Bay Ridge's slight elevation made it the safest place on Valentine's west side, but the runoff had to go somewhere. Floodwater clawed at foundations where the street dipped into Old Town and lapped at the edges of the North Temple district. Someone was shouting in the dark. "Get him up," they said. "Get him up, quick!" 2 uniformed flood fighters pulled a third from the knee-high water, his body half-caked in mud. A fresh barricade breach had let flooding come spilling through with enough force to knock a man down. The stones were giving up. Arcadia stood at the barricade's base, where a section of wall now leaned away from its fellows. The storm couldn't knock it down without unmooring the foundation, but every hard blow tested the barricade's resolve. Arcadia pressed her shoulder against slick stone and shoved hard until block met block in a firm wall. For now, its foundation seemed more mud than anything else these days. How long would it last? Still, she'd helped. The rushing water eased, and a handful of flood fighters cheered. There was no crowd to impress like earlier today. Their scant volunteers stretched thin up and down the borders of Old Town. The promise of a goddess had brought them here, but the work drove them away. Arcadia couldn't blame them. She approached two flood fighters, Karina and Jason. She didn't know everyone's names. Another failure by their captain.
"Any word from the floodplains?"
Arcadia asked.
"Everyone should be inside the city,"
Jason said. His sea-green uniform looked yellow beneath his flickering lantern. "We'd hoped it wouldn't get this bad," Karina said. "Not yet."
"It won't get worse if I can help it, and I'm not going anywhere,"
Arcadia said, raising her two-way radio.
"Pass it down the line. The gods haven't abandoned us. We'll see daylight together."
A crash struck the far side of the barricade, thrashing water off the stone. It ended in a deep, clacking yawn. Arcadia had never heard a sound like that in her life. She turned to the wall as if it might offer answers, but there was only the heavy smack of rain, a world of wet secrets.
"What glorious shit now?"
Jason asked. Another sound echoed across Old Town, but at least Arcadia recognized it. Gulls came cawing overhead from the west.
"Listen to all that,"
Jason said.
"Gotta be droves of them."
The chattering cloud's tail end passed the barricade, scaled the city, and then faded beneath the storm's rumble. They ran a long stretch by the sound of them, as if the coast's entire gull population had decided to pick up and head east. They were abandoning the beach for inland aid. "Listen to them go!" Karina stared at the sky, as if she could see the birds in the blackness. "Do they know something we don't?" Arcadia wished she could say. What did birds know? What did gods? She strode down the barricade, away from her agents, and slipped her fingers into one belt pouch, where they stroked a hard, porous surface until her fingers bled. "Tell me that we'll make it through this," she whispered. The voice she'd heard in Valmidian's temple trembled through a crimson coral stone and up her arm. "You mistake me for a goddess of prophecy," a sweet voice whispered. "I would give no cause for despair. You love them. You want to keep them safe. I understand better than anyone." "I know," Arcadia said. "I guess I wanted comfort. I did not save your life without good reason." Arcadia shut herself up before someone overheard and looked at her funny, but she was grateful. She knew who had saved her life. Not Valmidian, not Lagoe, not any god she'd met before, only the one trapped in this coral stone, its surface brimming red and warm. She owed thanks to Medes, goddess of love, first of the ascendants. No one else. Chapter 29. The Covenant survivors gathered beneath the Beckoning Tower's tall rooftop. Its top floor's flat platform lay exposed to sideways sheets of rain, while its narrow pointed ceiling hunched over those gathered. The final ladder's hole gaped dark at their feet. Lilac hugged her robes, and the Covenant huddled around her, Meridia pressing to one side, Cosme to the other. Only Nemo stood apart.
"We do it here,"
he said, gazing westward into the storm, as if he could see ocean waves through the downpour and darkness.
"This is where we die?"
Meridia asked.
"Fitting."
"How so?" Cosme asked.
"Because we'll give this building back its purpose. Its builders meant to summon a god. We will summon one."
The twin priestesses clung to each other. One cried into her sister's shoulder.
"We'll give ourselves purpose too,"
Meridia went on.
"Fear is fine, but overcoming it is bravery. We have to be brave, like Vassal and Philip, and pray the goddess will remember us."
They were little more than gloomy black shapes, but at the next lightning flicker, Lilac felt every eye digging into her. This moment mattered more than each murder. These people meant to give themselves to Lagoe. A holy covenant in this life, what would they each reincarnate into next? There had been no holy tree to judge and dictate in 2,000 years, each soul flying free in the between. Lilac hoped they each got everything they wanted. The coral stone beat warm in her hand. When Arcadia fell yesterday, Lagoe must have tasted blood through these pores for the first time in 10 years. Now would be the last. Every drop beyond tonight would soak her godly skin, freed and eternal.
"Mother,"
Lilac said, "Vassal and Philip sacrificed themselves so we could make it here. The rest will tell you their names and be remembered." She glanced to the Covenant. "Tell her." Meridia reached over first and placed her hand on the coral stone.
Meridia said, "I gave my eye fighting floods years ago, and now I give everything else to fight the glories again. Remember me when you save this land."
Cosme touched next. "Cosme Andrea, priestess of Valmidian." She coughed against the rain. "And yours, this final night." The twin priestesses approached next.
"Kate White," one said. "Our parents crossed egg when we were little, and we chose to serve Valmidian over any other calling. Thinking back, I don't know if my life's enough for a proper sacrifice, but I hope it'll do. I know my sister's is worth it, though."
Kate cried when she retreated, and then her sister Ellie spoke, and then the doubtful, bold priest. They came one by one until all had pledged names and lives to Lagoe. Their service to the goddess of reason would be brief, and the twin priestesses weren't the only ones to cry. The names washed through Lilac and down her robes with the rain. Nemo turned dry eyes to Lilac.
"What is the ritual, descendant?"
Lilac leaned toward the coral stone.
"Mother?"
The coral stone hummed with heat.
"Rituals give shape for mortals. Gods do not need them. I have their names, and I would have their blood. Let us be on with it."
Lilac eyed the coral stone. Mother was often direct to the extreme, but rarely impatient. Creeping close to her imprisoment's end after 10 long years had to be affecting her. Even timeless gods could suffer and change. The Holy War had twisted Tychron from god of manners to god of madness. Livian had gone from temple guardian to wanderer. Ada and her city had vanished from all knowledge, and so on. Lilac didn't want Lagoe to change too. Time to free her. "There's no time for a proper ritual," Lilac said. "The blood will give her strength.
I know it feels wrong, but Mother has your names. She'll remember."
Nima chortled. "Sounds rightly direct for the goddess of reason. This is what we have to do, so do it. Simple and to the point."
Lilac forced a smirk. "You would have fit well at her temple." She hugged the coral stone to her chest one last time and then placed it at Nemo's feet. Her throat squeezed tight, but she couldn't watch this sacrifice in silence. The Covenant deserved some ceremony, didn't they? "All of you, thank you," Lilac said. "You've saved the Holy Land."
"Not us,"
Nemo said. His robe parted from his naked body, coated in grey hairs, and another lightning flicker lit the knife in his hand.
"We're only the doorway for that awesome presence. She will save us."
His head whipped to one side, and then he raised his knife against the storm.
"There is still a goddess in the Holy Land."
He buried his blade deep into his chest and fell beside the coral stone. Kate began to cry again, and her sister too. Thunder urged them to get on with it. Meridia waved an arm toward Nemo. "All of us together, before the rain washes Nemo's blood away and wastes his sacrifice." She glared at Lilac. "Otherwise you keep back, or you'll accidentally drain the blood into yourself. It's for the goddess, no one else." Lilac retreated to the ladder's hole. Nemo lay dead in front of her, but not by her hand. Somehow, that seemed strange after everything she'd done. She looked away as Cosme slammed a knife into her own chest. She listened as, crying and hugging, Kate and Ellie slashed each other open. Young and old alike, the Covenant cut itself down in a circle around the coral stone. Their puddle thickened, but it never spread. The coral stone drank and filled with bright light. Only Meridia yet stood alive, her robe shed from long weathered skin. "I knew a descendant before, one of Karambal's daughters, strong as an ox. She tried to give blood to her parent once, but it was no use." Lilac risked a step closer. "Descendants can't—" "I know. That's my point. If descendants could, I'd have made sure you died here and now." Meridia shrugged. "But then, what would Lagoe think?" "I'm wasting time. Their sacrifices are growing cold like their bodies. The gods don't store the blood for miracles' moment. It burns in them, the blood used immediately. If this doesn't work, you're going to need a bigger sacrifice. Ours won't have meant a thing." Lilac's mouth worked for words and couldn't find them. "Maybe the glories drown Valentine, and this coral stone sinks to the bottom of the sea, where Lagoe can go as mad as Tychron." Meridia blinked, or winked. "Or maybe there will be a Holy Land after all." She held out her knife to Lilac. "Give her every drop." Lilac took the knife, grasped Meridia's shoulder, and then kissed Meridia's cheek. "Don't do that." Meridia shut her eye again and patted her heart. "Do this. Do it now." Lilac obeyed. Steel jabbed into Meridia's heart and rained blood across the coral stone. An ugly, jittering death, but Lilac held the body until it quit moving and then laid Meridia with the rest of her covenant. They would have a great funeral later when the skies cleared, a pyre for each who'd sacrificed themselves to bring Lagoe home. The tower might do for burning. With a goddess returned, it would have no further purpose. The platform quaked beneath Lilac's feet and shook the bodies in a thumping spasm. Crimson light wriggled inside the once yellowy coral stone and shined through each pore. Lilac couldn't reach for it, couldn't touch it. Its heat baked the air, and a hum rang louder than the roaring storm. "Mother, this way!"
She shouted, "Almost free!" Lilac grasped Cosme's body and drew her teardrop-shaped dagger. She had never wanted to savage the Covenant's bodies, but if Lagoi needed an offering mound, more flesh, more everything mortal, so be it. The dagger jabbed at soft tissue, blood-needy and desperate. If Lagoi had a little more to drink, she could break loose. If Vassal and Philip hadn't killed themselves below, there would be enough. If Meridia hadn't taken so long at the end. If Nemo hadn't started before the others. If Lilac's blood was good for anything. A fresh gust roared from the east against the storm as the coral stone cracked across its center. Its hard shell peeled from one side in a jagged chunk, a single petal blooming from a blood-soaked flower, another petal uncurled, its point dripping red. Lilac grasped the stone and dug her fingernails into the crack. It burned to touch, and the shell held fast. It didn't need her help. She let it dance out of her fingers, strike the platform, and quake until another petal opened, and another, and then the stone shattered in a radiant crimson flash. Lilac threw an arm across her eyes as if the midday sun had dropped into the rooftop this stormy night. The brightness slowly softened around a form, one feature at a time, a reaching hand, a rising head, feet stepping over corpses. Long hair flowed with the stormy gusts, light faded in flickers of gold and crimson, a doorway breaking from some mysterious infinity and into the hard here and now. And a goddess stepped into the world. Lilac fell backward onto the slick platform and lowered her arm. A 10-foot-high immortal loomed over her. The tower's roof hadn't seemed so tall before, but now it stretched to accommodate the presence of divinity. Wherever she walked, the world belonged to her. Lilac had a million things to say, none of them good, none of them what she wanted to say to her mother. Because her mother wasn't here. Where were the other 8 heads? Where were Mother's faces? Where was Lagoi's beautiful stone-like skin? This goddess dressed her chalk-white body in a dark wine-red dress. A similar fabric flowed snake-like from her biceps and thighs, and the wind blew them out like 4 wings of a fiery butterfly. She had one head, and hair ran down her back in blood-coloured curls. Lagoi's hair was always shorn short, and she'd passed the same to her police, her covenant, and her daughter. Lilac hadn't grown it out until Lagoi disappeared. She remembered a day she tried to bribe the elderly priestess who cut hair into not shaving it. She'd been 6 years old and offered lucky rocks, a few black pebbles she'd found at the catacombs' edges. It hadn't worked. Had Lagoi stood here, Lilac would have told the story. But this pale creature was not the goddess of reason. "You," Lilac said, lower lip trembling. "You have red eyes." The goddess blinked. "I prefer they be scarlet." That wasn't the right thing to say. Lilac scrabbled to her feet. "Where's Lagoi? Where is Mother?" "That is not mine to know," the goddess said. Her voice came thick with an odd accent, the kind that lingered in books from centuries past. How long had she been trapped in that coral stone? Just who had stepped into the world? "You told me you were Lagoi," Lilac said. "How did you—" "You wanted a goddess, and a goddess is here." Enormous scarlet eyes glimmered. "The goddess." Lilac shook her head. This didn't make any sense. "I am Aida, first of the name, first of the gods, goddess of birth." One great hand reached for Lilac, each finger ending in a sharp crimson nail. "And you are a daughter of Lagoi. I do not know you but for these past days. Lilac,
My thanks be yours.
Lilac couldn't stop shaking her head. This was all wrong. You tricked me.
I did, Ada said. I allowed your belief to root and blossom.
But you called me your perfect jewel, Lilac said. How did you know that name? No one but Mother called me that. Not even... no one. She didn't want to mention Simone here, though she'd already brought the coral stone to their apartment. Perfect jewel. Ada tasted the words. She called each of her mortal daughters by this. Lilac recoiled. Each? What are you talking about? Ada smiled, her lips thin and snide. Did you think you were her first? Misshapen Logoi is not as old as I am, but she is a long-lived goddess, last of the first children. I called that 9-headed dragon cousin until she and others grew the sea stone around me. Of course she has mothered mortal children. I take it by your presence she has yet to mother a god. We are the same this way, but in little else. Why your dismay? I allowed you to believe your mother resided in the coral stone. I gave you those brief, hopeful moments. You are welcome. But you sounded like her, Lilac said. I know my cousin. Ada touched her throat, and her tone briefly changed to a stoic whisper. A direct, brutal approach. She lowered her hand, and her accent and confidence returned. And you may be imperceptive, my cousin's child. You were lost with need. You must be disappointed, but fear not, for you found a goddess, the first goddess. That is what you worked for. I am the goddess you've killed to free. Lilac retreated from her, across the ring of bodies. Ada's eyes glimmered again. No? Then a goddess at all would not be enough for you. You wanted your mother. Only Logoi would do. Why? She abandoned you. She could be trapped, Lilac said, her voice barely lifted to the storm's roar. Another coral stone. No, Lilac. Ada drifted closer, her footsteps soft despite her size. I allowed you a brief time to believe she was taken, but now you must open your eyes to truth. She chose to leave you, little cousin, as she chose to trap me 400 years ago. My name is known to all, but my fate was not, and the gods concerned, I do not hear it now. Valmidian was but a child, yet they gave her my city, my temple, and painted lies on their ceilings and tongues. It was I who fought the glories, I who protected Eidos, my city-state. But you stand ignorant of all. Lilac covered her mouth with rain-wet palms. Stop, please. And this? Ada arced a hand over the damp ring of bodies. You are not some selfless savior of the Holy Land. You wanted your mother, and you told lies of heroism to have her. Do not blame me for lying to you when you would lie to yourself. A hand as thick as Lilac's chest gripped her shoulder. Sharp nails pricked her spine. Lilac stumbled from beneath Ada's touch and tripped on a corpse's limp legs. She fell to the platform and scuttled backward. Ada loomed over her. A selfish grasp for the mother who deserted you. Your actions shame you because they could not bring what you wanted. To save Aig, an afterthought, a guise on your motivations. I see through you, Lilac Antonis, daughter of Logoi, granddaughter to that twisted affair of Calypsis and Caligos, and the unnamed mother. I bear the fruits of your labors.
You pretend you're the hero. That is your lover, Arcadia Myrn. We all see the grander picture. It is time you do the same."
"I can't," Lilac said. She sounded tiny, a child herself. "I don't know the grand picture."
"Time would be ours if we had the power, but it is not so," Ada said, starting for the tower's edge. "Lagoi's perfect jewel, I leave you to your contemplation."
No, not this. Meridia and Cosme and the rest of the Covenant hadn't died for this proud goddess to emerge from the coral stone and abandon Aig like the others. "But you can't leave." Lilac stood up and started to chase, but she was too shaky and couldn't keep up with those tree-like limbs. "You're supposed to save the Holy Land."
Ada paused mid-step and curled her thin smile over one grand shoulder. "That will be so, little cousin. Indeed, I will save the world entire. You did not in earnest free me for this purpose, but it was always my desire. Lagoi and the others imprisoned me for that very intent, a dream of salvation they did not share." She slid from under the tower's roof into the open air. No rainwater would touch her porcelain skin as the night swallowed her.
"Please," Lilac said. "We need you."
"Yes, little cousin, you do."
Ada did not glance back this time, but her voice rang hard through the storm. "I would tell of destiny for another favor. Find your lover, Arcadia Myrn, and my mother, Medes. Bring them both to my temple. Tarnished as it be, its steps will once more bathe in blood thicker than your lowly cuttings could ever dream, and from this blood we will save the Holy Land." Ada's voice and visage disappeared into the night. Thunder boomed overhead as if to ring with her holy footsteps, celebrating this goddess in the Holy Land. But not the right goddess. This was supposed to be Lilac's reunion with Lagoi. Sideways rain soaked Lilac's robe and hair, while Ada's lies ate at her insides. Her own lies made it worse. Simone was right. Lagoi could be wonderful, but she could also be cold and unfeeling, and she could disappear of her own choosing. Lilac had been so absorbed in tricking herself, she couldn't see Ada doing the same. Too happy to believe what she wanted to hear. Lilac waited for the storm's next thunderclap and screamed with it, loud as she could. Her knees struck the damp platform. "But why did the gods leave?" she asked the sky. "Why couldn't they stay with us? Why teach me so much and then forget me?" A hard nub jabbed between her shoulders, and she heard a metallic tick. At last, someone had come to take the lies and choices away from her. She glanced over her shoulder to look this someone in the eye. Alexander Stathos and his pistol filled her world.